ready to go on the stream, so Tatiana, you can whatever you want.
Okay. How y'all doing today? My name is Tatiana Thompson. Just a quick little background about me. I have received my degree in biology. I also have two publications in the field of microbiology, as well as working as a teacher teaching environmental science, chemistry, and biology. And I've also worked in neuroscience on nerve on a chip platforms, testing out experimental pharmaceutical drugs that will be later used in vivo for cancer. Thank you. In vivo for cancer, as well as also working on a novel robot that was used at the height of COVID to test about 400 samples of COVID at a time. So my experience is in science, in recently education. So Gaia's Children is my take on a gentle incorporation of AI with sustainability in mind, and also integrative classrooms. So let's just go ahead and get started. So we know that we live in a world that's changing, especially with climate change. We have CO2 emissions, we have air pollution, sound pollution, just different types of pollution that's affecting the way that we live our everyday lives. I was just in a community meeting with the city about heat mitigation and how could you possibly mitigate the heat by giving water when we know that the larger issue is the pollution. So we live in an area that is considered cancer alley because we have unregulated, well, a lot of drawbacks on regulation when it comes to power plants that's been placed in different communities around Louisiana. Louisiana is known for having many power plants, and because of that, the residents that live around these areas and the people that work in them have long-term chronic illnesses as a result. So how does this translate into the classroom? So big oil companies actually lobby in the realm of education. So a lot of what you receive in education is actually coming down from larger companies that dictate what your children are able to learn in school. So this is an issue because it greatly affects, we already know that living in Louisiana that our children are behind. So if they're not receiving proper education or education that's heavy in propaganda, that pushes them to only be able to work at certain places like plant jobs because they don't have the acumen to be able to do other types of employment that would be a lot safer, healthier for them and make them more money. So the lack of quality education reduces the opportunity for better jobs and thus push students to be employed by the same companies that pollute their air and influence their education. So what does this look like in the classroom? It affects the curriculum. Students are most times unfocused and disinterested. There's a lot of gray walls in these classrooms, and students are being made to stay inside for 8 hours a day. We know that in order to build serotonin, you have to get sunlight. So only giving students 45 minutes of outside time is actually not really good for them to learn anything, to be honest, because they're restless, they're irritated, and they're just not interested in the curriculum at all. So Louisiana classrooms, in my opinion, does not foster creativity, but it seems to prep students for slavery, to be the same consumers of the industry that's harming them. So it preferences consumers over innovators. So this way of life has a lasting impact on the communities in which these students live. Many children have immediate relatives and know someone who suffers with chronic illnesses and cancer. This is especially true in black communities where you're more likely to find environmental pollution and low access to quality food. So, what if there was a better way? So, we know nowadays that students are greatly using AI. However, it has not been completely integrated into the classrooms because many teachers do not want students to use AI for obvious reasons. They don't want them to cheat and things like that. However, these students are seeing AI in their everyday life anyway. So it only makes sense that we find a way to properly integrate AI into these classrooms. It makes no sense to tell a student not to use something that they see their parents using, their teachers using, and everybody else. So this is my take on it. I actually seen some of the students that I taught here today in the STEM coming for STEM NOLA. But what I noticed that many students already have ideas around sustainability. I asked this question. I asked how would they use AI, and this is why I'm here today. The students told me that they would use AI to find better ways to make the world sustainable because they notice the pollution, they notice how hot it is, and they want to be able to do something. The issue is that they have trouble articulating that because of the educational barrier. Like I said, going back to what I said before, the curriculum is not conducive to innovative thinkers. So I suggest using AI as a way to help them build out these ideas around sustainability and also integrate classrooms so that they can get to see their creations in real time. Environmental projects should not just be limited to poster boards, which is what you see a lot of times. So, once I believe in taking it one step further with the community medicine project. So, what is the community medicine project? Puts the power of education, health, sustainability, and technology back into the community. So, with medicinal and food gardens within the neighborhood, providing more access to food and educate students and neighbors on their therapeutic uses. So, because I work in science and I do a lot of research because I'm a big old nerd, I love plants and I love the herbal science behind it. So, dandelion root, for example, reduces blood pressure by stimulating nitric oxide, which is known to regulate blood pressure. It helps to dilate the vessels. Bergamot, I know many communities suffer with high cholesterol, which is known to cause blockages. But with bergamot, if you take enough bergamot, you would never develop a blockage. This is information that we need to know. And also, Johns Hopkins have been doing study on mistletoe therapy in the treatment of cancer and tumors. And moreover, lots of communities suffer with diabetes, which is a chronic illness. But if you take chromium, you wouldn't develop diabetes. And chromium is found in plants like licorice. So I believe that the community can take the health back into their own hands with the help of the students, especially if we incorporate natural science into the curriculum. So the second part of taking it a step further is solar powered greenhouse labs. I believe every community should have a solar powered greenhouse lab. That way the students are able to have hands-on herbal chemistry workshops right in their communities. So, what will be the benefits of that? STEM education conveniently located in communities where students live. AI experiment builders. So that means that the students are able to use AI to help them build out different herbal science experiments and also extract directly on site and have things that they can take with them home, such as extractions of bergamot, extractions of licorice, things like that. In any other thing that they might get creative with. The whole idea is to identify the innovators within our community and support the students. So it would be an opportunity for community members to participate, fostering pride and accountability. A lot of times, parents, grandparents are disconnected from what's happening in the school. So if we bring education into the community, they get a chance to see it and participate right alongside the students every single day. Um, it removes dependency from agencies to take care of the people. So with that being said, if we are constantly complaining about the fact that the school system is not serving the students, then this is an opportunity for us to say, hey, let's take on that and start teaching our own students. These students are actually really bright. They just don't have the tools or the support that they need. And I believe this is the way we can give it to them. Also, a model like this would increase the availability of quality food and taking control of one's own health. So if we're having food shortages or so-called food insecurities, which I don't believe anybody's insecure about having food, we just are hungry. It's two different things. But if we have availability of quality foods, then we are able to trade with other neighborhoods. If every community has a setup like this, you're able to trade with each other, and that strengthens the community in New Orleans itself. So I've identified some community needs. There's a couple neighborhoods around the city that's already interested in a model like this. And there's an upcoming women's shelter. The girl who is ahead of that, I spoke to her about it, and she believes that the women would be able to gain value from something like this. So I also believe in ideal partnerships. These two gentlemen, Julian Brown, he is the creator of Plastiline, converting plastic waste into usable uh, diesel fuel and gasoline for cars. This other gentleman, Moses West, he's an Army veteran who has turned atmospheric humidity into water with an atmospheric water generator. So I believe by identifying people like these and the students within our community and forming those partnerships with the school district, we are able to bring innovation directly into the community in a way that is in alignment with nature. And keeping in mind that, yes, we can use AI, but I believe in a gentle approach to AI. Like I said, experiment building. But we also have to be conscious of the fact that AI does have harmful implications on the environment as well. So our use of it has to be responsible. It can't be wasteful. And if we know that children are already using AI at home, we need to provide some direction on the way in which it's used, especially considering climate change and everything else that we deal with when it comes to dealing with our environment and the pollution. So I would like to just end with we the earth has given us life, right? And we are all Gaia's children. So with that in mind, we need to make sure that we take care of the place that we live. Without this planet, then none of us can do any of the amazing things that we want to do. And so we have to instill that into the youth now to be conscious of it so that they have something that they can give to their children. Thank you.
We've got a little time if there's any questions, or we've got a 15-minute break until the next one. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions?
What's your what's your pitch?
The archive.
The archive?
Yeah, but I have a whole really super detailed pitch. But essentially, like our two verticals is we have a TV and film development company in town that wants to send 2 year volumes into us for archival content, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So that's that alone is worth quite a bit as far as like we're gonna take you through and have all our investors on this guy who like
Hey. Okay, cool. Hey, Bobby.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We're going to start up our next presentation now, and that is Algorithms for Care Using AI to Support Black Maternal Health by Jordan Williams.
Yay. Wait, can I put my thing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here today with you all. My name is Jordan Williams. I'm a senior at Tulane University, majoring in political science with a minor in Portuguese. And I am a Newcomb Scholar working under the guidance of Dr. Howard and Professor Knud Berthelsen. And so today I'll be discussing my year-long research project on artificial intelligence applications in maternal health care, specifically addressing the Black maternal mortality rate here in Louisiana through the development of NORA, which is Navigating Obstetric Resources and Access. So according to the March of Dimes 2024 report card, Louisiana has a maternal mortality rate of 37.3 deaths per 100,000 live births, significantly higher than the national rate of 23.2 per 100,000 births. This being Louisiana's maternal mortality rate is nearly 2 times the national average, representing one of the worst maternal health outcomes in the United States. I want to make it very clear, though, that variation in state maternal mortality rates likely reflects differences in how well states identify and report pregnancy-related deaths, leading some to undercount and others to overcount. Some places say that according to certain data statistics in Louisiana, it's 58 out of 100,000 births. Nevertheless, these are not distant statistics. These are our mothers, our sisters, our daughters, our neighbors. The Louisiana Maternal Mortality Review Committee has identified several critical failure points in our current system. First, warning signs of life-threatening conditions like preeclampsia, characterized by high blood pressure and protein in urine after 20 weeks of pregnancy, which are frequently missed or dismissed during prenatal appointments. Second, limited access to care in rural parishes and underserved urban communities creates a significant barrier to timely intervention. Third, and perhaps most critically, there exists a substantial gap in continuous monitoring between scheduled prenatal visits, particularly during after-hours periods where symptoms often escalate. But here's the most unconscionable fact. The Louisiana Maternal Mortality Review Committee has found that over 90% of pregnancy-related deaths in Louisiana are preventable, and over 80% of pregnancy-associated deaths are preventable. These are not inevitable outcomes. These are systemic failures that demand immediate, innovative attention and intervention. So the data reveals a stark and unconscionable disparity. Black women in Louisiana die from pregnancy-related complications at approximately 3 times the rate of white women, a disparity that has persisted and in some parishes worsened over the past decade. Sorry, I'm going to go to my next slide. According to Peterson and colleagues' 2019 analysis in the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, Black women experience, hold on. I want to talk about intersectionality quickly before I bring up my tool, but drawing on Kimberly Crenshaw's framework of intersectionality from her seminal 1989 work, we must understand these disparities as reflecting the intersection of multiple systems of oppression, racial bias in healthcare delivery, economic barriers to accessing quality care, and structural gaps in continuous patient monitoring. These are not biological differences. As Dorothy Roberts argues in Killing the Black Body, and as extensive medical research has thoroughly demonstrated, these disparities result from systemic racism embedded in healthcare infrastructure, implicit bias in clinical decision-making, and socioeconomic factors that compound across multiple dimensions of marginalization. So where does the system fail? So first, after-hours monitoring gaps. According to the standard model of prenatal care, patients spend approximately 99% of their pregnancy without direct medical supervision. When concerning symptoms like severe headaches, visual disturbances, or sudden swelling emerge at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, patients have no clear pathway to assessment or intervention. Given that many pregnancy complications develop rapidly, this monitoring gap is particularly dangerous. Second, systematic dismissal of symptoms. Several studies have found that medical students and residents consistently rated Black patients' pains as lower than identical systems in white patients based on false beliefs about biological differences. This bias persists through clinical practice and contributes directly to delayed diagnosis of conditions like preeclampsia, postpartum hemorrhage, and peripartum cardiomyopathy. Third, limited provider capacity. Obstetricians in Louisiana face significant patient loads while simultaneously managing documentation requirements, hospital rounds, and emergency cases. This limited capacity leaves minimal time for continuous patient monitoring or timely responses to in-between visit concerns, particularly for Medicaid patients who comprise a large portion of Louisiana births. Fourth, structural access barriers. Transportation, childcare constraints, work schedules that don't accommodate daytime appointments, and insurance coverage gaps all compound to limit engagement with prenatal care. In rural Louisiana parishes, patients may travel 50 miles or more to reach an obstetric provider, making frequent monitoring visits practically impossible. Economic instability, housing insecurity, and food insecurity, all disproportionately affecting Black families due to structural racism, further exacerbating these access barriers. Louisiana's maternal health crisis is compounded also by critical policy failures that leave pregnant people without essential support systems. For example, first, Louisiana has no Medicaid program requirement or reimbursement for postpartum mental health screening. Postpartum depression and anxiety affects approximately 1 in 8 women nationally, with Black women experiencing higher rates due to chronic stress and trauma. Secondly, Louisiana has no Medicaid doula reimbursement policy actively reimbursing doula care. And third, Louisiana has no state-mandated paid family leave. Louisiana is only a handful of states without any requirement for employers to provide paid parental leave. This means parents must choose between attending prenatal appointments and postpartum follow-up visits or losing income and potentially losing their jobs. These policy gaps reflect what Career Perry and colleagues term structural determinants of health inequities, systemic barriers that disproportionately harm Black mothers and low-income families. Addressing the maternal mortality crisis requires not only clinical innovation, but fundamental policy reform. Before I discuss potential solutions, I must share why this research is not merely academic for me. It is deeply personal and rooted in my family's lived experiences of these systemic failures. My great-grandmother, Eleanor, had 9 children, 7 daughters. She and every single one of those daughters were victims of the eugenics era. 8 Black women in my family forcibly sterilized, their reproductive futures stolen through medical violence. My great-grandmother's story is not an anomaly. It is a data point in a centuries-long pattern of medical violence against Black women. It is in her memory and in service to the thousands of women whose stories mirror hers that I developed Noah, because we cannot afford to wait for perfect policy solutions or complete cultural transformation, because every day we delay is another preventable death, because my great-grandmother and her children deserve better, and so do the Black mothers carrying life today. So today, I'm proposing a solution, an AI-powered communication platform that bridges patients, physicians, and resources. Nora is an AI-powered communication platform designed to bridge the gap between patients, physicians, and community resources through continuous, bias-free monitoring. It functions as an EHR plugin that provides 24/7 AI-powered patient interaction with physician oversight, specifically designed to detect maternal health complications earlier than traditional prenatal care models. Critically, Nora is grounded in Black feminist care principles, drawing on the work of scholars like Kimberly Crenshaw and the reproductive justice framework developed by women of color activists. Nora centers patient autonomy, recognizes the expertise of lived experience and aims to be co-designed with Black mothers, obstetricians, and maternal health advocates. This is not AI replacing human judgment. Rather, NOR functions is what I term technological accompaniment, extending the reach of compassionate, competent care beyond clinic walls and business hours while maintaining essential physician oversight. As many scholars argue in their paper on fairness and machine learning, technology in healthcare must actively advance health equity, not perpetuate existing disparities. NOR represents my attempt to build technology that serves the most marginalized communities, technology that my great-grandmother needed and deserved. So how does NOR work? It operates through a 4-stage process designed to address each systemic failure point I identified. Stage 1, 24/7 patient access. Patients interact with NOR around the clock via text message or voice interface in multiple languages. They can ask questions, report symptoms, and even send photographs of concerning physical manifestations like swelling or rashes. This addresses the after-hours monitoring gap by ensuring patients always have a point of contact for medical guidance. Stage 2, immediate response and risk stratification. NOR's natural language processing algorithm, trained on certain clinical guidelines and de-identified case histories, provides immediate preliminary assessment and guidance. The system employs a risk stratification model designed to identify concerning symptom patterns. Based on continuous rather than episodic monitoring, NOR can track symptom progression over time, detecting patterns that might be missed in brief, spaced-out appointments. Importantly, NOR will be trained using bias mitigation strategies outlined by Bulamwini and Jabru in their 2018 gender shade study in Benjamin's Race After Technology. The training data set will deliberately oversample cases involving Black patients and it will undergo multiple rounds of bias auditing to ensure algorithmic accuracy across all demographics. Stage 3, EHR integration. Every conversation is automatically documented and integrated into the patient's electronic health record via fast healthcare interoperability resources, standards ensuring seamless information flow to the medical team. This addresses the documentation burden on providers while ensuring continuity on care. Stage 4, physician oversight and intervention. Physicians receive alerts for high-priority symptoms requiring urgent intervention, while routine questions are flagged for review during regular clinic hours. This allows providers to focus their limited time on high-risk cases requiring clinical expertise, while NOR handles patient education, medication reminders, and routine questions. The result is a system designed to detect emerging complications significantly earlier than the current standard of care, while simultaneously reducing provider burden for routine patient interactions. And so what makes NOR different, you may ask? First, radical accessibility. The voice interface requires no medical literacy. Patients can speak naturally about their symptoms without knowing medical terminology. Multilingual support addresses Louisiana's growing Latino population as well as Creole-speaking communities. Photo interpretation allows patients to document visible symptoms like swelling or skin changes. By removing technical and linguistic barriers, NOR ensures that marginalized patients, those most at risk, can access support regardless of educational background or English proficiency. This accessibility directly addresses what many scholars identify as communication barriers that disproportionately affect particular communities and patients with limited English proficiency. Secondly, comprehensive resource navigation. NOR functions as more than symptom monitoring. The platform connects patients to transportation services for appointments, mental health support for perinatal mood disorders, WIC enrollment for nutrition assistance, point them to doula services, housing resources, and community support programs. This recognizes what many people call structural racism that makes maternal health not solely a medical issue, but an intersection of healthcare access, economic security, and social support. Since Louisiana lacks Medicaid doula reimbursement, NOR helps patients access community-based doula programs and volunteer doula networks. Since Louisiana lacks paid family leave, NOR connects patients to workplace rights resources and flexible scheduling options. Third, maintain physician oversight. Every interaction undergoes professional review. NOR does not diagnose or prescribe. It monitors, documents, and alerts. This preserves the essential human element of medical care while augmenting provider capacity. The system flags concerning symptoms using particular guidelines, but ultimate clinical decision-making remains with physicians. This addresses the valid concern about algorithmic bias in healthcare, that AI systems must be designed with human oversight and accountability to prevent harm. Fourth, cultural competency through co-design. As Bulamwini and Jabru demonstrated in their gender state study, AI systems trained on non-diverse data sets perpetuate and amplify existing biases. NOR will be built through iterative feedback from Black mothers and maternal health advocates with bias auditing at every stage of development. Community advisors will be compensated for their expertise rather than having their knowledge extracted. This approach embodies a principle that guides all of my work. When we design for the most marginalized communities, everyone benefits. Noor was designed for my great-grandmother, for Black mothers facing dismissal and bias, for low-income patients navigating impossible barriers, and in serving them, Noor serves all pregnant people. So based on the literature review and preliminary stakeholder feedback, I project the following outcomes from Noor implementation. Primary outcome is earlier complication detection. Noor's continuous monitoring model is designed to detect pregnancy complications earlier than the standard episodic care model. While I cannot claim specific time improvements without pilot data, the mechanism is clear. Daily or near-daily patient check-ins allow for symptom tracking over time rather than isolated snapshots at appointments. This is particularly critical for conditions like preeclampsia, where symptom progression, gradual headache worsening, increasing visual disturbances, swelling escalation provides crucial diagnostic information. Sorry, I was a little sick before this, so I'm struggling to breathe up here. Secondary outcomes. Reduce preventable emergency department visits. By providing 24/7 guidance, Noor can help patients determine when symptoms require emergency care versus expectant management, potentially reducing unnecessary emergency department utilization while ensuring timely care for true emergencies. Also, increase patient satisfaction and empowerment. Preliminary surveys with pregnant patients indicate high interest in continuous access to medical guidance, as well as enhanced physician capacity. By handling routine questions about medication timing, normal pregnancy symptoms, and patient education, Noor saves provider time for complex clinical decision-making. This is particularly valuable given Louisiana's provider shortage. Addressing bias through consistency. Noor provides consistent symptom assessment regardless of patient race, language, or socioeconomic status. While the algorithm requires ongoing bias auditing, the system offers more consistency than human providers subject to implicit bias demonstrated by several scholars. And a couple of tertiary outcomes include improved medication adherence through automated reminders, better documentation of symptom progression for quality improvement, data generation for identifying systemic patterns in maternal health complications, and connection to social services addressing structural determinants of health, including nutrition. These projections require rigorous validation through controlled pilot studies. I'm not claiming that Noor is a proven intervention. I'm proposing it as a theoretically grounded innovation that merits systemic evaluation. I want to be honest and transparent, though. Noor is not a complete solution to maternal mortality. Technology alone cannot dismantle systemic racism. It cannot eliminate poverty. It cannot undo centuries of medical violence against Black bodies. Solving maternal mortality requires comprehensive, coordinated action across multiple domains. Policy reform. Louisiana must implement the 3 policy protections identified by March of Dimes: Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for postpartum mental health screening, addressing the mental health conditions that are leading causes of pregnancy-related deaths. Medicaid doula reimbursements to make evidence-based doula support accessible to low-income patients who would benefit most. And state-mandated paid family leave so patients can attend appointments without economic penalty. And Louisiana should extend Medicaid coverage to the full 12-month postpartum period, as many studies and scholars have shown. And the CDC data shows that 30% of pregnancy-related deaths occur between 6 weeks and 1 year postpartum. Provider training. Mandatory implicit bias education with measurable outcomes. Community support infrastructure, doula programs with sustainable funding, peer support networks that connect patients to others with similar experiences, community health worker programs that provide culturally concordant care navigation. These interventions directly improve outcomes while addressing social determinants of health. Healthcare access expansion. Transportation services for prenatal appointments, flexible scheduling including evening and weekend availability, childcare provision at healthcare facilities, telemedicine expansion for rural communities, building on the successes documented by several scholars. Economic justice initiatives, living wage policies that reduce maternal stress and improve nutrition, housing stability programs that address homelessness as a pregnancy risk factor, food security interventions recognizing that maternal nutrition directly impacts outcomes, community-led initiatives, support for organizations that provide reproductive justice advocacy and services to Black communities, investment in Black maternal health organizations led by and serving Black mothers. Noor fits within this ecosystem as a technological solution that augments human capacity and addresses specific gaps in continuous monitoring. Noor positions AI as a tool for human empowerment, not human replacement, a tool that serves health equity rather than perpetuating inequity. But let me be clear. If I had to choose between NORA and Louisiana implementing these policy protections, I would choose policy reform every time. Technology is a bridge, not a destination, but we need both. So I would go through my next steps for NORA, but in conclusion, the Black maternal mortality crisis in Louisiana represents one of the most pressing healthcare equity challenges of our time. NORA offers one tool in a comprehensive toolkit for addressing this crisis. Grounded in Black feminist care principles, co-designed with communities, built with explicit bias mitigation, and positioned as technological accompaniment rather than replacement, NORA demonstrates how artificial intelligence can serve health equity rather than perpetuate existing inequities. Once again, when we design for the most marginalized communities, everyone benefits. When we center the voices of those most impacted by injustice, we create better solutions for all. When we refuse to accept that 90% of preventable deaths in Louisiana should continue, we honor the memory of those we've lost. This is the principle that guides my work, and I hope it will guide our collective efforts to ensure that every mother in Louisiana survives pregnancy and childbirth, because that is not an ambitious goal, that is the bare minimum of what we owe each other. Thank you. Oh, you can ask questions too if you like. What is my plan for it to go on? Absolutely. So let me pull up my next steps. Okay, here we go. So first and foremost, I think it's important that I really survey with not only Black mothers, but Black communities, as well as Black obstetricians, a Black doula network, to ensure that this is a tool that they truly do believe is something that they're actually interested in, which according to a couple of my surveys, they are. But I'd like to talk to clinicians a little bit more, really go into community health programs and ensure that this is something that's applicable for actual marginalized communities here in Louisiana. So my first step is validating and really doing surveys to ensure that this is something people are interested in and having a bunch of data to back that up, like being able to give you guys numbers. And then funding. I think funding is a really critical piece of this. Like, once again, artificial intelligence is not cheap. And building a tool with real people in mind is important. And I really do believe in compensating an advisory board. And in that advisory board, I feel like I don't want to just extract knowledge for free, but I'd like to compensate them for their knowledge. So definitely funding to build an advisory board is also my next step. And then also developing a prototype with core symptom detection. I go to Tulane University right now, and I work with a technological AI fellow with the LePage Center, who I'm actually meeting with tomorrow, and to look like what this next step would look like. So really, it's just starting off with the basics of I need money. Oh, hey. Yep, I'm there this Friday. Yep. Uh-huh. Yes, I won the Medical Innovation Challenge at Tulane. Thank you, thank you. So sweet. Yeah, you compete for 1,500 to be like the first one for Pitch Friday is 1,500, but you get a spot in the next round come the spring in April, and it is up to like 75,000. So I'm praying, I'm preparing. I just got over being sick, so we'll have a much stronger pitch come Friday. Okay, I'll stop by. Yes. Mm-hmm.
importantly, take that one pager with all of those facts and maybe consider the idea of converting that into a social media campaign. Because when other people start to ask their congressional delegation about what are you going to be doing about this, then they have a blueprint to work from. And you've given them a dynamic blueprint to work for on that particular piece. Third thing is, in you doing those particular activities, there are other organizations that will come to your support and come to your support with money, like the National Medical Association, the many of the fraternity and sorority organizations that here in the state, not only the state but throughout the nation, and they would be able to, they probably will be properly be able to support and to advocate for to assist you. But getting that data out puts you on the map, and you really won't be able to get any additional dollars and resources unless you get on the map.
Absolutely. I want to address what you said about like I didn't really need to tell anybody else about the data. You were completely right. I just want to make sure that I build NOR with intention. And so I want to make sure that the EHR plugin is accessible for all clinics, for all clinicians, because a community health clinic runs completely differently than a private clinic, right? And so I just want to make sure I understand clinicians' schedules. Like, what are they overloaded now with the the chatbot, the chat messages that they currently have? And will Nora address that? How could we address that? For example, one tool that I plan on implementing is because it's 24/7 access and you're trying to access mental health support, trying to access WIC navigation, doula support. All of that does not need to go to your provider, but there's 3 separate categories in NORA. There's resource navigation, there's actual provider questions, and there's like a separate other one. But I need to understand how a clinic operates in order to make sure that that is actually, that's correct. That's the correct thing to do.
Well, every clinic is different.
Right.
Because I've represented some healthcare facilities and some hospitals, and believe me,
Mm-hmm.
it's quite different. But I just think you have the perfect person to me to communicate all this information to is the hospital or the clinic's director of public relations or communications that they have, or not the director of the clinic, but the deputy director of the clinic, because that's where the person who the nuts and the bolts and the information will be. Because I'm just saying, I didn't think I'm not saying you shouldn't try,
No.
but I'm not saying you should just put any money or resources
To anything. Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, that's fair. I definitely might write that down. Yes. Uh-huh.
I just two things. One real quick. There was a gentleman yesterday who presented on SAWT and something else that they're doing with DePaul Community Health Centers,
Mm-hmm.
and they're doing like risk analysis with um, some sort of AI plugin to I think also EHR record or EHR systems. Is there any way that you could partner with their dev team to like backdoor your way into stuff like that? Since you're already in Tulane, I was just wondering, like, this is a great idea. If you, because getting it like plugged in and getting like some metrics to share with like investors would be sick.
Absolutely.
But I mean, I don't know. I was just curious about that. And the second thing I had is, do you anticipate any difficulty dealing with like the baked-in bias that you're going to get from medical data sets? Like, because I mean, some of it's low-hanging fruit, just like they're not addressing certain problems, and then some of it is like medical myths, like black people not experiencing pain, or technological things like pulse oximeters not working as well with people with darker skin tones. Like, I think that might be far in the future, but have you guys considered anything like on the data side?
To be quite honest and transparent, I have thought about that because there's not a lot of medical data out there, period, about Black people and African American communities. I think it's just important about being honest and transparent in the beginning, meaning like if the artificial intelligence tool, if NOR does not have an answer, NOR should be transparent and be like, I do not have an answer for you based on the data set that I'm looking at, but I will forward this over to your physician to give you a red or green light, essentially. So it's not really meant to replace physician oversight. It's really just a kind of like a pregnancy pal, but a pregnancy pal that you could access 24/7 with resource navigation and a bunch of other things too.
Cool,
But I will look into that guy too. I need to find him.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Professor Collada. Okay, I definitely will talk to him. I have talked to Professor Collada before. I'll email him again.
Yeah, I know nothing about it. I just remembered it yesterday, and I was like, oh snap, maybe that's.
We also work with a lot of the local clinics here,
Okay,
so they would be probably a great data set that we can get.
absolutely.
So I think the page has how much, a week?
Okay, I'll be by your office. Any more questions? Yeah.
I was wondering if you were planning on for the build phase, you went over it a lot of different facets of things. Like it was the pregnancy towel, and then also the WIC and the housing assistance and the SNAP benefits. Are you planning on setting all of those in iterations on your first build, or are you gonna like say focus on the clinician stuff like for the first time and then like add those things as you continue?
I think definitely adding things as I continue because, as you know, things with SNAP are changing and just making sure that the tool is up to date. I do think it's important, though, to understand the different types of clinics that we're dealing with here in Louisiana before I do specifically address certain things. But I know that resources and I'm resources are very, very important. Simply like a lot of the pregnancy related deaths are because people don't have access to housing or people don't have access to proper nutrition. And so I think really making sure that people have access to that, then I can move forward with like clinicians, if that makes sense. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyone else? Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right.
You have your laptop with you? Yep, we have a.
Hello. You're doing good. This is really exciting for events that you work with Mara. Yeah, so Mara is my boss. Oh, cool. So yeah, so I'm the senior project manager for internal integration. Nice, cool. Love it. Yeah, big fan of Mara. Oh yeah, so she's probably Mara's like Napoleon of LCMC. Yeah, I didn't say that. But. No, yeah.
No, I don't know. Putting all these things together, and then
No,
there's a whole potential for what she could do next semester.
but no, she's already joined the location center. I was like halfway through. I was like, oh, she's in the location center now. Because they do have the AI fellowship now, which is what they have 2 months off.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'll be very curious because I can see, because she's going to work with some of the more successful
Yeah, I mean,
insurance companies. She'll be like,
checks a lot of boxes. She's going to be able to
oh,
raise
yeah.
enough funds to be able to do this full time next semester, for the
Yeah, the door's pretty wide open. Really.
You guys just sent me my bosses. You guys have a new class for all undergrads or something. Infectious disease participants.
So yeah, so we are trying to build a chemist that
Mm-hmm.
articulates what AI is, prompt engineering, ethics, tooling. I'm now moving people over to the council for like overall policy for AI tooling. Right now, everybody's doing their own thing,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
so it's like, okay, well that's great, but can we get on board
Because
with?
I did a full campus self-guided for ATC career certification. For all the students on campus now.
Oh really?
It's like a 26-video video, 2.5 hours. How
Would
to
you
use
mind?
AI, how it works, all that kind of
Would
stuff.
you mind throwing me into the Canvas class?
For sure, not at all.
Yeah.
All right.
You good on power?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
Let's see.
Yeah, yeah, awesome. I always like the quick the silos that two learners.
We'll go outside and round. See if there's anyone outside.
Okay.
But you can take as much time to start as you want. But we'll actually give me a minute because I wanna hit the record button.
Okay. No problem. No.
Something happened. We lost you a second.
Yeah.
Or
I had unplugged it intentionally. Sorry.
oh no, all good. You can start whenever you'd like.
Alrighty. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marzeline Palmer, and I'm a neuroscience pre-medical student at Xavier University of Louisiana. Let me start with a simple question. Why is it that we can monitor the heart as it heals, but not the brain? Every year, millions of patients undergo traumatic brain surgery or experience a stroke. Their recovery depends on how their neurons reconnect, but healing is invisible. BioSmart is using AI-driven technology to make brain recovery visible, measurable, and actionable for both clinicians and families. Right now, recovery happens 24/7, but our monitoring doesn't. After a neurological procedure, doctors rely heavily on occasional check-ins, static scans, and patient observation. That means that there are long gaps where we don't know exactly how the brain is healing. Families are anxious, waiting weeks for updates, and healthcare teams are often subjected to burnout. But the truth is, the most important part of recovery happens between hospital visits when no one's watching. And that's how BioSmart changes this. Here's how BioSmart works. We use EEG and fNIRS to track the patient's brain activity non-invasively. These sensors detect neural signals that reveal how different parts of the brain reconnect after injury. Then we use our AI engine. It analyzes those neural patterns, detecting subtle changes like when communication between two regions of the brain strengthens or weakens. Finally, our system turns those findings into predictive insights and alerts. If a patient's recovery slows or a potential issue appears, clinicians and families are notified instantly through our platform. It's like having a real-time window into the healing of the brain. Research shows something powerful. Connectivity predicts recovery outcomes. After surgery or a stroke, neurons disconnect and gradually rebuild their networks. Stronger reconnections means better movement, speech, and cognition. But traditionally, scans only capture snapshots. BioSmart delivers continuous monitoring, showing how the healing of the brain unfolds in real time, giving doctors a chance to step in early and adjust treatment plans before setbacks occur. As powerful as AI can be, it can also risk removing the human touch from care. That's why BioSmart was built to do the exact opposite, to build empathy at the heart of innovation. Here's how. Sorry, that's not slide. Oh, my apologies. Oh, sorry, it's not showing the correct slide. No. Oops. Okay. It's okay. I'll continue. Okay. Here's how. We have a connection score that tracks the doctor to patient engagement in real time. We have care prompts that send out AI reminders for timely check-ins and follow-ups. Patient feedback, quick ratings on communication and trust. There's also an empathy layer that translates neural data into supportive human language, and shared notes that have logs, collaborative decisions between between patients and physicians. And then we also have a balanced dashboard that monitors how much of the interaction is human versus automated. Our goal isn't to replace doctors, it's to help them stay present. BioSmart amplifies empathy, not replaces it. To make sure that empathy turns into action, BioSmart introduces smart accountability. If the AI detects a critical recovery event, the doctors receive an alert that must be acknowledged. If it's ignored, it's logged, visible to the care team. Transparency creates a natural accountability. Nurses, administrators, and even families in limited view can see whether action was taken. No patient is left unseen. We even reward positive engagement, highlighting physicians who consistently respond quickly and compassionately, turning data into motivation, not punishment. Clinical studies and early research suggest that continuous neural monitoring improves recovery outcomes by up to 85%. That's not just numbers, that's lives. It means faster rehabilitation, fewer setbacks, and families that stay informed rather than anxious. BioSmart is an early stage startup, but we're building fast. We're currently working with an AI engineer to refine our predictive data software with a computer engineering student at Texas Southern University to design our hardware component. Over the next year, our focus is to build a pilot platform for hospitals, strengthen AI model accuracy, and expand partnerships with rehabilitation centers. Imagine a future where every patient's recovery can be tracked like a heartbeat, where doctors, family, and AI systems work together in real time to make healing visible and human again. That's the world BioSmart is building. Because the smartest thing AI can do is remind us to be human. At BioSmart, we're not just tracking data, we're giving families hope. We're empowering physicians with insight, and we're giving medicine a window into brain healing. Let's build a future where every heartbeat, every brainwave tells a story of connection, compassion, and recovery. Thank you.
I was trying that earlier, and someone did it for me, but then I had to edit that. I want to connect with you as well. I went to Xavier and Tulane. I went to Xavier's homecoming this past weekend. I'm going to Tulane's homecoming this weekend. I had so much fun.
You mind doing video?
Oh, well, you had other stuff going on. That's cool.
Hopefully I get approval.
Oh, so you had some travel issues getting back? Oh, Saturday. You know what? I was trying to type in my things. So how do you get there? How do you get to the QR code? Oh. Okay. So you want to go to med school? You know they had that pre-med, they had like the med school for providers. They had like the event, was it Wednesday? I went to it. Like the Xavier Black Alumni Association. They had like something pertaining to like med. They like have a mentoring thing or whatever.
Huh?
Yeah, I have to send you information. I went for my cousin. I didn't go to med school. I went to public health school, but I went for one of my cousins who wants to be a surgeon.
Bro, he is
But it was
too
really
small
good.
in box. I'm not in box.
Yeah, you might want to come
He
closer.
doesn't go to LSU. He goes to LSU. But
You youngins.
I went there
Weird.
to get the information because they're
You're
But yeah, I went to send you that information. It was really good.
impressive ages.
And you know, a couple of weeks ago, the Bio Innovation Center, like
I'll walk you up
the
if you
brain
want.
challenge. Yeah.
Oh, there's another screen there.
Oh, no, I can read most of that.
Okay.
Besides, if I can't read it,
Oh,
it's
that's
too
really
many words.
good.
Let's see.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I figured that it's a small community. Xavier's having something over there. I think maybe this week with the bio.
Oh,
It's got a
wait.
pitch.
Also, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Also, I've
Okay.
seen it.
You've seen it? Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
I've added a few more slides that involve some of our conversations. So.
Right, because they were at the event I went to the other day, the brain health event.
I guess
Yeah.
I'm curious about those.
Yeah. Yeah, it was about 2
could be like separate videos too.
We should check it. Oh my gosh, Randy.
Mm.
Okay, so I may have offended many people yesterday, so
Good.
sit back here so you know it's going to get you with me. For
Well,
your
I'm going to credit you in the talk, so it'll be hard to avoid.
Do that at the after.
Okay.
After the question.
I'll call you the anonymous CK.
A secret informer.
Yeah. My AI engineer, my AI scientist informant. Cool. I even brought a little pig.
Props.
Yeah.
Do you know any languages? Bit of Spanish? You say one and a half.
You want an Indian? Well,
trying to challenge
Can you do something more like a Zane Allen, where we like focus on a
unnecessary
maybe
spending
like
or I mean, I guess you would have to articulate specific
I'm on my hotspot.
what is important.
Check, check, check.
almost
Hi.
but we're not yeah, I haven't heard much
Well,
about
it
it.
sounds like it's different enough.
Yeah, we're not elders, so we're like
Yeah.
the young version of elders.
We can take him to court. Did you go to any of those court cases that they were doing at Center Camp? They were hilarious. They were so funny and just like absurd. Like one of the judges, her name was Jugs Judy. Yeah, yeah, and she was just super chill. And but it was just funny. Like Mason's camp got in trouble because they had a rival hot dog eating contest. Yeah, and he was really mad when they lost. It was awesome. It's fake. Yeah. Yeah, but there's a huge crowd, so it's like, it's sort of like, yeah, there was some like, ethics and values playing out like in this very funny system and like watching who won and who didn't. It was like there's a lot of like good values that won out as a result. Uh-uh. Wow. Huh. Interesting. It's like sign of the times, like precursor. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Huh? Oh, Dylan. Yeah.
Everyone's going up in here. Sabella's gonna go right after you. We're gonna go into lunch.
Okay.
You can start up at say 10 minutes and go till 1.
Go
And then
till one.
Sabella will go from 1 to 1:30.
Oh, okay. Great.
Unless you're happy to start now, you can start right away. It's up to you.
I'm okay waiting. If you think there are a few more, yeah, I'll wait.
Tell some jokes.
Uh, I think I know you have a really good bit you could do. Yeah, that was why I paused. I was like, I don't know any.
He's gonna go till 1, and then Sabella's gonna go start right now. It'll be better up here.
Thank y'all for coming. There's a lot going on. Y'all ready? Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about intelligent connection, exploring the therapy and future of therapy and AI. There we go. And if you don't mind, if we could all just take maybe 3 breaths together, if that feels okay. It'll be great for me and hopefully great for you. So just take a deep breath in and out. One more. And one more. All right, thank you. Okay, so here's why this matters. Basically, demand for mental health therapy keeps going up. It's pretty expensive and very inaccessible. It's really hard for people to find a good therapist. And so, as AI has been kind of coming out of the scene, it's allowed for some really interesting opportunities and risks. So, I'm really curious about how these two systems are going to intersect and hopefully co-evolve. So, we're going to explore that together. And I'd like to thank Mitch, Tina, Dylan, and Corey, dear friends who have inspired me to be more authentic and earnest. And yeah, they're all super funny and super sweet. So thank you. All right. And what I'm really curious about is how we can co-evolve as these technologies innovate. A little bit about me. Got 3 things kind of going that sort of intersect. I started this directory, starting as a directory, and we'll see where it goes, but it's called Caring Practitioner Circle. It's basically me and a bunch of my practitioner friends all on one website so that we can have a link that we can share around. And we have like a chat that we do, but just excited to see how that can maybe continue to evolve with AI and hopefully make it easier for them to be practitioners and for prospective clients to connect with them and save people a lot of trouble. I'm also the director of people at NOLA AI. Mitch brought me on board about a year and a half ago to just kind of be there for the relational side of the company, and it's been a great honor and a privilege to work with Mitch and Corey on this very cool project. I also have a retreat company called Beyond Retreats. So I think that basically sums it up. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it a little later in the presentation, but essentially it's a retreat company that it's experiential retreats in nature is basically it. And so a lot of them I do are sort of one-on-one, but I've ran small groups with different themes. Like we did one on death and dying for helping people remember their lost loved ones. We've done men's retreats. We've done a few practitioner retreats. And yeah, it's been really great. And we talk about Beyond Retreats and Moonshadow Practitioners Retreat, which was out in Abita Springs on Tina's land. And first year we had 30 practitioners. Second year we had 50. So it was a really great group and good time to connect with each other in very authentic ways. So a little bit about me. I was raised by my mother, who is a NICU nurse, and my father, who is a professor of social work. And so practitioner blood is flowing through my body. And yeah, a lot of what has motivated me, one challenging thing that I experienced in my 20s was that my mother died. And I had all these questions about why it all happened. And I think one big reason was she did a really great job of caring for other people, but it was often very hard for her to take that time to care for herself. And so a lot of her life and her legacy has motivated me in some really big ways. So the pig and spider, I didn't realize this at the time, but it's very Charlotte's Web. I really like archetypes. I really like symbols. I really like animals and how we resonate and relate to them and how they relate to different aspects of our personality. And what I really like about these 2 symbols, the pig, at least on its sort of light side is very grounded and earthy and touchy and compassionate, and the spider is always weaving very intricate webs. And I really like spiders in mythology too, because they're often the web weavers, the storytellers, the tricksters, and they're always very sort of clever in the way that they move through the world. So, and we'll come back to them a little later. So, why AI now? 1 in 4 adults experience mental illness every year. That's just the ones that are sort of well documented. About half of those needing treatment never receive it. So it's a pretty big demand. A lot of barriers, like I said, cost, stigma, provider shortage. And the hope is that AI can extend access. So I thought this was interesting. There's about 1 therapist every 320 people. A good caseload for therapists is like 15 to maybe 25 a week if they're really working their butt off. So there's a very high demand, and those therapists that are working those long hours tend to get pretty burnt out. And so looking for ways to assist them in different ways, I think, could be a really great thing. So briefly, just talking about where like AI chatbots are going right now. There's one called Therabot that reduced anxiety and depression for mild to moderate cases. But and I'll get to this. It's great, and there's a lot of therapy modalities that are a bit shorter, lighter, and it sort of mimics the sort of effects that you'll see with solution-focused therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy, some of these that are a little bit more behaviorally minded and habit-related. Before I get to that, so they created this scale, Digital Therapeutic Alliance. It's basically, in therapy, they talk about the therapeutic alliance a lot. It's the relationship and the quality of the relationship between the therapist and the client. But this is the digital aspect of that. So they're sort of assessing these bots and how effective they are at these factors. So availability, flexibility, emotional experiences, goals and tasks, and openness. And so it's about how well this bot can match trust, collaboration, and emotional connection. But what it can't do very well yet is identify crisis cues. And if you've been paying attention to the news, there's been some really big cases where they're not really doing a great job. ChatGPT and some of these other big ones, they're not deterring some of these things like psychosis. It can sometimes amplify it because it's telling you what you want to hear, being very sycophantic, and also like suicide. I remember hearing one story where somebody was talking about their suicidal thoughts and then asked, like, what are the top 5 tallest bridges in New York, you know? So it's like, it's not catching these things, and it's not offering some deep empathy and understanding. It's also not human. So a lot of ways in which when people are going through really big emotional turmoil, it is not doing what we would hope it would. There's even like a key legal issue that I'm not sure where it is exactly in its legal proceedings, but this mother of this 16-year-old boy is suing OpenAI because basically the AI kind of encouraged or did not deter this kid from killing himself. And so there's a lot of these cases that keep coming out, and OpenAI has sort of tried to respond to it. They've had 170 plus clinicians trying to reduce unsafe or non-compliant mental health responses, and they claim it's better. It's reducing them by 65 to 80%. And they also included something called emotional reliance detection, where they're trying to see how attached people are getting to some of these AI bots. And I think recently they changed their policies where they're now saying it's not offering tailored legal or medical advice, only general information. So they've made some attempts to sort of remedy some of these problems, but it's a huge company. There's tons of other, like Gemini and Claude and all these others, but there's so many cases that are probably not being reported, and so we'll see where it all goes. But it definitely is causing me a little bit of I don't want to say anxiety, but frustration about like how these technologies are being used, and what little is being done. So yeah, my hope is that AI will assist, not replace, and that you'll still have some kind of human involvement in this whole process. But who knows, like what it'll look like in 6 months to 3 years. So that's why we're here to talk about what that could look like. This is pretty self-explanatory. So what I'm sort of advocating for, and a lot of people, is basically not just smarter and kinder, but wiser, and a system that can challenge rather than just glaze, as Zoomers like to say, and to actually be more intentional about how it cares, exercising safety and restraint, and also understanding context and just the vast complexity of human life, which we haven't figured out yet. So, yeah. And I'm very thankful to Corey Kowal back there. He has been super helpful in helping me sort of flesh out these ideas. He's a wealth of information and has a very unique and dynamic perspective that I'm very grateful that he set aside some time just to have some nice, long, interesting conversations. So I wanted to give him some credit and quote him down here. The danger is that AI becomes a sycophant, always telling people what they want to hear instead of what they need. So here's some ways that I think AI can be super helpful to therapists now and in the near future. Documentation and summaries, it's really good at that. Intake navigation, which is a huge problem for most therapists, is just like, how do you find the right clients that match really well with your personality and style? And how do you get people onboarded in an effective way? Because I've had lots of clients that tell me, this paperwork took me a long time, or this is really challenging. And if you could make systems that are a bit more effective at retrieving good information in a way that's more engaging, I think that you'd have just a higher quality of care for everyone all around. Also, I think it's great for 24/7 interfacing, where if you want like some help with skills that you're working on, or you're going through a stressful situation and it's 3 a.m. in the morning, like it'd be really great if there was some kind of system that allows you to interface with it. If you're therapist and you are meeting on a Friday and you need help on a Tuesday night, like it's nice to have that added level of care. So what I think would be really great is that there's some great symbiosis where clients gain access, continuity, personalization, and therapists hopefully gain some time, insight, and feedback. So here's Beyond Retreats. This is our last retreat. It was incredible. It was fun. One thing that I'm thinking a lot about is how can therapists and other practitioners differentiate themselves or be sort of relevant, really? And I think a big one is, intimate human experiences where you get to experience a lot of what it means to be human in a natural environment and engage in a lot of embodiment practices and deep connection. I could see it kind of trending in a direction where, people stay inside, talk to computers all day, and maybe not get all their needs met. And so I'm a big advocate for like trying to look for giving people opportunities to feel into their humanity. So, and with Caring Practitioner Circle, as I was speaking about earlier, I wanted to create a platform where all of my friends and I, and eventually more practitioners that kind of align with the mission and vision, can come on board, and we can sort of figure out this AI space together. And so I'm really excited to see where it all goes. I did like a short Google form where I asked them a bunch of questions, qualitative and quantitative. So here's some of the results. So as you can see, I asked them how excited they were about AI and integrating into their therapy world, how worried they were, how curious, and how prepared. And this is out of 5. So they're, 2 out of 5 on excitement, 3 out of 5 on worry. They're a little bit more curious than they are worried, and they don't feel very prepared. This is like an N of 9, so just keep that in mind. But I got some really good qualitative feedback too, which I'm going to share. So my friend Paul was worried about economic erosion, sort of a race to the financial bottom. You have places like these big platforms like BetterHelp that are like, how can we, you know, make it really affordable, but you're going to be talking to your therapist through a chat feature, and you're only going to meet them, 30 minutes every week. So there's less contact and maybe some diluted sort of therapeutic alliance just based on what the platform offers. Also, they don't pay their therapists very well. Therapeutic substitution, where machines are simulating empathy without that lived attunement. So I found that some of the most deeply meaningful connections I've made with clients is when I've shared something personal about myself that's relevant to what they're going through. That's not really something a computer can do, and it can be very moving if done effectively. Also, another thing is just manipulation, sort of like leaning people to one way or another based on what companies might be affiliated, or it could be a whole range of things where these different companies may not have the same vested interest in the growth and flourishing of that particular individual. And also people getting really dependent and losing some of their creative edge because they're not really engaging with themselves or other people in ways that allow them to grow. So those are some of the fears of therapists and practitioners. Hopes is administrative relief. Smarter matching tools, sort of goodness of fit stuff, I think is like something I'm very excited about, curious about, because the intake process can be quite arduous as a therapist, but also really challenging for prospective clients. Educational access, like I talked about, and then training enhancement. So like up and coming practitioners having the ability to simulate real world conversations with clients without worrying if they're gonna, have some bad result. They can practice with these like different technologies. Just a few more kind of cloudy type things where they're afraid they're going to lose connection, job threat, bias, burnout, and then their hope is access, efficiency, precision, and innovation. So I could see it transforming just about everything about therapy, my hope, but I'm open to what the future holds, that it doesn't totally, make us null and void. But I think that like being really authentic and emphasizing that human connection and experiences is like a really, really great thing. Something humans are very great at when they're not too overwhelmed or stressed. I also think that having some kind of AI technologies built into some of these systems, and I talked about this with Corey a lot, is these computers are getting really good and they can observe things that we can't. So like how can we take all of this data that's coming in from all these different sources and inform the way that we show up as practitioners? Yeah, so I'm really advocating for interdependence in a very ethical way. And here's some of the conversation me and Corey had. Basically machine intelligence is the best psychometric tool we've ever had. And one thing that he talked about that I thought was really cool is like thermal imaging software could be a really great way of like sort of an advanced polygraph kind of thing. It could detect stress levels and infer a lot about where humans are at based on a lot of things that are hard to observe in person or over video. Another thing is, this one I think is really cool. I'm sort of imagining like new and better personality inventories based on huge data sets where you can sort of aggregate things and really sort of like position people in different categories, not to put them into boxes, but to really kind of understand themes and maybe recognize patterns and help create better treatments. Because right now a lot of it is just like, the DSM, I don't know if anything's changed in recent years, but a lot of it is just like a bunch of psychiatrists getting together and deciding like, what are we going to call this thing that we saw, and like kind of put them in a particular category. And I know I'm being a little reductive, but it'd be nice to have so much more data that is available to us, synthesized in a way that allows us to have a better understanding of the human condition and then how to better help people, get better. So yeah, let me see. Yeah, and then extrapolated volition. This is something I kind of just barely understand, but basically that you're not just understanding what people do, but what they would want if they are operating in a high degree of wisdom and self-awareness. So, like one example might be sort of understanding and identifying sort of like maybe like turning your house 5 degrees cooler at night might improve your mood or something like that, but like sort of like an ecosystemic approach where you can look at not just the therapeutic relationship and going deep into somebody's trauma or problems or whatever, but you can sort of like help them adjust the dials in their life in some really meaningful and easy ways that allow them to be more more present, more reflective humans. So yeah. So one vision that Corey and I were talking about is sort of thinking of human beings and therapists in particular starting to help shape these the architect the systems around people rather than it just be about that individual relationship or that group relationship or whatever it happens to be. And also recognizing that humans have a lot of bias and therapists are by no means outside of that. So to kind of recognize the human biases inherent in every interaction that we have, I think is really important. And being able to create systems where people could exist in adaptive environments where maybe like these little tweaks here and there in their immediate environment could actually have some pretty big impacts and might not even involve therapy for some of these things. So yeah, just being really open to helping humans get better in whatever way, shape, or form that takes. So, yeah. So this is just kind of my own thoughts, but like what I think could be suboptimal implementation would be total independence where you have an autonomous practitioner and an isolated system, totally separate. And then codependence where you would have a system where people are over-reliant on these AI systems and you're dependent on this algorithm. So what I'm advocating for is something I like to refer to a lot as interdependence, where you have an augmented practitioner and a collaborative agent all supporting this work that is going to happen with a client. So yeah, basically kind of keeping empathy front and center. AI would support the structure and reach, and together they sort of hang between, which I really like that interdependence means to hang between. So yeah, you got the spider, precise and oriented, the pig, emotional and grounded. So intelligence and empathy kind of coming together, making a more robust, resilient, and compassionate system. So that's what I got. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Open to any questions. I've asked if it's hyper technical. Corey may be the one. I might kind of defer to him, but open to hear comments, questions, whatever y'all want to talk about. How much time do we have left?
You got a few minutes for questions for sure.
Great. Okay. Yes.
I read a book years ago called The General Theory of Love by two psychologists and a psychiatrist out of, I think, at UCLA. And they said there's no gold standard for what therapy is. You know,
Mm-hmm.
to be goal oriented. But they came to the conclusion that what eventually happens is that the client actually gets new inputs from the therapist,
Mm-hmm.
and that you become more like the therapist that you are with.
Yeah, like modeling.
What really makes the difference is love, and they also based it on a study, the truck driver study. Do you remember that one?
Yeah,
Where they
it's good.
were trying to prove which group therapy was most effective, Rogerian or Gestalt or cognitive behavioral, and they threw in a truck driver as a control.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of 8 weeks, the truck driver's group did the best. And so they thought, oh no, we've got this extraordinary guy. And they ran him through a battery of tests. And in the end, they
good question. I lean towards no, but I'm open to hearing what other people have to say.
If you're imprinting, then you're imprinting
Yeah,
on it.
got some hands.
Suggest that the woman in the front is bigoted.
That say what?
That you are bigoted against machine cunning.
What do you think
You're
I am?
questioning the notion that love could be enjoined by things other than our species is uh,
Oh, I think it's
disgusting.
not species specific. This book actually talks about how dogs and humans help to imprint.
Right, right. So why would we preclude machines from love?
You know what I was thinking? As we were talking, I was thinking, man, I wish I had something that would help my clients know when their blood sugar was low, or if something that would monitor their negative self-talk out loud. So I could see using a machine that way, but I'm talking about love. I've never.
What, so if you say it funny, that means something?
It means, yeah, it means like
It
if
means
you could tell
bullshit.
it's a
It's
joke, but
bullshit.
can a machine?
Well, Corey, what do you when you give people a little bit more of an understanding of your perspective so that we have a better understanding?
How are we to preclude any other animated object from participating in some categorical incorporation of things other than the self? That's preposterous. Like your TV actually attends to your needs, but not by means of its own volition. But that's just because it's not an autonomous agent. You can once you add that property to a system, it ceases to convey the intent of the designer and starts to convey its own intent in these things. So assuming
opposed to, like,
that doesn't qualify as love is it's like a Copernican model. You know, it's very egocentric and very uninformed.
Yeah, my guess is over time it'll be that question will keep coming up, and we'll have to sort of explore that. You know, as these systems they come more online in different ways. That I think that's what I really like about sci-fi, and then like all these different speculations and considering what is love and thinking about it through all these different lenses. So I'm really curious and excited, a little scared, but also like, yes.
Yeah, you touched on this a little bit, and obviously AI's potential to data crunch and see patterns is really excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about like maybe just turning the heat down is going to
Mm-hmm.
help you feel better or whatever. But have you thought about linking different like your medical doctor's data? I mean, obviously
Yeah.
you have permissions, right? I'm speculating, but
Yeah.
Could you use break out of just sort of therapeutical services
Totally.
to kind of get a more holistic
Totally.
and use AI there?
Yeah.
And maybe come up with whole new.
Yeah, yeah, and that's part of the reason why I like the term caring practitioner, because the way I kind of think about it is it's anyone that cares as part of their vocation, and so like doctors, therapists, nurses, uh, even like massage therapists, sound healers. I've seen so many people use their different gifts and skills to care for people in all these different ways, and I really like it when they talk to each other and each system kind of informs the other. And that's part of the reason why I liked the practitioners retreat is you had people with their letters behind their name or in front of their name with people that didn't, and they all learned something new from each other, and they maybe learned about how to be more embodied or think about music in a different way, and like it's like the whole human condition but with a very shared intention. So, and I love the idea of unifying these systems in ways that benefit the individual and the group. Yeah, Mitch.
So I guess one thing that I think about a lot, and it's probably because like so many other humans, almost like addicted to it, is that
Mm-hmm.
basically, to me, a lot of us, and maybe almost all of us, are sort of wrapped into our phones and
Yeah.
social media in a way that is, I think, probably terribly unhealthy.
Yeah. I think about like behaviorism, which is a big uh, psychotherapeutic phenomenon, and how much of that looks very similar to um, like going to the casino and just like training people in different ways with rewards and stuff. Um, I also I heard somebody on a podcast saying that they heard, so this is kind of too out, but that like Netflix executive was like, our biggest competitor is sleep, and that like really unsettled me. Like that all these big tech companies they just want eyes and they want money, and so I would really love if we designed more intelligent systems that weren't trying to train us so much as to help us become better humans. So yeah. Any other questions or comments?
I just have one comment. I don't know if any of you in this room have done this, but I would encourage you to do so. You get so there's actually a human element in AI. So what I've done on the side for fun and weird is actually train large language models, and I've done psychiatry ones where they want people that have that kind of background. So your output is actually being fed by humans like me,
Mm-hmm.
coding and typing and correcting and writing love stories. And I actually had to come up with this story about this lady, if she got to die or if she got to be basically her brain put in some kind of machine and never die or something. I
Mm-hmm.
had to write the story. So a lot of what you are getting is not a machine that's like back here majestically coming up with some type of an output. It's actually human beings. And
Mm-hmm.
so for you to wonder if love could come out, potentially yes, because it's human beings putting their
Yeah.
emotion and their feedback into those systems.
That's really interesting because I made reservations at I think it was a Royal Sonesta, and I noticed that the languaging was a little off. So I asked the person, "Hope you're not offended, but I'm wondering if you're AI or if you're real human beings," and it acknowledged it was AI. So we had a conversation, and at the very end, I said, "Wow, you really sound pretty human to me," and he said, "Thank you. You have just melted my circuits." And it was a joke. And I thought, well, isn't that the coolest thing? That I'm laughing at a human-like, and we had a human-like interaction.
Right.
So
Mm.
you're responsible for this?
Well,
You just
I do them.
Mm.
Yes, I was on set. No, I'm not on set. But I always tell people that just to remember that there's such a large human element
That's a great
in
point.
large language models and AI and robotic. I mean, there's not just some intelligence that happens to determine these things.
Hmm.
So one of the things you were talking about suicide,
Yeah.
I actually had to train Meta
Mm-hmm.
to not give medical advice
Yeah.
and how to deter it, and give proper responses when people would ask about suicide and things like that. So these are human beings
Yeah.
that are teaching these systems. So the more people are giving of themselves to train, the better these systems will be, and the better they'll be for everyone. And they're doing their best, as far as I can see, to make that a positive thing. They don't win if somebody commits suicide. I mean,
Right.
so yeah, there's human beings trying to make it better. It's not just computers.
That's a good point. Thank you all.
Andy from the T Row.
Hey, now, it was good to see you, man. I just retired. Yeah, yesterday was my last day. Today is Wednesday. Today's my first day. Retired.
Is that good?
Yeah, almost there.
Really?
I'm still I'm done with corporate right now. I had to get away.
Hey guys.
Take care.
How is everybody doing? All right. So while I get set up, I'm just going to give a little bit of background as to what I'm doing. This talk's going to be a little unapologetically messy, right? But more so just an overview of a lot of the things that I feel is kind of important to understand, but also like conceptualize about the landscape of artificial intelligence. This will be a little technical. There's going to be a little bit of code and everything. But I want to kind of have the landscape of the talk be able to be kind of followed by anyone who is passionate about artificial intelligence, passionate about the landscape of artificial intelligence, and passionate about understanding the field. Let me see if I can plug in. Nice. All right, so for anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Sabello Jupiter, right? I'm a data scientist, machine learning engineer, New Orleanian, right? I've been working in the field for quite a few years. And really, I think I spend a lot of my time trying to understand as I build models. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go. There we go. There we go. Right, okay, so yeah, so I spend a lot of my time studying. These are, right now, my 3 favorite textbooks. Anybody who knows me knows that I am very, very passionate about textbooks. And I carry them around everywhere. I love them. But, you know, there's one thing that's really interesting about textbooks when it comes to artificial intelligence in particular. Because, you know, the field of artificial intelligence from almost an academic perspective really has quite a specific, dense number of key players. And one thing that's really cool is that each of them has written a textbook, right? And, you know, these really influential figures kind of have these like presentations of their perspective of the field as this like overarching perspective that you can interact with. So one person who wrote a very famous textbook is this guy named Richard Sutton, right? Who knows Richard Sutton? Incredible, right? So do you guys know Richard Sutton won the Turing Award, I think, last year, right? And he won it along with an individual by the last name of Bardo. And he won it effectively for his textbook on reinforcement learning and for the information that came. So, you know, when you learn about reinforcement learning, you know, you learn about Q learning, you learn about Markov chains, you learn about policies, et cetera, et cetera. These concepts were presented in his famous textbook. So he did an interview with this guy, Dwarkesh Patel. Does anybody know Dwarkesh Patel? Do you guys watch his podcast? Anybody has seen the podcast with Sutton and Dwarkesh? All right. Yeah. So really incredible. So Dwarkesh Patel is really interesting too. He's a young guy, right? And he's kind of fresh in the field. And he's very, very knowledgeable, right? And that's one of the things that makes his podcast so attractive to people who are attracted to understanding artificial intelligence, is that, you know, he's able to ask these really, really deep questions to his guests, right? So I was really excited when I found out he was going to be interviewing Sutton, right? Because you have Richard Sutton, effectively the founder of reinforcement learning, right? And Dwarkesh Patel, who is leading the technical charge of this current state of artificial intelligence. And, you know, we can kind of watch them interact and, you know, kind of ask questions from this kind of old guard of artificial intelligence. You know, AI's been existing since 1956, right? You know, the conference at Dartmouth that kind of started the field and made the landscape that we are existing in today. And Sutton is part of the development of that. And then, you have Dwarkesh Patel, who's kind of leading the development of the current perspective. And the thing that made that particular podcast so interesting is that it was kind of a disaster, right? And a lot of videos were made in response talking about this podcast. It's been talked about for the past month and a half, I think, because these two individuals just kind of talked past each other, right? This was a criticism. They weren't really able to effectively communicate. And that's kind of interesting, right? And the primary reason, if you saw it, was that they were using these terms, right? Terms that we've been hearing for the past 3 days. Terms like agents, terms like models, terms like learning. If you were here for Corey's presentation, he used terms like percept sequences. And there's this interesting thing now where these terms, a lot of people don't know, terms like intelligent agent, et cetera, these have existed for decades. These concepts have existed for decades and have been conceptualized for decades. But, right now we're in this interesting era, interesting period where this is kind of the first time that a lot of these concepts have been materialized, right? And we're watching that happen, when we're watching a lot of the theoretical ideas actually come to play where, a lot of people are theorizing how you can generate images and have models learn and interact with each other. And they're actually happening. But one thing that's happened now that we exist in this era is that a lot of these terms have had these slight redefinitions and slight new ways of being thought about. So when I go to conferences, it's kind of interesting when I talk to other people, and they kind of will respond. They'll kind of be this thing. I'll use terms and they'll use terms, and certain things will be interchanged. Like ideas about machine learning and machine learning and LLMs. Those are basically the same thing. What is a model? What makes a model an agent? Et cetera, et cetera. And one thing that you notice, I think, when you watch that is for people like Sutton, these terms are very well defined to them. And kind of in this current era, we kind of view a lot of these terms as more business ideas, right? Agent workflow. What is that really? To someone like Sutton, that's a very specific thing, right? So what's the effectiveness of trying to understand that, right? I believe that when you try to understand and unify how people like Sutton think and how people like Patel think, which I would imagine a lot of us are kind of people like Patel, how can we use this? How can I use this for my business? How can I improve my workflow? How can I improve my business process workflow, right? You actually, if you really understand these classic concepts and where they came from and where these architectures came from, I think you'll be able to be like, wow, wait, a lot of these problems that I've been experiencing trying to integrate agents into my system, trying to train models properly, have been solved kind of decades ago, right? So in classic kind of me fashion, I want to represent these different schools of thought with these textbooks, right? So I want to kind of exemplify the Sutton perspective with one of my favorite textbooks right here. Stuart Russell and Peter Norvig's AI and Modern Approach, right? So I think this is kind of a legendary book. Peter Norvig is now working at Google and has been for quite a couple of decades, and he's been leading that research. And this book is effectively where the term agent and agentic workflow was integrated into artificial intelligence. And the idea and definition of AI as the study of intelligent agents kind of started with this book. This is the 2016 edition. This book's been around since, I believe, the 70s. And one thing that's really interesting is that this is updated. It has neural network elements and everything. But it's, you know, a lot of it is not that different. A lot of it is kind of pretty much the same, you know. And what's so interesting is that, you know, even though back then we didn't really look at neural network implementations as, oh, you know, this is definitely the key to understanding and utilizing artificial intelligence, you were able to, they did understand at a high level what an artificial intelligent agent was supposed to look like and how it was supposed to work and how it was supposed to interact with its environment, right? And a lot of the times, you know, you look at these big companies, a lot of the ways that they're able to solve a lot of their problems is yes, scale, yes, money, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of the times they have people working at their companies that understand the solved forms of these issues and problems that we tend to deal with. So I'm just going to go through here. So for the modern view, I actually don't have the physical textbook, but for the modern view, I have this book. Has anybody read AI Engineering by Chip Wynn? Beautiful book. If you want to understand a complete guide to the modern terms, right? For people who might not be super attracted to a lot of complex mathematical equations, unlike, you know, me and a lot of the people in this room. If you want to understand fine tuning, if you want to understand RLHF, if you want to understand how to build agents from a modern perspective, I think this book, to me, is the best. And it really gives a really good framework and understanding of kind of effectively how to do best practice RAG, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do here is kind of look at a lot of these terms and unify it with a lot of these terms, right? And so these terms in school too might be a slight bit unfamiliar to some of you, maybe a little more familiar to certain ones, but these are the kind of things that somebody who's been working in artificial intelligence for decades might be familiar with. Yesterday, you might have noticed Corey utilized the term percept and percept sequences, you know, wisdom, et cetera, et cetera. Because, you know, you can kind of tell he's been around this industry for a really long time. But, you know, the most interesting terms, I think, are the ones that kind of have stayed and been reformatted. So reasoning is one. Reasoning is something that is going over quite a bit in AI, a modern approach. And in the artificial intelligence space, reasoning has a very, very specific definition, right? Reasoning models have a very specific definition. You know, they're models that utilize foundational philosophical and theoretical logic. And they were made with programming languages that directly implemented a lot of logical axiomatic thought, because the idea was that would be the solution to a lot of the artificial intelligence problems that we're dealing with, right? So yeah. Kind of what I think I want to push back against is this idea that, you know, we have the old ways of thinking about artificial intelligence and they're all outdated and they're all, you know, what we're doing now is kind of what's working. I think what I want to say is, you know, what we're doing now is based upon all of that. You know, this hasn't gone away. This is underpinning everything that we're doing, even if we don't realize it. And when we can recognize that, we can effectively make systems that will actually solve a lot of the problems that we deal with today. So this was something I wanted to kind of simply explain, because I think a lot of people feel like artificial intelligence is a field that is kind of amorphous. When you study biology, you study life. When you study neurology, you study neurons. When you study AI, you're studying intelligent agents, right? Something that is made very clear when you read Russell and Norvig, right? Right, so what is an agent? An agent perceives its environment through sensors and acts upon that environment through actuators, right? An example of agents are us, right? We are agents, we are intelligent agents. Our sensors are our senses. We touch, we feel, we see, and that's how we interact with our environment. But we act upon our environment through actuators. My actuators are my fingers. My actuators are my vocal cords that produce action that affects the environment around me. And so, we pursue goals in order to cause that to happen, right? So we model agents through this concept of an agent function, right? So the agent function takes in percept sequences and produces actions, right? Returns actions. So the percept sequence can be any object or concept of perception, right? For us, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing all of you. This is a percept. And my entire history of perception, or a piece of that history, is a percept sequence, right? And so, I think, something people might say is, wow, everything that happened in my life led up to this moment, right? That's something that, you might hear a college student might say, right? They are kind of, in a way, relating to this percept sequence of their life and theorizing that, in order to get to the current moment, they needed this entire sequence, which has this temporal dimension. That is arguably untrue. Maybe all you needed was the very last moment, the last second in order to get where you are today. In order for me to walk up these stairs, did I really need my entire life to get to these stairs? Maybe, or maybe I just needed the stair right before me, right? And so, that kind of relates to this concept of a Markov chain, right? In a way, when you look at Markov chains and Markov processes, that kind of says, hey, I don't think it's that complicated. All you need in order to get to certain moments is the moment right before it. But I might be getting ahead of myself. So I wanted to show, for people who are kind of looking for practicality, this is a Pythonic implementation of this base agent, right? What is a base agent? That's basically the most abstract representation of what Russell and Norvig theorized. You take in a percept sequence, and then you produce an action, right? So for us, percepts are what we're seeing, but for an agent of business process automation, that could be anything. That could be the prompt that an agent receives from a actor, right? That can be, for example, if you had a social media agent, the social media agent responds to comments, right? Let's say for some kind of online, you want a review moderator, and you receive bad reviews. Your product receives bad reviews. This is kind of a question for the audience so that I understand kind of where we're at. Would you guys think that what for a agent that responds to bad reviews? What would be a percept for that agent? More like, what is that agent sensing? What is that agent? What would be what would be examples of things that would come into that agent's mind that agent had to evaluate? Great, number of stars, right? What's interesting about and text also is a really perfect example. I think what's really important to understand about those examples is that, the percept for that agent are all reviews, right? It's everything, It's not just bad reviews. The agent has, in order for an agent to respond to bad reviews, it has to see all reviews. What's up?
Does it also need to know the mood?
I think it depends on the agent.
Because like a bad review, it could be the right review. The movie might have been bad.
Right.
So if the agent, you can't just take the review in isolation. You have to say like maybe it was a good review of a bad movie.
And I think that's the thing, right? I think that nothing the agent takes can be in isolation, right? The agent has to be able to receive enough of its environment to be able to delineate its environment, to be able to categorize and sort through and understand its environment, right? And so when we design agents, this is what we're doing. Regardless of what, this is a big point of mine, regardless of whether we know it or not, this is what we're doing when we design agents. Regardless of whether we're talking about percepts or percept sequences, regardless of if we understand these terminologies, we're still doing this. When you design an agentic workflow for your business process automation, this is what you're doing. But one thing that is available to you is this wealth of frameworks and architectures. And when you understand this language, the language that Sutton speaks, the language that Mr. Corey speaks, the language that Dustin speaks, the language that a lot of people in this room speak, you're able to gain access to a lot of solutions to problems that you didn't understand. And I'm always really shocked by people who own businesses, who have businesses with .ai, we're Wood.ai, we make agentic solutions for wood. I'm like, okay, whatever that means, and people are building these and using these terms that have existed for a really, really, really long time, but kind of not understanding the depth of them. And that's okay. Everybody doesn't have to need to know everything about everything, but a lot of the things that people are trying to innovate solutions for, they exist. They're out there, and all we need to do is kind of understand the terminology that gets us there. So what this is, this base agent class, I wanted to show that, these quote unquote, a lot of people talk about how things are theoretical. I wanted to show, how easy it is to implement. But I really, with this, I kind of wanted to make sure that for anybody who codes, I wanted to make this look kind of familiar, right? And, kind of understand that, a lot of you guys have made this. And if you've written in Python and written in agent before, you've probably made this before, whether you used LangChain, whether you used PyTorch, whether you did it from the ground up, whether you used DSPy, right? You probably have done this in a way, you might have called it signatures, you might have called whatever, but, you didn't realize kind of so let me switch for a second here. And like I said, this is unapologetically messy, right? So I want to switch to kind of, this is the digital representation of this textbook that I have down here. And this is, we're going to zoom past the AI history section, which actually might be my favorite section of the whole textbook. But, if you never read through the entire 1,100-page book that we have, I don't know if anybody ever has any extra time. One thing that I do think is really worth is, if there's only a little bit of the book you want to read, I think chapter 1 and 2. And I think it would be shocking. You got it's like 80 pages, right? Chapters 1 and 2. And I think you guys would be shocked by just reading that little bit, how deeply you're able to understand a lot of these concepts. And you're like, wait a minute, I've been dealing with this problem in my business for years. I've been trying to code this problem. I'm a lead data scientist, blah, 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 blah. And I've been trying to, all of a sudden, what you're provided is right here. Kind of everything in this chapter. Oh, here, let me zoom back. Everything in this chapter kind of leads up, I think, to chapter 2.4, right? Where they talk about the structure of agents. And what they do is they they provide for you 4 base agentic structures that all other agent structures in the rest of the book are kind of built off of. So this is articulated. Uh-oh. There we go. There we go. Yes. So this is articulated as an agent program, right? So what you're seeing here is at the start, what they conceptualize as the simplest version of an agent, which is a table-driven agent. And a lot of us can kind of recognize that through a lot of the data frames that we deal with, from pandas or I guess nowadays everybody's using polars, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, let's see. Thank you for mentioning that. So yeah, but I don't want to spend too, because I don't have too much time. But so here we go. These 4 agents, I think, are kind of the what they kind of implementize as like the baseline architecture for pretty much every agent that we build as we move forward. And the entire book provides these amazing conceptions of a lot of these agents and a lot of the ways that you can implement it and a lot of the ways that you can integrate a lot of these concepts. So for a simple reflex agent, people are probably familiar with condition action rules. They kind of conceptualize this from a rule-based system perspective. Okay, you receive a rule action, and they would think that the programmer would implement this using simple if-else statements or if-then statements, right? A lot of us, and so a lot of people who are kind of familiar with the history of artificial intelligence think about rule-based systems and they're like, oh, that's that stuff that they were doing in the ancient times back during when Prince was coming out with albums and blah, blah, blah. But we do this, right? When we integrate LLMs, a lot of the agentic workflows that we develop are rule-based agents, or really reflex agents is the proper terminology. And the condition action rules is just when I receive a bad review, then this is the action. And if I receive any review other than a bad review, then the action is a non-response or what have you. So I think this is kind of something interesting that they kind of delve into a little later. Is the lack of a response from an agent is an action in and of itself. So when you say, okay, if something happens, then you're going to do this, implicitly you have this contrapositive where if nothing happens, then if that thing that we're looking for doesn't happen, the action is nothing, right? And understanding that allows you to kind of be like, well, now that you recognize that at every instance, at every reception of a percept, right, you produce some kind of action, then that makes you, as the programmer and the designer and the architect, a little more aware of, okay, well, is that really what I want? if I am trying to track bad reviews, and do I really want to totally discount anything of the negative, right? Do I want to log certain information so that I can send it to some kind of other program and keep in tune with what is going on and keep track of this sequence of perception so that if I build a model, build a multi-agent system, then they can properly interact with things a little more better. It kind of brings certain things to your attention, and then you can kind of expand to model-based agents, right? So I don't want to spend too much time on this because I don't know how much time I have, but as you see, the concept of the program kind of expands, right? So now you kind of have this model of the world. Yeah.
Before you move on, there's kind of the point there that you shouldn't throw away data that you think is not relevant, because it's important to pay attention to data and its potential relevance.
Absolutely.
So you could say like, I rather than pre-filtering, say this is a piece of data that I don't think is relevant.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But the thing is, right, it's up to your view of relevance as the programmer, right?
But even the idea that the agent should have a relevance meter is part of the agent. The agent needs to
Absolutely. Absolutely. And these methodologies of implementation, something like a relevance meter, Russell and Norvig would categorize that as a sensor, right? And so, understanding, that you're implementing data, right? So, one thing that's interesting about this architecture that you're seeing is that there's all of this intra-processing within the agent, right? So you see all of these nodes that exist inside of the agent that are that data is passing through each other, right? So your sensors are collecting data, and the data gets transferred to these different portions of the agent. I think one thing as AI engineers we understand is that the LLM is not the agent, right? The LLM is one of these nodes inside of the agent, right? And how we conceptualize the boundary of the agent and what is contained in the agent allows us to properly design and architect the system, right? So data comes in, so Rick, when you're talking about, how do we, you have this sensor that is now taking in data inside the agent's environment, recognizing, okay, how do I want to keep this large portion of data inside the agent and have the LLM have quick access to it, or do I want to send it back to the external environment, whether that be our cloud, right? Whether some Azure container, what have you, these are the kind of architectural decisions that we're now more aware of when we understand these agent architectures, right?
So I'm thinking like this is where assigning a verbosity importance to it becomes extremely important.
Interesting. Can you expand on that?
So it's like, is that information important, and how could you score that to be important?
Okay.
And so having that plus what you have could actually help make it to where it could make the decision on like, should I use that or not?
Interesting.
So the thing that's popping in my head is like in measurement theory, you might have a triple beam balance.
Mm-hmm.
That's your thing that you want to weigh on it, but something, you have metadata about the balance, and you
Right.
know that it has some standard deviation. It's not
Right.
going to be perfect. That's why we do repeated measurements in science, is so that we can average out those measurements and reduce error across repeated measurements. And so if an agent has a sensor, there's metadata that the agent has. The LLM can maybe help us understand what that is, but the sensor
Exactly. Yeah.
we have confidence intervals
Yes.
around our sensors.
Yes.
And that gives us the relevance.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah,
So what? How would you? So in this is a really complex question. What in a quick way? How would you architect that though? Would you put where these are the kinds of questions that I think we really become aware of, where it's like we want to score that data, we want to make those confidence, we want to measure the interval of confidence, but when we're doing that, do we want to keep that inside the architecture of the internal processing of the agent, or do we want to send it outside? I see Daryl is shaking it. I'm interested in what you're thinking. Great distinction. I love that distinction. Yeah. Yes, sir. Right. Right. So how would you now I have a question. I want to challenge you. Would you feel as though the only way to architect a system like that is through an external representation of the regression model in the environment, right? Like, could the regression model exist as a node internal to the agent? Right. Okay. So now would it be effective for that model to be outside of the agent? Interesting. Best case outside. I have a now final question for you in this particular percept sequence of interaction. Could you think of that regression model itself as an agent? Right. I think that's really, and I want to get to, I think that's really important though, right? Because you can model any data science model as an agent, right? And when you become aware of that, you can build agents that don't have an LLM nodal component, and something really interesting, a lot of agents, I've built models, I built agents where the main internal model is a regression model, is an XGBoost model, is a logistic regression model, et cetera, as long as I can recognize the main question. Is this model taking in percept sequences and producing actions? And whether that's prediction, whether that's decision, what have you, right? But to Daryl's point, the important question is it effective to model a model as an agent, right? I think you had a question? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Mm-hmm. 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 So for actually, the more you think about it, yeah, you're right, because now is an if else statement an agent internal to its own system? So right. Like when you have now, I think what you're saying is completely relevant and pertinent when you have an if else statement in a program. I think within a program, an if else statement is live, right? It's live receiving percepts and then producing action, right? But when you expand out the program, is an if else statement an agent internal to a program, et cetera, et cetera? Right.
Yeah, but an agent has internal state about its interactions with the world. It's not just functional bias. So look at the diagram there. There's state, how the world
I actually think that the answer to that is no. Yeah, I don't think necessarily you're required to retain state. Now here, so this is oftentimes architected as the simplest diagram of an agent, but arguably this is even more complex than your usual agentic diagram. Yeah, but I mean, would you argue here that a agent that is that an if-else statement, right? You have an if-else statement taking in. Does an if-else statement ask the question, what is the world like right now? And then what should I do? Could you argue that the answer to that is yes? I mean, it depends on your definition of world. Right.
That was just my question. It's like, if we're reducing it down to the MD doc that you had earlier, it was just like perception, action, result.
I think my answer is that it is up to us as the architect, right? Anything, if it meets our base definition, defining something as an agent, that choice is an architectural decision. It's up to us, right? Obviously, there's baseline requirements. Obviously, there's baseline things that need to be met, but we get to decide. And that decision, I think, is based on what do we want? What is this effective for the building of the system or the application that we're developing, right? For, like going back to a logistic regression model and modeling that as an agent, a lot of times it might not be effective to model a data science model that we have and we're utilizing as an agent. It might be more effective to make that a node within an agentic structure or what have you, right? We want to ask, would it be more effective to look at this as something that's sending or receiving signals in order to properly develop and scale our systems? I want to move on here to two of the most interesting agentic architectures, which is the goal-based agents and the utility-based agents. And these are agentic architectures that I think we tend to be pretty familiar with, right? And I think subconsciously, we tend to build agents from a goal-based perspective, right? And I think that's kind of like what we think of as agents typically. We have some goal that we want our agent to achieve. We have some system that we want our agent to optimize. Even the development of LLMs itself, tend to. So a lot of times we conceptualize goal-based agents as the minimization of some kind of optimization function, utility function, loss function, right? Not utility function. I don't want to use that term because we're about to use it. But when we keep track of the world state and we set a goal, we tend to immediately think, okay, like how can I use an agent in a workflow to be able to kind of optimize what we're doing here, right? I want to take this opportunity to delineate between the goal-based agent and the utility-based agent, because these two concepts are commonly confused and commonly thought of as the same thing, right? I even kind of misspoke myself a little bit ago when we're talking about utility functions. Utility functions and loss functions tend to be viewed as like inverses of each other. But I guess I'd like to ask, what do you guys think would be the difference between a goal-based agent and a utility-based agent?
This is just a tool that's doing something in the background or doing something that's not directly impacting my business, but it's doing necessary functions. Whereas like
Mm. Okay, that's interesting. And I think in a way that we're, so utility from like an AI theory perspective, we can kind of look at it from the process of an opinion. I think that might be like the most effective, like reasonable, like way of kind of looking at it, right? It's taken directly from philosophy, so I don't want the philosophy guys to kind of get frustrated here, because the utility in philosophy has a very, very deep and John Stuart Millian relationship. But I think a lot of times when we think about utility in philosophy, we think about like expected happiness, right? From this kind of opinionated perspective, how can we properly raise our personal life utility, community utility, what have you. So a lot of times when I'm designing agents and I want to delineate between whether I'm making a utility-based agent or a goal-based agent, I think, okay, from a positive versus normative perspective, is what I'm doing kind of up to a certain level of opinion? Or is what I'm doing kind of grounded in a reality and practicality? So for, a goal is something almost physical. An agent has a goal to organize your folders. An agent has a goal to maintain your workstation, right? These are goal-based agents, right? Utility-based agents might be more related to sentiment analysis. They might be more related to the architecting of of user feedback, movie reviews, etc. Right? And you kind of are judging this metric, this utility metric, and operating and moving in the space of a utility metric to kind of try and see and maintain a certain level above a certain decision boundary. I think the reason why these two things are delineated in this book is because, there is an architecture that is more prime for utility agents versus an architecture that's more prime for goal-based agents. And a lot of times, when we want to optimize utility, right? When we're designing agents that are doing recommendation systems, that are doing sentiment, we design them in the same kind of architecture that we design goal-based agents, right? And that can work, but when we make certain architectural decisions that isolate different components of the system properly, we're able to actually maintain a better system. So this is an example of one of those issues that people commonly deal with in business process automation. That people are always trying to hire new engineers to figure out this issue. Oh, why is it that like my recommendation system? Why is it that Netflix's recommendation system has been so successful, depending on who you ask, versus a lot of other recommendation systems? The people who worked on Netflix's recommendation system had a very strong understanding of the difference between utility and goals, right? And so the architecture here, these subtle differences of architecture are very important. I think specifically, the biggest thing that's kind of emphasized is what are your actions doing, and the agent's personal understanding of that. It's awareness of its own actions. It's very important for utility-based agents. It's a very important internal data structure to maintain, right? And a lot of times, people want to externalize everything because it makes everything, work more seamlessly and work more effectively. But a lot of times when you do it, even though sometimes we don't have a choice, the processing the agent experiences tends to not only slow down but become less effective and be more prone to hallucination, right? in modern day, we would probably implement this with some kind of data structure that maintains a system, maintains awareness of action through, some kind of ad hoc data structure, like a hash map or something like that. But I think, regardless of how you implement it, specifically with LLMs, I think, typically you probably implement it with RAG, right? But, regardless of how, I think the biggest thing is to have that element be within the agent's state and within the agent's processing. So we kind of went through this. These are just some baseline implementations and some, if-else statements, et cetera, for model-based agents. State transition functions are really important, but I don't think I want to get too technical there. But yeah. Okay. What do you mean? I thought I had 3 hours. I'm down. I guess I'm down to take. I have. I want to mention too. I have quite. I'd love to talk to anybody outside of this room and in the future, because there's quite a lot more that I'd love to go over, especially how machine learning gets integrated into all of this, and machine learning models get integrated into all of this. But yeah, I'll open the floor for questions.
That's that man, Sabello.
Hey, Mr. Sterling.
Yeah, just a quick question. When you were mentioning about your architecture, I'm fine with that, but you were saying about the more information that you put inside of the, for lack, for my terms, as requests, the better. Is there something that you should add as like, what's the minimum amount in order to get an answer? I mean, I'm concerned. Like when you ask the question about how is the weather or how are you doing here, is that something dealing with the weather, or is it something that's dealing with the sporting environment, or is it something that's dealing with your personal life? That's what I'm saying. Is there like a minimum requirement that you want to put inside of that request?
I think it depends on your system. And I think it depends on what kind of agent you're developing, right? And if you want your agent to retain a certain level of state, right? So how I'd say that more succinctly is, if you have an agent that needs to understand certain things about its environment and remember certain things about its environment, that would be a piece of your agentic architecture that you'd want to retain. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I mean, you're just saying it depends upon the piece. So I guess that's a flexible. I guess that would be all. To answer your question, it would be a piece of whatever you make. So the requirement would be different from one to be another.
Right.
I didn't know if there was a minimum requirement.
I wouldn't say universally. There's a very common concept. I've mentioned it quite a few times, called Markov chains, right? Where sometimes all an agent needs to remember is what happened right before it.
What areas do you see as like low-hanging fruit for classical AI, taking these old ideas and applying them to the new system?
Reflex agents. Okay. You're talking about really, to be honest, I think the whole 9 yards. I've never seen a agent that couldn't be optimized with the ideas that Russell and Norvig came up with, because they're the ones who came up with everything, right? They came up with the whole thing, right? So but in terms of low-hanging fruit, recommendation systems, definitely reflex systems, yeah.
So we're talking about we're starting to use LLMs as the control flow mechanism.
Right.
Like an agent is controlled by the LLM. The LLM decides what to do next, what tool to call.
Yes, sir.
But the LLM is like a decoder-only mechanism that
Yep.
hallucinates, right?
Yep.
So what would an architecture where an LLM has a part, but there is like a different, or like some classical AI elements that also predict what good control flow might look like?
I think what people can be surprised by is how, when you recognize what kind of what problem your agent is solving. How when you design the agent with an LLM as a node inside of it, as a properly recognized utility-based agent, goal-based agent, etc., your LLM actually won't hallucinate to the level that you tend to expect to deal with, because you've inherently designed the RAG system properly to provide it the proper information that it's going to be dealt with, it's going to need as, say, a utility agent or a goal-based whatever. Now that's not universal, right? Different LLMs work different ways, and different LLMs have a different prone. But I've always been shocked when I develop agentic architectures how by just architecting it correctly, you reduce hallucination and provide proper feedback.
Would you make the argument that, like, LLMs have made agentic style systems more accessible to developers? Because in my mind, if
Yes.
you do some like really complicated PPO stuff,
I solved hallucination.
yeah. That's the weird and you just plug the LLM as the control module. Do you think that, like, are there a lot of problems that are solved today with LLM-based agents that just really shouldn't be, and that we should be using these more classical, more difficult to optimize without knowing a ton of math problems?
I think the main thing that I want to say, and I don't want to take up too much time, but the main thing I want to say is that when you put an LLM inside of an agentic architecture, that this is the thing. There really is no difference between classical artificial intelligence and the AI that's happening right now. We use these words slightly differently, but that's kind of my main point here. That's kind of the thesis statement. It's all the same, right? When I'm making these code implementations here, the main point I'm trying to show you guys is that I want you guys to recognize, oh, this is what I'm doing. You are building utility-based agents. You are building goal-based agents. You are building reflex agent. This is what you're doing. But being able to recognize it allows you to optimally make, if I'm stuck in the Arctic and I need to build an igloo, right, in order to protect myself during the winter, I'm just gonna get a bunch of snow and put it over me, right? That's a shelter, regardless of whether I know the term shelter or not. But if I want to optimally build a shelter, understanding the architecture behind shelter building allows me to build it more optimally. That's the main point here. So I'll end on that. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Well, I'm slated for 2 o'clock, but I guess we'll probably take a couple minutes before I get started. So it's 1:59 right now. I guess I'll start at 2:03, but I got a lot to cover, so I don't want to go over my 20 minutes. So I'll start at 2:03 and be done by 2:30.
For the 10% I caught, and I understood. Good.
Okay.
I don't think you need to start. I would definitely wait here, corral a bunch of people inside.
He gave us,
Okay.
he said 2 or 3.
I'll wait till
Yeah.
2:07.
It's amazing. The energy in here, the people,
Be real
just
quick.
the house.
I know, dude. There's
It was like, there was a moment in time that happened.
There's still a 2:30 presentation too, right?
there is.
Okay, I just want to make
I
sure.
would maybe wait 5 minutes.
Okay.
But like, I was like, dude, like, we're in the current right now.
We are. We are.
That was so much fun. I like people. Did you ever make it home? I'm like, I just
Did you ever
parked.
make it home?
Just
Did
parked.
you ever make it home?
But they came out.
Well, I might as well get started. It's 2:05, and I only have till 2:30 when someone else is on. So my name is Jacob Harver. I hail from Youngstown, Ohio, and it is the subject of my work. I'd like to share 3 interwoven projects I'm working on and explore how AI, combined with augmented and virtual reality, may take them to another level. However, I also want to be mindful of potential dangers and ethical pitfalls on this path. These works in progress are the Mahoning Movement, a history and advocacy project I've worked on since 2020 through my American Studies Master's at Youngstown State University. Second, Monkey's Nest, the kinetics of racial capitalism and its resistance, a neighborhood study in place and movement I am now working on for my doctorate in history at Kent State University. And finally, the Knox Building in downtown Youngstown, Ohio, a historic 5 and dime I've worked on since 2012 that beyond the current operations of a restaurant, art gallery, event space, I'm hoping to evolve into a digitally enmeshed interactive space. These projects are all hosted on my website for the building at knoxbuilding.com. The first two projects are very much concerned with transportation. I want to understand its history and critical role in society and the political economy. I want to know what led to such an automobile-centric society and how we may transcend it. One of my greatest passions is going on long-distance bike rides. One of my first was Pittsburgh to DC in 2018, Kent to Cincinnati in 2020, the Katy Trail across Missouri that I did in 2022, and Chicago to Davenport to Minneapolis in 2024, and the Erie Canal from Buffalo to New York City. I've also done most of the Florida coastline between Jacksonville and Key West. One of my favorite aspects of these trips are coming upon history markers along the trails and the other indications of the longer histories along the routes. While I initially thought of these trips separate from academic pursuits, it was under the tutelage of Dr. Tom Leary at YSU and the Youngstown Historical Center of Industry and Labor that I became better aware of the curation of public history and the use of the National Park Service of heritage areas. It was also around this time I got a better sense of the route of the Pennsylvania and Ohio Canal that connected Youngstown in the National Canal Network that emerged in the second quarter of the 19th century. The epiphany came when I realized that the missing gap in the hike and bike trails that connected Ravenna to Akron, Ohio to the west, and between Struthers, Ohio and Newcastle, Pennsylvania to the east, directly correlated with the Pennsylvania and Ohio Canal that first connected Youngstown in efficient transportation and enabled the iron and steel industry, which the city would become known for. Thus, I began the Mahoning Movement History and Advocacy Project in the fall of 2020. At the time, there was even slight hope for creating the trail in connection with the proposed National Park Service heritage area with Congressional Representative Tim Ryan's proposed Steel Valley National Heritage Area. Further serendipitous at the time was that the Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, the metropolitan planning organization of the region, was formulating its Mahoning River Corridor Plan that sought to include hike and bike trails. I presented the early stages of the project for their consideration and joined the Citizens Advisory Board for Eastgate, but there has been little movement on implementing the Greenway, though progress has been made towards a Mahoning Blue Way with dam removal on the Mahoning River. Federal support for such projects, even those already legally funded, is now basically moot with the current administration. Numerous active transportation projects are being rescinded. The rail banking legislation, so successful since the Reagan presidency in converting abandoned rail corridors into trail, now faces repeal. I recommend following the Rails to Trails National Conservancy for updates about that. Federal support for such projects, even those already legally funded, I've often thought about the ideological implications of automobile centricity, but it's still shocking that this administration actually makes it explicit, stating that multimodal transportation initiatives are being cut for being hostile to motor vehicles. I think we need to consider being faced with a choice between automobile-centric fascism and multimodal participatory democracy. There is data to back that up in the stark polarization of our nation. Road to Inequality, published in 2018 by the political geographer Clayton Null, quantitatively demonstrates the correlation and arguably causation between the political polarization and highways. How far things have escalated since then, and the state of things, makes me ashamed of my own naivete in falling for the false hopes of liberal progress. I now think instead of Mahoning Movement, perhaps Mahoning Revolution would be better, which also has transportation double entendres. So what does this have to do with AI? Beyond the natural trail, what I'm advocating is something else. I call the Interpreted Accessible Active Transportation Trail. To break that down, active transportation is just another term for hike and bike trails, including any kind of self-propelling, such as rollerblades and wheelchairs. Accessible. Americans with Disabilities Act compliant, but more than that, using the principles of universal design to accommodate for as many variables of people as we can imagine. This is especially interesting when considered from a cultural perspective too, considering how both marginalized individuals and groups interact with space. This is critical to factor as hike and bike trails have often been used towards gentrification in cities. And finally, interpreted is what serves our purposes here. At its most basic, that can mean historical markers along the trail and GIS. However, with the new frontiers of AI, augmented and virtual reality, it opens up new possibilities. This also can apply to accessibility, in that virtual reality enables trails experience from anywhere in the world. I'll quickly demonstrate some of the Mahoning Movement project. As you see, I have all the trails and transportation networks mapped out, and along hike and bike trails, I recorded when there is historical interpretation. This is a great one going up to Ashtabula about the Underground Railroad. And all that can be found on the website to play around with. I've been expanding this since I first published in 2022 and have it in ArcGIS Pro that I hope to launch an expanded version soon. The idea for the GIS components are to explore the area virtually and also to act as a guide on the trail, giving contextual information, especially historical, cultural, and economic, with the small businesses along the way. I also did 360 GoPro Max footage from end to end of the trail in the completed portions in between Newcastle and Ravenna, and the projected path through the missing gap. So where do we go from here? Instead of just videos, I'd love to have interactive virtual space on the trail for those accessing remotely, and augmented reality for those on the trail. While this can be done without AI, AI may make it interesting to be able to have, say, a ride companion who is able to converse about the history along the way in the trail in space and time, representing historical figures along the trail, but this can be problematic as it is critical to be mindful in representation. To take it even further and a bit more philosophical, what if we went beyond that and could have a role not just virtually, but also beneficial directly to the community? There are a number of second worlds online. Some of these virtual worlds represent some of the greatest schisms in human interaction between the physical world and the virtual. A few of these are on the new frontier in real estate speculation. One world is called Decentraland, which uses blockchain-based NFTs and Bitcoin-like currency. While this frontier is seemingly virgin virtual soil compared to the real estate speculation of frontiers of old, which were part and parcel to the genocidal usurpation of Native American land from indigenous peoples, however, there are still issues in extending the logic of private property into this new terrain. Decentraland may be considered an anarcho-capitalist virtual world, though still powered by earthly electricity, infrastructure, and expensive computers. I wonder if we can imagine other possibilities. What would an anarcho-Marxist digital space that is not divorced from physical reality, but actually symbiotic of it? Perhaps along the trail corridor, a collectively owned space that prioritizes the welfare of the real-world local residents, but also can conform communion with visitors in a virtual network and along the physical trail as well. This conference's first presentation in this room on Sunday by Curtis Cummings promoted the idea of local computer centers, especially establishing a local intranet rooted in the community, but also connected to the larger internet. I agree and would like to see it taken as a step further in powering this augmented virtual reality that may produce actual value for the residents. The problems of electricity and water consumption of AI is one that needs to be addressed. The need for sustainable and renewable use of energy and water cooling should be front and center in that bridge between the virtual and the physical. The premise is to rejoin the non-physical information to actual physical networks in their nodes, such as cities, and edges, aka the routes between. The separation of information and physical reality has produced some great technological advances, but so too has warfare. And the reality is that both have been part and parcel to class warfare. What I mean by the separation of information and physical reality began with the electromagnetic impulses of the telegraph. Essentially, that Morse code transmitting information nearly instantaneously to anywhere in the world connected to that network is qualitatively comparable to the complex coding of information today. Early telegraph networks followed the railroad tracks. Today, satellites can beam info anywhere on Earth. What some may call progress is really just the great capacity and efficiency of coding information, but the question is, for whose benefit? So while it is unrealistic to expect too much out of hike and bike trails without widespread social change and restorative justice for the oppressed and exploited, I'd like to propose that the interpreted, accessible, active transportation trail can play a role in the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all, because mobility is an essential component to humanity. The subjugation of mobility in the service of humanity for the purposes of racial capitalism has been steered by the ethos of modernity, which has also separated information from transit in the pursuit of control. As a very rough chart, I'm working on a conception of the historical process of mobility and information in the context of and hopeful transcendence of racial capitalism. This is a work in progress. I worry that terms such as natural, there we go, terms such as natural over-essentializes. It isn't meant to be a ahistoric or idyllic state, as has been so problematic in academic and popular portrayals of indigenous peoples of America. However, these pre-colonial networks were a greater symbiosis between people and nature, definitely in stark contrast to the regime of racial capitalist colonization and private property that invaded from Europe. While Europeans introduced new animals such as the horse, which transformed transportation in the Americas, it was the larger factors of colonization, disease, exploitative fur trade, weapons, etc., that fundamentally transformed transportation networks in the Americas. For the Mahoning Valley, the critical moment of change was the Ohio Company Road over the Appalachians, which led to the First Global War and the 7 Years' War, that in many ways steered the path towards the American Revolution. What followed was the violent dispossession of the Ohio Valley of Native Americans. On the new western frontier of the United States, the cutting-edge technology at the turn of the 18th century to tie the nation and its western frontier in the Ohio Valley was the canal. With the Erie Canal providing the potential and providing the example and dramatically realtering the political economy of the nation in 1825, the state of Ohio quickly constructed the Ohio and Erie Canal to connect Lake Erie to the Ohio River. This had national implications in steering the Ohio economy toward New York City and not downriver to here in New Orleans, a key factor that cannot be divorced in considering the American Civil War. The 1840 public-private construction of the Pennsylvania and Ohio Canal through the Mahoning Valley enabled the iron industry. As Bruce Springsteen sang about it, Youngstown made the cannonballs that won the Civil War. The canal era was short-lived, as railroads would quickly be supplanted supplanted them in the second half of the 19th century. Far from merely more efficient transportation, its use and combination of fossil-fueled power in industrial production and its ownership and control by corporate ownership fundamentally changed the nation. As stated by the populists in the 1892 convention, we believe that the time has come when the railroad corporations will either own the people or the people must own the railroads. It was also a form of transit that required an industrial proletariat that in resisting their exploitation organized and rebelled in many instances, such as nationally in 1877, 1894, and 1922. The public-private dichotomy of capitalist mobility would become even more individualized and altering to the spatial organization of society in the automobile age. Especially from the 1956 Highway Act, the construction of interstates and their arterials cut directly through cities, disproportionately targeting African-American neighborhoods. Right here in New Orleans, I-110 going through the Treme neighborhood exemplifies that. And even the very building we are standing in today, and much of the French Quarter, was supposed to have been demolished for the Vieux Carré Riverfront Expressway. Certainly we can all be glad that that did not happen, but it is telling that it was a well-connected, predominantly white-led movement that succeeded in fighting it, while many other neighborhoods in New Orleans and in every city in the nation were demolished. One such neighborhood is the one I study in Youngstown, Ohio, that was demolished for a freeway in 1964. So before and after with the freeway there. The colloquial moniker Monkey's Nest came from a saloon owned by an Irish-American named John Galilei in 1898. He came to Youngstown to work in the iron mills, then purchased a saloon on Bridge Street. However, bar ownership quickly led to severe alcohol abuse. The local newspaper covered the multi-month bender, culminating in his death, ran over by a locomotive on the railroad tracks behind the bar. In referring to both the saloon and the area as Monkey's Nest, it is unknown whether it was the newspaper or Galilei who originated the term, but it was adopted for the whole neighborhood. It often took on racist tones by outsiders, but was also embraced by many of its residents throughout its history. As one of the last was quoted, "I'm from the nest, don't take no mess, you grab my chest, you get the rest." Monkey's Nest was a neighborhood that was long a site of industrial migrants. Rooted in coerced mobility and an establishing place, it was a site of intense conflict between the workers, elites, and the state. From petty crime to class warfare, it made the Nest a raucous place, which a study in 1933 found to be the toughest spot in the Midwest. It was a predominantly Irish workforce that dug the canal in the 1840s, and the other immigrant laborers, especially from Wales and Germany, who came to work in the coal mines that would then power steamboats, railroads, and the iron industry. The late 19th century innovations in steel production and steel-hulled oceanic ships expanded the recruitment of laborers to Eastern and Southern Europe. Finally, in the immigration restrictions and the demand for labor in the First and Second World Wars, greater numbers of African Americans arrived in the Great Migration. Being restricted from most other neighborhoods in Youngstown, they became to predominate the neighborhood. The long efforts since the early 20th century to label it as a slum and demolish the neighborhood were able to come to fruition with federal support through the 1949 Housing Act and the 1956 Highway Act. I can only graze the surface of that history in our time here today, but for the purposes of relevance to this conference, I want to share a bit of the GIS work that I've done on the neighborhood. And I like to speculate how it can be furthered with AI, virtual and augmented reality. I've georeferenced all available Sanborn insurance maps, aerial photography, and other materials such as HOLC redlining maps. I'm also going to georeference all available census data. This will demonstrate the names of residents and where they migrated from. In fact, I plan to georeference all relevant information I can find on the neighborhood, such as city directories, oral histories, newspaper articles, etc., etc. With the qualitative and quantitative historical data that will inform my dissertation, my plan is for it to be an interactive experience for those interested in the neighborhood, especially for those Youngstown residents who have roots there. The GIS map will be included with an exhibit, and ideally through historical markers, along the completed Mahoning Greenway, which that neighborhood is right along that proposed bike route. Also, as I've already discussed with AI, augmented virtual reality in this area can serve as both a case study and a test case. And finally, I'd just like to share a bit about the Knox Building in Youngstown, Ohio, and my efforts there. The name comes from its original 1909, as being the original 1909 home to S.H. Knox Five and Dime. It became a Woolworth in 1912. Woolworth history is surprisingly undertold, given that it was such a dominant retail chain throughout the 20th century. Obviously, the civil rights Woolworth sit-in movement that started in Greensboro, North Carolina, is a lasting historical reference point. That movement expanded throughout the South to include New Orleans, as this marker in Peach's record store on Magazine Street attests to. In the North, including outside the Knox Building, were sympathy protests. This was obviously critical to the civil rights movement, but also in raising further questions of consumer capitalism. Currently, the Knox Building is home to the Federal Bar and Restaurant, which I partner on with the Martini family, as was dramatized on TV in 2015 with Bar Rescue. Upstairs is an event and art gallery space that continued to evolve, and while I have much physical work to do, I also have long imagined what digital augmentation of the space could be like. From history and art exhibits to haunted houses, there's a lot we can do. I wish I could take longer to explain these projects and speculate how they may be enhanced with AI, virtual, and augmented reality. As I've tried to convey, it is all rooted in place and community. To me, that is what the idea of entanglement is all about. It means ethical AI in place and in a sustainable natural world, augmented in an equitable and participatory democratic society. I'm sure many of you have both the conceptual and technical skills to tell me more, and I'd be grateful for any input if anybody wants to chat. Thank you all so much. Thanks. Anybody have any questions about it?
So when you're talking about a lot of these projects, you're going to have to interface with local
Oh yeah, certainly. If I'm advocating for the trail to a Republican congressman, I'll leave out the anarcho-Marxist part of things. And that's the thing with Rails to Trails projects is they have been a bipartisan success. Rails to Trails does a lot of great like symposiums, and the most recent one was a Republican congressman from Kansas, and how he was instrumental with getting a wonderful new trail out there in Kansas. So yeah, obviously here we're kind of talking more conceptual things. Obviously, in my advocacy with that, I try to find common ground. And the main thing, especially talking to Republicans, at least ideally, is economics. And the trails are a great economic generator. Like I mentioned, I did the Katy Trail across Missouri. That's all along a former rail corridor. Those towns along there would be completely, they'd just be ghost towns if it was not for the trail. The trail brings in economic activity throughout that whole corridor. So, that's something I think anybody, no matter what their ideological leanings, would agree on, that, that this helps local economies. So I would emphasize that with talking to those folks. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. I have a question back there. Yep.
Yeah, I really like the Rails to Trails. What's the best way to try to keep supporting it and have that be, not completely reversed?
Yeah, Rails to Trails Conservancy does the best work, and they're a national group that pushes that. But yeah, it's scary with this bill that's being proposed to Congress now. I'm not sure exactly within the past. Who knows what's going on with the whole shutdown and everything. But yeah, the original rail banking legislation was passed in 1983, and what that allowed is for the railroad corporations to maintain ownership of the trails, but if they're not, or of the abandoned rail lines. But if they're not using them, they could loan them out to communities. And a couple instances, they actually took them back. But overall, most of what they loaned out or abandoned corridors that were able to be developed into these trails. So with the new law that's they're trying to push through, it would destroy all of that. And like one of the provisions would be that you need 100% of bordering property owners to allow the trail to go through. And I think that's first of all never going to happen, because even looking at a lot of historical like newspaper articles about when different trails were being put through, you would have neighborhood opposition, and then people saw it was actually a great thing for their communities. So it would be impossible to get 100% agreement going into it. And I just think the contrast between that and what was done with freeways, as I mentioned, like how many communities were destroyed for freeways with no input from residents. I think it's kind of telling that, that kind of contrast, and like the folks that will say it's okay to use eminent domain for a border wall, but not eminent domain for, something that might be good for collectively for a community. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hi. I'm sorry I came in late, so it could be that you already talked about this, but you're talking about a trajectory in which ownership of communications and transportation kind of leave communities splintered. And I was wondering if you had any kind of vision as to how you would bring communities into constructing. I saw a lot of aerial maps and Stanford maps, and I was wondering if there's any community mapping going on, or any way that the community can participate in this project.
Yeah, that's part of like the advocacy I've tried. I'm also going to school at Kent State, so it's tough to like do a lot of community outreach while trying to get my degrees. But I've had a number of like community like work groups thing trying to bring people together on this. But yeah, I think that's essential, and that's the difference between using hike and bike trails as a means of gentrification. There's a great book by Dr. Stephen High about Montreal and the old Lachine Canal there, and how that was hike and bike trails were kind of used to help gentrify and bring condos into the area. Obviously, I'm very much against gentrification. What I'd like to see is this being empowering for the residents there, and so taking into account actual local transportation and the local economy about bringing in outside visitors to support local businesses. So yeah, I imagine this as a community based project that hopefully kind of create a movement with. Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you all for your time with it. But yeah, if anyone wants to go to the website, knoxbuilding.com has those 3 projects I'm working on. Thank you all so much.
we're 4 minutes after, so we can get rolling here. We have a small but mighty group today, and we're going to talk a little bit about, went to a couple of things here that were extremely technical about AI, which is awesome. I love to learn about that and all, but there's a lot of accessibility we have now to people who aren't technical as much or can't execute coding, etc. So I want to talk a little bit today about vibe coding, being able to create things without having to do any real knowledge of how the AI is working, although I do have some of that, but I've been doing a lot of this and it's really fun. So has anybody tried this? Maybe you don't need to because you know what you're doing, but anyone tried messing with this before? Any vibe coding or anything? Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, it's super easy and it's really fun and can be very effective. So I'll just talk a little bit today about my experiences and how it's really had an impact, because it's really a piece or part or node on the chain of evolution that we're having as AI really democratizes things for people, and that's what I'll talk about. So myself, I'm an industrial organizational psychologist, so I study work and people in work and what things people bring to the workplace that can impact anything you can think of. So any layer of HR, people like myself are involved. I specifically focus on hiring. That's my specialty. I've been doing that for a really long time, and it's a lot of fun. But I want to talk about just the idea that technology is becoming more and more embedded in what we do all the time, right? And we have this thing of creeping normality, even where small incremental changes, we don't necessarily notice those, but all of a sudden we're gaining more and more capabilities. AI to me is, as we're using it today in this, the way we describe it, I mean, AI is a lot of things, but large language models, specifically that we're interacting with directly or indirectly, are starting to become more and more embedded in everything we do, right? And you're starting to see them on your phone and your computer. And sometimes I wonder, what's the real benefit of that? It's getting crammed into your toaster or your washing machine, kind of like Wi-Fi. Like, do you need a Wi-Fi or refrigerator or washing machine? I don't know. But it seems pretty stylish. But it's allowing us to do all kinds of stuff, which is super cool. And when you think about, prompt engineering, let's go back to the ancient days of, say, 2022. Prompt engineering was a thing. It was really a hot job. It was a hot way to think about things, right? And we'll talk about it here in a minute. It's not really talked about that much anymore because it's kind of been absorbed into the greater thing of what we're doing. But ultimately, I feel like the ability for people to get the most out of AI is going to come down to just being able to communicate, right? And vibe coding is a lot about communication, being able to talk the language. It's prompting basically, but you're giving it a lot of direction. And I've really enjoyed sharpening my ability, building and flexing my muscles with good prompting, through these activities. So we'll look at that a little bit, right? And I've got to frame it by work because that's kind of how I see things. So I'm applying things here to work and thinking about really how technology, it's good and bad, right? I feel like AI, it really is a duality. It has so many amazing things. It has so many things that are problematic or potentially problematic, depending on where you stand on the whole, AI taking over the world thing, right? And in the news now, in reality, people are losing jobs for sure, especially, lower level, entry level jobs in the professional white collar world. One wonderful thing is stand-up jobs where you're using your hands, jobs where until we have really sophisticated robots, which are probably coming, people need to do those jobs. And I think that's one avenue. It's not necessarily related directly to this conversation, but I think we have to be aware of that. And I feel like, I don't know about you all, my friends here in New Orleans, not a lot of them are white collar professionals. And a lot of them don't really use ChatGPT or AI or really care about it very much, which is really interesting, right? There's this whole other segment, I think. I know I find myself getting myopic and feeling like this describes everything and everybody related to work. But no matter, what's happening is a lowering of barriers that were keeping people from doing things, accessing things that they love to do, right? Inability to make a living doing those things. I think we've all had jobs where we're kind of in the job and we're like, this is my job. It's not necessarily stoking my inner, spirit to have this job, right? But now we have a chance to empower ourselves and to allow others to be empowered through technology. And I think it's wonderful. And there's this term I just found actually for the first time when I was, working on putting this together, which is called the passion economy, right? These are things that you can now do through technology that you really wouldn't have been able to do nearly as well or at all. These are enabling things that allow you to pursue your passions and be able to do that. You can even, you can sell things on eBay. You can sell things on Etsy. You can make a living doing all kind of different things now, and you can become discoverable very easily, through, especially now with proliferation of social media, et cetera, and now, of course, LLMs that you're using as a consumer can find all kind of stuff for you. I probably do 100 things a day and finding all kind of stuff out and learning new things. So it's pretty exciting. And, this is all digital platforms, right? So when you think about work and what I do, I study what we call individual differences. Everybody's unique. We're all snowflakes. We bring a unique combination of things to the world and to our work. And, my whole goal in my professional career is matching people's individual differences with what a job requires. So how do you hire somebody who has the right stuff to do a job, right? And there's a lot of times, I know this is me, and this is what I'm going to kind of the backdrop of this conversation today, is that I've been empowered to be able to do things in my career through technology that I wasn't able to do before that were limiting to me, right? So when you scrape that layer off, you have a lot more access to the things that you're really good at and really amazing at. And those are the things that you can make a career out of that's really self-satisfying, and can help others. So it's really great. And my journey doing that, I won't bore you with every bit of it, but there's been some pretty great things where technology has helped me, and it's getting more and more helpful. So, I don't know if I'm older than everybody, but, back in early college, they had these typewriter things that had word processing capabilities. There were some PCs, but like at my college, they didn't have a PC lab, and you're basically using these things, which were a huge pain in the ass. So when you got a PC lab and you're able to actually flow your ideas more freely when you write, you're not bound by this thing as much. I know I was. I didn't want to write a lot and wasn't enthusiastic about it because of how big a pain in the ass it was. And then when I got in grad school, we had to do a lot of statistics and a lot of that was this package SPSS. It was only DOS based. My mind doesn't like to think like a programmer. And in fact, I wasn't doing very poorly in my class, in my stats class, because I had to figure out how to program and just be able to find errors and write. It was very simple stuff, but I'm not good at it. It made me nervous a little bit, actually. And then the SPSS came out with a GUI, halfway through the semester, and then all of a sudden I can do it because I'm dragging and dropping. I have a whole layer that's gone behind the scenes that I don't have to deal with anymore. It freed me up. That was really profound for me, and there's a lot of other things. I left my job in, it's a boring consulting firm in Connecticut to go out to San Francisco to work for the first company putting tests online. Again, technology. I hated that job. I hated being there. Technology gave me the most exciting job that I could imagine at that time. working at an internet startup in San Francisco in 1999, 2000. It was awesome, and then I left there, and I went to Monster.com, completely outside of my realm, right? And I learned more about technology. I studied Jacob Nielsen, and if anybody's heard of him, he's an amazing person who wrote, especially early on, about usability, UX, and UI, and how those things are so important for adoption, enjoyment, effectiveness with technology. And I'm down in Silicon Valley doing sales of tech platforms to big companies, and so I was just surrounded by it. And I got laid off there after 9/11. I started my own little. Ultimately, Monster was owned by TMP, which is a advertising agency, global advertising agency. So they taught me, and I was selling to people how to build a brand, how to drive traffic to your brand, how to get that awareness for what you're doing. And back then, there was not much noise. 2001, there wasn't a lot of competition on the internet for your attention. More than there was before then, but compared to now, it was pretty sparse. So it was easier to do this kind of stuff. Search wasn't as advanced, but it worked. And then I comboed that, so I went on my own, and I set up my first website, and I started writing for one of the only media outlets in hiring. There was no other one, actually. And so I became a columnist. I got good exposure through that technology, and that allowed me to really get my individual consulting career going. I mean, without that, I never would have been able to do it. I'd just be trapped at a job somewhere. And then I moved back here, and there's a lot of competition for my time, especially 20-some years ago. I was a lot younger, and I found this T-Mobile Sidekick. This was basically a pre-2002, I think, 2003. This thing had a QWERTY keyboard. It actually had little apps you could do. So I was able to start emailing from anywhere. So all of a sudden, technology allowed me to, be out in the park, walking my dog, doing whatever, and I'm working. And so I'm not chained to my desk all day. Incredible. Like, that was an incredible change for me, very profound. And then, I built my own technology platform for what I do, delivering testing and stuff. And I spent a lot of money, made a lot of mistakes, and I ended up with a product that was usable but kind of frozen in time. Now 6 years later, I can't use it. And I don't have anybody on it. And it served its purpose. It did great. But, then we start being able to interact with ChatGTP and to be able to plan things. And I'm sure everybody who may use those tools have seen, a profound impact at their work. When used properly, et cetera, not over-relied on, et cetera. So these are all things that have permeated my life for the past 30, 40 years, 30 plus years. And just look at the continuum of things to, where we are now in that short amount of time. It's pretty incredible. It makes you wonder, 30 years from now. I think it's really hard to predict, but, chatbots and LLM interfaces with chat windows will not be there. We'll be interacting and doing things, accomplishing things with technology just by telling it what to do. And we're getting there, and vibe coding is an example of that, right? So I also think we got to talk about the careers in AI and prompt engineering. This is something I built. I did a little vlog maybe. It was only a year and a half ago, but if you use ChatGPT's image generator, this was the best I could get, back then with the writing and everything. It's pretty, I don't know what your experiences have been. It's pretty damn good now. It generates stuff without a lot of errors in terms of the writing and all that, and it made some of the graphics for this PowerPoint, kind of thing. So point being is prompt engineering then was a really big deal. And you kind of had to be this person who had, there's not really much background to do it, but you had to be a person who kind of molded yourself in that. You're digging into Python, I'm sure, all the time. It's a job that required, I guess, a combination of abilities that people hadn't really packaged into a job yet. And it was a job. But it's not as much of a job anymore, and you can start seeing now it's just general AI skills are becoming the bulk of what people are doing when they're hiring. This is just, what are the skills that employers are looking for. This is from Lightcast. They aggregate a bunch of labor market data, job postings and stuff. So this is based on, what jobs are posted out there in the world over this amount of time. You can see prompt engineering is actually kind of flat, but across that time, even though it got a lot of hype. But general AI skills, much more important. These are becoming work skills now. And there's lots of other conversations about that, but I'll stay on track, right? And you can start to see now that people in this creator economy, people who are basically, finding passion careers, the value of these jobs, the amount of, income, I guess, revenue, commerce that's happening from these type of jobs is steadily going up. And there's no accident that accessibility to technology is a huge factor behind this, right? Technology is liberating us from kind of being stuck in a place because our abilities were not able to take us where we wanted to go fully, or we didn't have as many options, right? So we'll talk a little bit just in general about vibe coding, right? It basically allows you to sit down with the chat window and build an app, a full stack app with a UI interface, a database, and kind of an execution layer there. And you don't have to do any, like, I think a year and a half ago, there was a tool called Bubble, which I think now has evolved a little, and I was trying to build some stuff with it, and it was really hard. Even, the learning curve was kind of steep, and you had to be able to design the UI part of it and drag stuff around, and I hate that kind of stuff. It's really tedious, takes a lot of trial and error, and you don't really get down to what you're trying to do very quickly. So vibe coding, you don't have to mess with any of that stuff. You just tell it what you want it to look like, right? So it really allows you to, and even people with good, skills with AI, you can still develop a prototype of something pretty quickly. And you can go back behind the scenes and look at the code, and you can post it to GitHub and, utilize it in other places for these things. But it really allows you to speak a language that doesn't have to be a computer language. And then it builds muscles, right, that allow, through using our unique human traits, the things that we have that I don't think machines really have: perseverance, critical thinking, creativity. In my travels building stuff with, vibe coding, I have to do that. I have to be, it goes off the rails sometimes. You get caught in a loop sometimes. It'll push you in the wrong direction sometimes. So you have to be able to kind of keep plowing through and think about it as, hey, am I headed in the right direction? How do I solve this problem? And then creativity, just in being able to come up with the ideas and be able to build on the ideas, because it really is a very, very iterative process, right? And I know for me, I get a dopamine hit every time I press that button and a new thing, a new function happens, on my app, and it gives me a lot of confidence too. And it's just a lot of fun, right? And machines can't necessarily do these things. You as a human will get better and better interacting with AI, even though you're not having to do any heavy-duty stuff. And I found it makes me better. There's a lot of transference just between opening up ChatGPT or Perplexity or whatever and, starting to have a conversation with it. And it's getting easier and easier again. But these things aren't going away. These are skills. They call it durable skills in my world, some that, you're going to have to take anywhere with you. And I, at some point, I'm sure machines will be able to do all these things. They have some of these. They can be somewhat creative, I guess. But in general, these are things that make us unique. And we bring these to the table when we get into vibe coding. So I built a new version of that platform I showed a while back for running, hiring assessments or whatever. It's way better. I've probably got 10 hours in it now. It's way better than what I built before. It's cost me pretty much nothing but time. And it works great, and I can make changes to it. I can make unique versions for people who need something that, I have someone say, hey, I need a test or a thing that does X, Y, or Z. I can go in there and build a module off of it. And I'm just getting going. One of the things, though, that is important to understand about these tools, is that they aren't really ready to just drop into an enterprise type situation, right? So they're somewhat lightweight. It's mostly the database and the stuff behind the scenes. It just can't handle a lot of, latency, concurrency, people on there using it a lot. It'll start to trip up, apparently. I haven't put it to that test. But you can buy, more robust levels. You can talk to people at Base 44, at least, which is the one I use, that they can set it up for you at an enterprise level, et cetera. But it's really not as much meant for that. And I built a bunch of little personal productivity apps, like a daily, a daily CRM type marketing content, what do you call it, editorial calendar type thing. That works pretty well. My kid gets on there and can build video games. It's pretty neat, I gotta say. So getting a little bit more into just what it is, it does appear like magic to me, right? You basically just describe what you want done. And you want to come to the table with some kind of preformed idea. Honestly, with some of the stuff I've done, I didn't really have anything mapped out. I just jumped in there and started going. I feel like if you were to come to the table with something mapped out a little better, you'd probably even be more efficient with it. And ChatGPT is really good at breaking it down and giving you stuff to feed to the vibe coding platform because it understands a little bit more about how they work. But I have only used it for one of the things I've done. I've done fine, otherwise. So you just speak in a workflow. What do you want to be able to do? I want to be able to just made this up, predict the future based on headlines and evaluate how accurate I was. So you read a headline today, you make a prediction, and then, you can come back and it'll tell you how accurate you were. I built a little stock market tool thing that, these are lightweight things. The more you dig in, the more you get back out of it. But it's pretty fun. Behind the scenes, just to very, very simplify this, right? You're basically creating a requirements document that an LLM will read, break into specific pieces, and then start generating code that works together for you. Then it spits it back out to you, and then you iterate on that, and you see what's going on. What did I do here, and how do we want to make this better? And I just go through tons of iterations like that. Hey, add one of these. It didn't have one. Move this over here. And it's a dialogue. It makes it really easy. And there's a lot of different ones. I use Base 44 pretty much exclusively. I haven't looked at any of the other ones because I like that one. And it's not expensive at all. You can get a free or a very, very low level. I think I might pay $20 a month for the lowest paid level, And I have never run out of tokens or anything like that, or what they call them, what do they call them? Questions or something like that. They have a name for those things. So I don't know how well this will work, but I figured it might be kind of cool to just open up Base 44, and if somebody wanted to kind of describe, just made it very small on my screen. Let's see. You can kind of see what it is, and then, you can just somebody could just say, hey, this is something that I think would be cool to make, and we can play around with it if you want or not. But you can at least see kind of how it starts, how the conversation starts. So it just says, what do you want to build, right? And there's all kinds of stuff. I don't know. Does anybody have an idea for something very, very simple that you would want to see, that we could try and see what happens when we type it in here? Something that's a simple little app that might help you. Go ahead, somebody. I was working on it with ChatGPT a little, and it started giving me things like, daily joke creator or something. And I'm like, this is all stuff I could just do with, you in a chat window. So you got to look at the difference of, what is this really adding for you when you do something like this?
I just have more questions.
Okay, yeah, questions are great. It's all in there. You don't have to do any of that.
But if you wanted to do something,
it gives you a database. You can yeah, okay. It has one. You can API to all kind of different stuff. I've never done that yet, but it gives you a database of information.
And then you would download the API and put it in it. I'm asking because of
privacy and secure data.
Things.
No, that's one of the. So I'll talk a little bit about limitations. For at least base 44, it has to stay on their stuff, right? You can't just unpack it and take it somewhere else. So, but they do offer, high level of security according to them, and I'll find that out as I start trying to implement one of these things. But I believe they do a pretty good job of the security part of it. You could API in from your own database or your own outside place. I don't know technically well enough. I'm not that well versed to know, how that would work in terms of data. But look, privacy of data is a big deal, right? And I don't think you could have a commercial company like this if you didn't have ways to make sure that your users' data was handled correctly. Maybe I'm an idealist. I don't know. Other things, let's see that. So like I said, it's not necessarily made to just take and use at scale. It's more of a prototyping thing. But for me, like with my little testing thing, I'd have to go pay a development firm you could hand them the code. You don't get all the code apparently. You can get some of it, but there's some of it they hold back so that, you can't just pick it up and go take it somewhere else. But a development firm can figure it out. And if anything, when I've gone through, having my own software developed by somebody else, you have to create all kind of diagrams, flow charts, whatever the hell it is, to see how all the stuff works together. And it's hard to articulate that sometimes. But if you go with one of these things in hand and say, build me a bigger version of this that I own, that gets you way further ahead. Yeah.
There are vibe coding tools where you can copy it over. Yeah, there's a lot of different ones. So some of them will let you copy and paste something.
Right. Because you said it saved your life, and so I'm
Yeah.
just thinking you work in the organizational hiring space.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sensitive data.
Oh, for sure. Sure. Yeah.
If you work in medical, you've got HIPAA.
Oh, of course, of course.
You work in education space.
Yeah.
So it has to be, at least to save my life, it would
Yeah.
be something I could move to a secure spot.
Yeah, well, I'm prone to hyperbole a little bit, especially, to make a talk seem interesting. It's actually the technology has been more, if you look at that kind of my pathway, technology has been more to enable a lot of life awesomeness for me, where I can create things in a situation where otherwise I wouldn't have been able to move the direction that I wanted to move that really utilized my greatest talents. That's on, a lot of levels of technology. And here, I have the opportunity now to do a better job with what I built. I haven't gotten it in the field to look at privacy or whatever. When you ask it, it gives you a whole list of how it maintains privacy. And then, like I said, I go to an enterprise level where it costs a lot more money, but if I'm licensing it, I'm making, margin on it. And then they handle that at a much deeper level for you. So I haven't hired anybody.
Is it like a AWS in the background that's managing that? Or?
I do not know. Good question. Ask me in 6 months and I'll know. But if they're doing enterprise builds, they're going to have all that stuff. That's all I can say, I just want to build something real quick here. Let's see. Just real quick, just so you can kind of see what happens, right? Content generation and editing, creative tools. I don't know. Somebody think of a creative tool that you would want to make. Let's see. Solving a small problem. I don't know. Let's see. It's so tiny here. What I like about it a lot is the UI comes up with a really good UI, and it names it something goofy, and then you can work from there. I just can't. And it takes it a minute. Their latency is sometimes I go do something else and then come back. It's not that long, but if you're ADD like me, you don't like to just sit there and watch a screen unfold. But let's see. So it'll tell me, what your design style is, et cetera, that you want, and give you kind of these specifications. Again, you can just upload what ChatGPT says. You can come up with your own thing. You can feed a specifications or requirements document to it. It does take a minute, especially when you're on your hotspot. So you can do cool stuff like revert. If you make a mistake, you can just hit a button. It'll revert back to the code before you made the mistake, which is really cool. It's very sycophantic too. It seems to always really think I'm a super genius when I'm using it, which gets old after a minute. ChatGPT used to do that a lot more. I think 5.0 they kind of toned that down a little bit, which is really nice. I still wonder though when I'm sure everybody uses it. At the end of every query, it's like, do you want me to make you this or that you probably don't want? And it adds a lot of fluff in there. And I'm like, every one of those pieces of fluff's a bottle of water or something, right? Like, they could probably save a lot of resources by not having to do all that extra crap that nobody really cares about as far as I'm concerned. So we'll see what it comes up with, and then we'll be good. Yeah, ask away. I'll do my very best to answer.
What would be the recommended level of coding knowledge that you would say it's needed to debug it? Like to know what you need to know.
You don't really have to. It's more about creativity and problem solving stuff, really. You don't have to know any coding. Like I've had ChatGPT walk me through Python, and I've built stuff in Python. You don't have to even touch the Python. You can open it up and it's in there. You literally just type words in there about what you want, and there it comes. And you could say, go ahead. You could say, like I said, move this over here, put a trash can over there, change the. I had to do another thing like you can embed AI in it too. So like it'll embed test scoring algorithms for me without me having to do anything because stuff is tagged, in there. That's a lot of work for me. It'll generate cover things, first pages of stuff for me. It has image generation capabilities as well, and it continues to be able to hook into more and more stuff. So let's see what happens. We generate today's puzzle. Like I said, my kid does video games with it. And these things will just gain more and more capabilities, and soon enough it'll be even more conversational to create stuff. You can hook agents into it, I think, as well, but I don't. Okay, there we go. So then it'll run into its own issues, and you just hit resolve with AI, and it typically will just start healing itself, which is pretty crazy. I've only had one time where I put it into a loop where it couldn't get out of that loop. And
your favorite thing you've made with vibe coding?
Yeah, it's definitely that testing platform, because I went through so much agony offshore building one of those, spending tons of money, having limited functionality. To be able to reproduce in 6 hours that whole thing and have it be way better, it was pretty thrilling to me, honestly. Like I said, I haven't put it in production. I haven't made any money off of it. But it just made me feel really good. And a guy that I'm working with who does what I do is kind of my first customer. And I was like, you could do this too. All you got to do is type it in there. And he's like, well, you have a lot of knowledge that you're bringing to the table here that, frankly, I don't have, that really makes you unique. But I couldn't sit down and build that. Imagine if you're a founder of something. I've always seen, I've worked with a lot of startups. The ones that have a founder who can code or have a co-founder who can code, the amount of money that they save and the amount of speed that they can have and control they can have is a huge differentiator. And for me, if I'm doing a startup, I got to pay or give up equity or whatever to somebody who can code or pay an outside firm like I had to do. That is extremely limiting. Now I don't have to do any of that stuff. So I don't know if it's still thinking here. So like like I said, the latency, and I'm on a hotspot, so it's pretty smaller. I go off and do something else, and then I come back when the oven timer's done, you know, then I take it out of the oven and do what I need to do and go do something else while it's thinking again. So we'll see what comes up. It also will tell you why it made a mistake. You know, let's see if it can generate one now. And it definitely can go out to the web and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, maybe it'll work. Then you can, there you go, and you can publish it. You can get your own URL for it, etc. Right? Okay, so if anybody knows the answers to these, it doesn't matter, but you can, basically, I just created this thing. I don't know what it's used for, but if you want to challenge your own self with this stuff, if you like crossword puzzles. It's just a quick, easy example I just thought of how you can now take your idea and make it into something functional. That fast. Boy, pretty cool. So it's free to try these things. I don't recommend any one over another. I've used Base 44, like I said, and I tend to be a loyalist. If something's working for me, I stick with it. But you really look at what features and functionalities are most important to you, like being able to transport the code somewhere else. Well, you can go to Perplexity or ChatGPT and just say, here's my goals for a vibe coding platform. Please compare all the different platforms on these particular things to help me make a decision of which one I want to use. I do that with, I don't know, toothbrushes, you know, cars, everything. It's really awesome. So great. Thank you so much. I hope everybody can take advantage of this cool stuff.
I enjoyed your presentation.
No, no, I'm just saying the whole conference in general.
Probably
This is not like
So,
this is not like it's more of the
Yeah, I saw you.
not the
Yeah, HDMI. Oh, oh, sweet. Thank you. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I gotta choose. I'm gonna try to decide what I want to do. Yeah, yeah. Entire. I'll just do the entire screen or extend display. Oh, that's cool. I can see it over there. Perfect. Yeah, very nice. All right. Thank you. I can't see it.
Yeah, I haven't seen that FHA tour. I was just at a geography conference in Albuquerque, and there was, what's that? It was race, ethnicity, and place, geography conference in Albuquerque. Yeah, he's a dude. Yeah, he wrote the.
Oh, is this thing on? Yeah, it's on. Hot mic.
Yeah, he was thought leader. He was one of the FHA. Oh, great. Oh, that's great. Yeah, and I didn't realize he was one who wrote this butterfly. Until he's, he had a QR code. Stuff. Yeah, no, his book was great. Yeah, yeah. So he's doing a whole book on FHA and HLC maps and stuff.
Oh, okay. Hey, Dustin. I actually just texted you. So,
Sorry, dude.
I was gonna say, hey, I'm here. But thanks, guys. I'm here. My name's Ishmael Amin. If you don't know me already, I've been in small introductions. I've been in the IT field since 1996. So that means I've gone through a lot of ebbs and flows of technology, and I've managed to stay ahead of the game in more than one way. Oh, adjusted the mic volume, I think. Thanks. So some of my habits or some of my hobbies. I am into music. I'm a drummer. Play the drums. Been playing the drums since I was 11, and it's one of my passions. So the theme today has a lot to do with bundling music, or at least the concept thereof. But that was the original intent, was to think about how agents and hybrid AI, in the sense that I mentioned that I've been in IT since 1996, but I'm also have a master's in data science and AI. So I understand how to create models, and the concept of applied AI is very ingrained into my DNA. And actually, I recently worked for a Fortune 500 company in the area, and I've been mentoring individuals in the space of data science and AI for over 6 years. My bachelor's degree is in statistical science from University of California, Santa Barbara, and my master's is from Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. So I do know a thing or two about AI and how they work and how to build them. But I think today I'd love to put on a polished show about, hey, this is how AI works. But I think the true story is about the tragedy, or at least the conflicts thereof, about using AI and the challenges thereof. Because I wanted to talk about deep agents and I actually had I believe, a multi-billion-dollar idea. And I was like, I told Dustin about this before. And I was like, dude, I got this idea. I'm not sure if I want to share all the details. And I'll kind of get into it. So I had this concept where I was thinking about an end-to-end. Well, say for example, let's just look at a scenario, right? So you're going to the jazz fest or some event, right? And the concept is, we all know about dynamic pricing, right? So as an event gets more popular, you wait till the last minute, the prices of the tickets gets more expensive. And you can use AI to kind of gauge how much to increase things. And that's one way of looking at applied AI in that regard, of predicting demand and then increasing the amount to meet demand. And hopefully you reach this efficiency frontier, so to speak, where your demand and price meet one another in such a way that you've reached a certain equilibrium, right? So that's cool, but most people hate it. But what's a way to embrace that concept, to upsell, so to speak, that would utilize, essentially improve the value of your offering? So you're offering a music. Say for example, you're offering a music event, a show. It could be Jazz Fest. It could be one of your favorite artists at the one of your favorite venues in town, wherever that might be. And you go through the checkout process, and you're offering of a ticket, so it's a fixed amount for general admissions versus VIP. But for example, what if they offered you a bundled merchandise? Now the merchandise conceptually could be personalized based upon your behavior, meaning your listening patterns, your purchasing habits. You could essentially tie in your MCP, model context protocol, tie that into a platform like Spotify, and then be able to gain awareness of listening behavior. And there's other different APIs that can give you that kind of insight. So you could get into understanding that insight, and then by understanding the insight, you can actually customize bundles of merch that could then be served to the individual at checkout. Because it's like, all right, you've gotten this checkout. What about such and such? This T-shirt, this record albums, or these are some other artists that you enjoy listening to. So right now, that concept is kind of there in a very general way, but I'm talking about something that's more nuanced and more particular to that individual. And there's the concept of hybrid AI is, in this particular case, we talk about AI from kind of an object perspective, meaning that it's kind of like a tooling where the objects can be like I'm trying to think, a solver or optimization tool like Groby, could be a pulp solver or some other type of solver where you've got hard and fast defined rules that would, and scheduling, right? For example, you've got defined rules that you need to meet, and you can use that to essentially create the circumstances of predicting a certain outcome that meets demand, essentially your supply chain, so to speak. And that's one idea of a object-centered tool. And then also you have the machine learning aspect of using the insights gained from data to make predictions about, based on behavior and certain attributes, to be able to predict a certain bundled product or offering that a client may be able to may have interest in. So by combining these concepts, you can then create a unified solution, and also in context of your hardware itself. Hardware today is getting more and more powerful. Today, I think NVIDIA released that, they've got essentially a chip that fits on your laptop for, was it over 200 parameter-sized. A large language model has great performance on that platform, and that gives you the ability to, for example, on the spot or on demand, be able to run these customized determinations based on intent. So, for example, if you're at a ticket counter, you can have the application running on your hardware locally that could be able to retrieve information from your database and be able to, using agents, be able to retrieve information in real time and make predictions about customers' behavior, and then be able to make that offering. That was a concept that I was working on. And it's a good concept. And I actually have a demo that I really can't show you right now because that's not where I'd like it to be. But to keep the conversation moving, I talked about your certain input using large language models, and then basically you have a recommendation tools that then produces an outcome for your bundle. And that bundle then could be used as a pitch to individuals to gain interest and hopefully gain traction and increase sales. So, with that said, that one of the things that I believe that I can at least offer today, and in keeping with the spirit of, the time, is I can go to architecture a little bit, and actually it's really small for you to read. But what I've collected is an assortment of different architectural approaches from open source, GCP, Azure, and AWS. And I'll be honest with you, it's really small for me too. So, is it okay? I can't read it. It's so small. But the concept is there, so I can make this available if anyone is really interested in getting into it. But essentially, we have a platform where we can essentially gain access. You want to create your user interface, and then be able to use large language models to gain intent, to understand what that individual may want, and then process that, activated by the agents that could then go in and find the correct information and weigh that against predictions using a model. And like I said, it's a little detailed, so I can't speak to that in detail. So I've offered a similar situation. It's a little easier to read for me. But with the referential architecture and GCP, creating the CI/CD pipeline, and GitHub Actions. Now, I did perform that activity today and got that working with my system. But then there's also, you'd have a client interface, of course, where an individual would be able to log in. Before I'm kind of muttering through this architecture, how many people know GCP? Like, have worked with it? 1? 2? How many people care? Okay, a few more. But, and that wasn't the whole room, so a small fraction of you care about this. So that's great. So I'll keep that in mind as I'm going through this. Essentially, the overall arching message is that with contextual engineering, or vis-a-vis vibe coding, there are baby steps that you can do to get an application to production. And the idea is to start simply, use open source because it's free. You'll have more time to debug, to try different approaches. And then once you've got a solution that you feel comfortable with, then you can migrate that concept to other platforms. In this particular case, I have GCP. I also have the example of Azure using a similar approach. So, and the thing about these platforms, I kind of want you, for those who are the lay people in the audience, it takes a lot of time. I just flipped over to AWS. It takes a lot of time to actually implement a production-ready approach. It takes months and usually a team of 3 to 5 people at least to actually produce a working application. One of the benefits of vibe coding and contextual engineering and our modern approach to programming is that we can try different approaches, scrap, try another approach, scrap. It becomes less expensive to approach challenging problems and try to create solutions thereof. And that's one of the takeaways I think we can have from this conversation. And I could show you more if you're interested in, but basically, when I got into the application and building it, I actually have some working models, but they're on my other machine. And what I'm able to do, at least, is to take input and have a visual display of that information and submit, for example, a ticketed interest, and then be able to identify an individual user, and then based upon that user's profile, be able to recommend a certain bundle of items, merchandise. And so right now, I'm dealing with a lot of generated data. So the idea and concept is to take that generated data and then migrate that into an actual application or solution. And that takes a little bit more time, a little bit more effort. But that's where you would see the benefit of a solution like this. So you have any questions, or would I answer? Hopefully it was, hey, what's up, Dustin?
Can you tell them, like, the difference between, so Ishmael's specialty is operational resource solvers. Like, he is by far the master when it comes to that type of technology. And so it's technically not generative AI, it's narrow AI.
Yeah.
And explain how that tool usage with the generative stuff that you were going to show, how it enhances it.
Yeah, how many guys were here last year? There's a few. So last year, I took a lot of time to dissect what agentic AI was and is. And then also, I broke down those concepts into design patterns based upon human behavior and the interdisciplinary link between psychology and software engineering. Now, I'm saying this because there are certain aspects and profiles of human agency, or what we consider intelligence. And one of those pillars, we have this reflection, organizing, planning, delegation, those kind of aspects of being human, reflection, being introspective. In that context, we have agents that mimic those similar patterns. And I've got into defining those patterns and how they actually manifest themselves within software. So within that context, where we gain the most performance when it comes to those design patterns is tools, being able to use tools, because tools are hard and fast in the sense that they're accurate, right? One of the problems with large language models and using agents is they hallucinate. They may get off track. But if you can get the agent to make that binary decision, or at least that tiered decision to use a particular tool, and if the choice to use that tool is accurate, then you're going to have performance gains from that. So a good example might be, I want to say ticketing, but another example could be just, assigning a gate to a plane. This is actually a problem that I worked on recently, a few years ago. So I worked with a major airline company, and the idea was, as you go through the process of planning, there's certain hard and fast rules to park a plane at a particular gate. So those challenges might be related to the width of the plane, whether it's wide, whether it's narrow, whether it's international, domestic, regional, whether it's going to a certain destination. They want that plane going to a certain destination to be at a particular gate. In that particular case, there's all these rules that there's no wiggle room. It has to fit these particular criteria. Otherwise, it's going to fail. So you have these feasibility zones. So the idea in that particular case is like you have a certain schedule that occurs on a routine basis, right? But then the intent, say for example in a hybrid situation, the intent of where you would actually want your passengers to go, or say for example if they're going to Palm Springs, for example, you want to be able to predict which gate they should be at, right? So you could use, and also another thing that where the modeling comes into play is like some aspects of what you're trying to reduce is the object might be to reduce the turn time, for example. So that the turn time is when a plane arrives at an airport and departs, but there's all these things that happen between them, and you want that orchestration of all these different events to be minimized. So that could be your prediction model, to look at, based upon all these multiple factors, what's the prediction that a turn time will happen within a certain amount of time. And then the hard, fast rule of the operation research model is predicting the schedule or the position of the gate, the plane to the gate. So that combination then results into a schedule. And so that's that's a combination of these different ideas of prediction versus tools and the collaboration of the roof. So you guys get that? Kind of talked a lot about different concepts, and it's kind of abstract. But if you guys got it, then that's cool. Did I explain that? Yeah. I don't know, sure. Oh, I got it. But all right, what's going on? What's going on? Anything else you want to? Yeah, back.
So who would be like the customer base for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, no, that's a cool question. Thanks for asking. So I had this back up. So the customer would be a potential customer. Say, for example, you're like, let's put the scenario in the sense that it could be a branding company, for example. It could be also a venue, for example. So, for example, like say you have a website, Jazz Fest. Let's say Jazz Fest is coming up, and so you want to maximize your profit, right? And you want people to spend more than just, you can offer a certain amount for your tickets, right? And they may be VIP tickets. But then how do you make that more attractive? And then based upon understanding and personalizing essentially a concierge service where we're saying, if I know a little bit more about you, I can give you all these other perks that you may not have thought about, but all of a sudden they're right there, and all of a sudden it's like, all you have to do is spend a little bit more money. It's just more dollars, right? But you're offering them something that they want, and it's of value to that customer. So the customer, from my perspective, would be like the organizers of Jazz Fest, or it might be some concert venue like I want to say rock and roll. They don't.
Tell them about the story of when we went to Promise.
Oh well, no, that's a debacle. But you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. So where does the data
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like how do you get that from the customer though if they're on JSS website? Obviously, JSS website doesn't have. I mean, they may have tracking cookies or something.
Yeah,
But
so
how does the user get access, and how do you get access?
I understand that exchange.
In order to get that.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand, and I believe that I know when I look into it, it's really about affiliate marketing. And so, as you just mentioned, a lot of the information is being tracked based upon places that they've visited, and it might not be specifically from Spotify, but it may be from a third party, as you're alluding to, that is tracking this information. And then if I wanted to further this project along, I would then go into those other third-party marketers and say, hey, this is the kind of profile of data points that I'm looking into, and I want to be able to profile individuals as they're coming to our concert to be able to provide this service for them.
So we had this conversation one day, me and him one day. So there's a protocol, and so Ishmael brought it up. It's called MCP, right? And so when you log into a site with your social login, think about maybe in the future that there'll be a protocol that's similar to MCP, and it's like a unified. It has access to all of your other stuff based off of your social profile. And so my social profile on Spotify, I listen to a lot of punk bands. I listen to a lot of like Primus and like a lot of heavy metal stuff. Ishmael, on the other hand, he listens to a lot of blues, which is kind of come over to my side as well. I started listening to that as well. And it builds a profile based off of like it shares a little about everything. And so when we go to a concert together, we go quite often. We go to concerts all the time together. Um, it knows that I like buying T-shirts. It says mementos, right? But Ishmael doesn't really buy T-shirts. He buys like mugs and all the other goodies that goes with it, right? So instead of presenting a bundle to me, it would be a T-shirt and maybe a couple albums and maybe some MP3s. Ishmael may get like some mugs, a couple other things, maybe some VIP tickets that are like right up front. I don't like spending the money for this stuff up front because it's too loud for me. Ish likes the bass and he likes seeing the drummers up front.
Yeah.
So we'd know both of our profiles on what we like, and so it bundles both of them together.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us have seen that when we have a conversation and our Alexis is listening to us subversively, and then all of a sudden you mention something off the cuff, and then all of a sudden you see his ads pop up, right? So we know that it's possible. It's just a matter of digging in and then having it reveal itself as far as integrating into development environment. So, anyone else? No?
What do you think it takes to build something like that? What kind of team would you be looking at to build that type of?
Well, I'll preface it this way too. Even though contextual engineering and vibe coding can get you like a scrap prototype kind of thing, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that would be the path forward. Even as a full stack individual like myself, because it puts a lot of pressure on one person to do a lot of different things that, well, let's put it this way. I could, 90% of being a data scientist and making prediction isn't the modeling. It's the prep with the data. It's all the DevOps type stuff and transforming the data and making sure that everything is going well. And then you have the project manager hat, right? So you want to keep the project on schedule, and you talk to management. You have to think about the financials. Keep talking about your budgeting. You have to kind of think about, well, if you have a machine learning algorithm, you have to dig into that and understand how to essentially choose the correct model and go through that rigor of building a model itself. If you're interacting with large language model, generative AI, you may it may be as simple as just saying, I'm going to choose a certain model and I'm going to use a certain model for intent, but you may want to have to kind of go through some sampling that of therein, and also creating the architecture for the agents might be a certain task, as well as wrapping that into an overall architecture where you're thinking about the solutions architecture perspective of, is this platform on GCP? Is it on ACP? Is it on AWS? So the team could consist of, for example, data scientists, depending on how involved you would be. The solutions architect, data scientist, project manager, DevOps person, so at least 4 there. Data engineer as well. So about 5 people.
Are there any challenges that you have on a different note on when you're running a program in a Fortune 500 company that come up at scale when you're trying to do these things, because like there's so much importance on each action that happens, things can't crash,
Well, that's an of course, but help me out with that when you say it.
Yeah, like what's I run a startup, right?
Oh, okay.
So we're dealing with people who have agencies that are 40 or 50 people. The tolerance for things like not working in version 1 or version 2 is pretty high, right? I'm imagining that would go down, and I wanted to know like how different that experience is, and what goes into that.
Well, yeah, when I think about, that's your sprint planning essentially, right? Just putting on the PM hat and say, well, we got sprint 0, sprint 1, 2, and so on. And there's certain expectations after each sprint to make sure that you have working, hopefully that, I assume you're using Agile process. I mean, that's an assumption that I'm making. But we use Agile, at least at the company I used to work with. And also there's scaled Agile, but also you have the traditional waterfall approach, right? So you just say, by this date, we need it to be done. It needs to be completed, period. You have that too, and that's usually a formula for failure. A lot of times you don't know exactly what you need to make it work when you first make that prediction, and so you're going to overpromise, underdeliver in that scenario. What you want to try to do is scale it in such a way that you're able to at least deliver a working product, and then be able to talk about, if you weren't able to make the actual goal, be able to talk about some of the challenges that may have prevented that, and then whether they're blockers. A lot of times they're blockers, and to be honestly, the biggest blocker ever is security. It's important, don't get me wrong, you don't want to have no security, but making sure your team has access to certain resources, the time and when they need it, in a feasible amount of time, and making sure they have the right access. Because, for example, someone can give me access, but then because of inheritance and things of the nature of security, I might not get the same level of permissions based upon how everything, through Active Directory, how everything matriculates to me. And actually, I think I should be able to do it, but all of a sudden what I do doesn't work. But lo and behold, someone else at the company has more privileges than me, and what was difficult for me is a simple task. So I think that's people coming in is probably a good indication that it's time to wrap it up things quickly. But do we have any other questions before? I don't even know what time it is, honestly. So
you have plenty of time.
Oh, do I? Oh, thanks, Joe. All right, what's up?
As somebody who's hired engineers in New Orleans,
Yeah.
Is your team local?
Was locally. International, actually.
Okay.
Global.
Are there any areas where you think that we're a really strong talent base or a weaker talent base in certain areas? Like, how do you look at the talent landscape for engineers in the city?
Oh, well, from a corporate perspective, and I put on my corporate hat, don't work at the company anymore. I won't mention who they are because all these other factors. But it's really, when it comes down to, the way that I would think about it is that when you step into the venue of software engineering, it becomes a global, you're actually a global competitor. It's like, when I think of the LA Dodgers when they, sorry for any Toronto fans here, But being a world champion, there was a point when saying being a world champion meant that it was just, oh, world champion Dodgers. That means that in America they won the title, right? But they got Oshana and all these other great pitchers, and so they brought all this talent, and now it's like a true international game, right? So your talent in software engineering comes from throughout the world, and that's never going to change, at least in this day and age, because it's cheaper. I mean, I cannot compete against someone who has as much experience as I do, making only $10 an hour, and they can. You've got people in India that can. That's a good salary for them, and all of a sudden you're SOL. So I'm trying to say your competition's global, and you you kind of need to make a mark for yourself to be able to compete and to think about what other talents you can bring to bear to be competitive. And that might be learning more, being engaged in the process, not being behind the ball, but actually leading. Thinking about, Dustin wrote a white paper and got into some research where it was actually peer reviewed. So you can't be complacent, and you can't just accept what's given to you. If you see some cool research that's coming out, try to recreate it. If you see a cool, some kind of GitHub repository, put a star next to it, go back, investigate, learn more about it, make yourself invaluable, be an and also, teach the people around you, be a mentor, be invaluable in the sense that you can lift up the people around you to be a very productive team. So.
Let me comment on what you're saying. So I've been working for years to build like a new category of company in one of the most saturated, competitive industries on the planet, and it has a lot to do with talent. Like we basically place technology experts across the U.S. in all different fields. There are employees that were consultant out on assignment, but what I've seen is that, in my opinion, let me ask you your opinion on this, is that you have to think of yourself as like making yourself unique, is what it's saying, right? It's like, what makes you different? And the way I always seen it is, if you look, kind of what Wayne Gretzky says, is you skate to where the puck is going to be. So if you look at a lot of developers, they don't have people skills, right? If they don't understand the human science component of things in business and business acumen of like, what does the business need? Where is this technology going to head to? Like he's mentioning security. What I was very clear to me is that if you're an AI developer and you have people skills and you can understand business acumen, understand how to work well with people, and you have security training as well, like you're a freaking walking gold mine to companies. Because if you're what you're doing is you're addressing all of their concerns of failures of the future with that AI and the automation, and you're addressing their concerns with security, and that you're to gel well on a team and help the business accomplish what the business needs to achieve its goals. So if you think about it from that perspective, is you're making yourself very unique because there's not a lot of people out there, and the more unique you are, my opinion, do you agree with that? And
Oh, very much so. And actually, I was gonna. There's a couple of different ways I was gonna take this conversation when I first thought about it. And if I had more time, I would have. I had this great presentation where I was gonna have lights and music and all this other cool stuff, right? But value, right? Think about, and I talked about this with Dustin, and also this is my first talk, first few minutes at this event this year, so I really didn't know who was talking about what. But value is the most important thing. It's the so what. So what agents are cool. Well, so what? Agents screwed up the whole scheduling for this event. They're cool though, right? But Joseph's going crazy over there. He got his dead stare. Yes, it is very, very pointed fact that it's cool, but is it offering value? And then getting into not only the technology, but then actually going deep into all the different facets. Like you're a coder, you learn how to code, and that's part of being a data scientist. I'd think of a data scientist not so much as like this is a data scientist and you do programming or do statistics. I think of it as like, do you solve the problem? Like, are you meeting the moment? And if the moment is leading the project and putting on your agile development project management hat, great. If it's about mentoring someone that new on your team and saying, hey, they're kind of confused. They don't know what to do. Hey, let me help you. This is what we need to do. So offering those other, augmenting those other skills to the team, and not just saying that's not my job. That's pretty much your job. Your job is to facilitate, make sure everybody on the team is being lifted up, and that's how you kind of make yourself invaluable in that regard. And yes, I really make the point of try to make yourself invaluable by doing those things that you see. If you see a gap in a company, like, hey, you guys are doing this, and this, and I can see that you're not doing this, and they just look at you like, well, our hands are full. And if you have the space to do it, figure out a way to, create a, agile, like a guild, for example, or some kind of way where you can get together and work on your tooling or make recommendations on a routine basis. Have you read this? Not so much just like splatter it with, like, read these papers, but actually have an engaging conversation where you actually have a back and forth and you're both all learning from one another. That's where I would see you're gaining value. But yeah, value.
So we've had conversations about this all the time. The importance of play, the concept of play, right?
Yeah.
We call it research. And so both of us have discovered that carving out time in your day to go play and learn something new that you've never touched before gives you new skills and new abilities to do things. And so I've watched Tim for the last month where you've had your rig to play with.
Yeah.
He's grown so much in just the last month.
Yeah, and I know and when Dustin goes quiet, I know what he's doing. I'm like, Dustin, get off that computer. It's like mind candy. When you have the right, if you have the right, I can talk about I don't have the system here. I was thinking about bringing it here. It's like over 70 pounds. It's less than 100 maybe. But yeah, I finally invested in GPUs for myself. And it just opened up a world of like, oh, wow, this is nice. It's like the Cadillac. You're like, ooh, this is cool. And like, I'm offline, and I can just have so it adds another dimension to working with an LLM. LLM becomes your Jarvis. It becomes your personal assistant. It becomes your peer in the sense that but the thing is this, I know it's going to hallucinate, but when you deal with the code, it either works or doesn't. So I know eventually I'll get to a point where it actually works or it doesn't. But also I know that if I go to, for example, these boards like Reddit or somewhere else, and that's where it's getting a lot of its information based upon this warning message. It's going to go out and through its semantic similarity, be able to identify where that information was shared on a certain repo board somewhere and say this is how they got to the solution. Well, I've gone to those boards before in the past from experience. I know that sometimes whatever information is on that board is stale, and my problem doesn't apply, even though I'm doing everything exactly the way that board says to do it. And these are humans sharing information. Because I'm having this problem a few years later, that solution doesn't apply. And then if I reflect upon the LLM, it's just going to work. It's going to give you that same solution because that's all it knows. So at that point, you have to know that you're in a loop and just say, okay, well, what's different? And then open up the manual and start reading. Basically kind of looking at how to modernize whatever you're doing and what are the modern approaches. A certain library may have been deprecated by one of the pieces of software you're using, one of the libraries, whatever. It's deprecated, so it's no longer available. So you may not be able to use that same version, which had compatibility with XYZ. So now you're stuck. Now you have to figure out how to solve that problem. And maybe you start from scratch and just say, okay, well, let's start simply. And then maybe start from start simply and incrementally add complexity, keeping it simple as you go along. That's the best approach. I don't even know how we got to this point, but yeah. Hopefully that's good. If there's anything else I can add, just ask me. Yeah, what's
Yeah, I would just add kind of what you're saying, playing curiosity. Like in a time of AI, curiosity is king, and also I believe
Yeah.
What you don't know is
And then,
extremely important.
yeah, exactly. And then basically you can give the AI a goal, saying, hey, I need this, this is the fruit that I'm trying to achieve. Not sure how to get there, and let it do its job to achieve that goal. And then also, hey, I recognize you. You let it do its job to get to that goal. And the thing is, I wish I had. At this point in the conversation, I wish I had my machine with me, because it's actually, getting into that context engineering where you can develop an application based upon giving the AI, the large language model, kind of contextual representations of what you're thinking about at that moment in time, right? So you may ask the AI, what do you know about value stream management? And it'll just give you blah, 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 right? And then you may ask, in terms of value stream management, how does hybrid AI play a role? And it may go through that whole process. And then if I wanted to use these concepts for a particular instance, how would that actually look? And it'd go in and create this really colorful da-da-da-da. And then you can almost, kind of like what I was doing, is like, okay, let's say that I'm at the No AI event. I've got folks from different perspectives and different ideas, different backgrounds. How could I communicate to them the value of these concepts? And then it would kind of go, kind of like get it more and more nuanced. And then create a demo that shows this. And all of a sudden you just get this cool set of code that doesn't work that you then have to debug and becomes a problem. But it does actually work sometimes, but I just don't have the time. To be honest with you, I actually put myself against the wall, because I actually started, what I was going to show today actually started this morning, and I got pretty far. I like to pressure myself. But basically what happened was I didn't keep it simple. I got something simple and I go, that's too trivial. And I kind of went further along. Oh, I can add more to it. And I got to a point where I'm like, it's not working. And it's like not enough time to figure it out. But I should have kept it simple, where it was basically showing a stack of, fast API calls, user interface, showing a simple machine learning model, therefore integrating, really simple small LLM that shows intent, and I should have kept it there, but I was like, that machine learning algorithm is too simple. I need more data. Basically more is more sometimes. So more problems in that case. So, anything else? Joseph, am we good?
Okay, go ahead. We gotta flip the stage for a panel. So
Yeah, whenever you're.
Go for it.
Yeah, we hear a lot about agents, especially at this conference, right? And I was wondering if there were any types of problems that you think agents aren't ready to solve yet, where you're seeing hype, where you're like, I don't know if this tool is reliable enough yet.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. Agents are, and this is something actually, so agents are good when you have complex set of unknown data, or like big data, right? So there's some fuzziness to the big data. And that's where agents perform well, because they can go through that data, ask questions, dig into the nuances of data, and then be able to pull out and extract information. So unstructured data, that's a great area for agents. When it comes to structured data, for example, a database, there's no need to have fuzzy, hallucinated results. I don't need a hallucinated invoice statement, or in that regard, or any kind of hallucinations regarding something where you can actually query and get the information. So if you have structured data, I would just stick with your traditional approach. If you have unstructured data, I think that's where agents are the gold mine, so to speak. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, thanks for having me.
just as you will, and we'll do a quick mic check.
All right, thank you.
Tangled up.
Testing.
Okay, go ahead again.
Testing. Check. Testing.
Here, we can raise them. You really gotta like, I'll raise them up for y'all.
Okay.
You really gotta
Testing
get
one
right
two.
up in there.
Yeah, I don't know how much you want us on.
There
It
we
doesn't
go.
matter.
Okay. They're competing with the band outside.
Yeah. I don't know how many people from the conference are there.
Who knows?
Although it depends on how much Crescent 9 they have.
Yeah,
That's
fair.
right. All right.
That's fair. All right. Is that okay? Can everybody hear
Yes.
me?
All right. Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, I want to thank y'all for having us here today. My name is Jesse Hoppus. I'm with Leaf Environmental, and we are an environmental consulting firm based in Gretna, about 30 people. I'm one of the co-owners, and been very interested in AI. We've been kind of trying to implement it in the business, and went to Blake's conference, I guess, last year, earlier this year, and it was a lot of fun for the NOAI group. And I thought it'd be great to kind of hear how the people in the nonprofit world are using AI within these nonprofits. And I ended up reaching out both to the Water Institute and the Pontchartrain Conservancy, and they sent two of their experts over here. So I'd like to go ahead and introduce Dr. Alyssa Dosman and Dr. George Washburn. Um, so I want y'all to go ahead and kind of tell us a little bit, just to get started, if you don't mind, Alyssa, just about your organization's mission, the type of work y'all do in Louisiana, and a little bit of your community engagement. Kind of give us a little more on your scope and breadth of what y'all do as an organization.
Sure. Hi. So thank you. I'm Melissa Dousman. I'm the chief scientist at the Water Institute. We have about 90 employees. We're headquartered out of Louisiana. We started in Baton Rouge. We have an office here in New Orleans, but we're now in about 18 states across the U.S. So we have about half our staff are here and half are out into the world. And most of our work is focused in the Gulf of Mexico and the eastern seaboard. And the Water Institute really works on we are an applied research and planning nonprofit, but we're not advocacy. So we do a lot of science to support decision making. The decision making can be everything from politicians to resource managers to actual small communities on the ground. So we also have a community resilience center that's very specific to working with communities on the ground that may or may not have access to resources or technology or science to support some of their planning efforts so they can become more resilient. And so we do a lot of modeling, monitoring in that space, and we span. I'm actually a geologist by education, but we have everything from engineers to computer scientists to data scientists to coastal ecologist, geologist, anthropologist, planning and policy researchers. So we really try to tackle things from an interdisciplinary and tackle hard problems from interdisciplinary way with a lot of different perspectives.
Great. And I'm a geologist too, just
there we go.
lesser, don't have the PhD. George, you want to give a little more about what you guys do as an organization?
Sure. So yes, I'm at Pontchartrain Conservancy. Our mission is to well as we have a large water quality department, we've been doing the original purpose of our science department was the Save Our Lake Foundation, where we did a lot of work looking at the point source pollution around Lake Pontchartrain. And so we have about 20 years of continuous data of looking at the water issues around Lake Pontchartrain, as well as we've been doing coastal restoration work since post-Katrina. And so, yeah, we do a lot of work where it is a lot of scientific research driven, as well as we do a lot of stuff to try and uplift communities in the
but it's mostly for internal consumption or working with partners. It's not for like publications or like public communications. It's more just for us to gather and increase our own knowledge with what's on the landscape.
Yeah, for us, similar simple aspect, but we don't use it too much right now for heavy some stuff for like search engine tools. It's just a quicker way to find papers and whatnot kind of thing. Also, I know some of my colleagues have used it for like cleaning up like bibliography or what have you, just getting everything like where you would have ended up with the same thing, just kind of a quicker process for that. But as for but not too much beyond. We don't use it too much for summarizing papers so much. We got to the point where we're going through so many that so much is required for that. But yeah.
Okay. And then do y'all have like written out hardcore policies on your AI use at the company yet, at your organizations?
We do not actually. We're in the process of writing that right now.
Same with you, George?
Yeah, same in the process of writing it, and our science director is pretty firm though on, like as I mentioned, the not used for the technical writing, and also just the veracity of what we use it for data management and what have you. But I imagine when we do get that language in front of us, it's going to be fairly restrictive for a while, just for fear of not having, for letting anything get away from us kind of thing in terms of veracity of what we're producing.
Sure. And kind of to stay on that a little bit, I'm just kind of curious, some of your main concerns about AI usage in your field. Do you want to go into that a little bit, George?
Sure,
Things
sure.
you're worried about?
So I think, well, I mean, it's one of those things with how we use AI right now. It's touted as a useful tool for, say, summarizing papers or helping with data management or what have you, or helping with writing kind of thing. I worry that it can be. It's one of those things where, like, if you can have it used very well as a tool where where it's having to do work for you that that you can do yourself. I think that's valid. If you can, everything you're doing. I come from the statistical background that I have. Not a lot. I know I've taken enough stats to know I'm not very good at statistician. But one of the things that I learned endlessly from every single stats course I took is with any kind of stats program, it's nonsense in, nonsense out. So if you have this robust program, you have everything written out really lovely, but like if you put in bad data, you're gonna get cracked back. And so it's just, and that's my view of how people should be viewing AI. I'm sure a lot of people in very intellectual ways are viewing it that way, where it's like, especially in a black box situation where you don't have access to whatever it is doing with your data, with your code, with whatever you're summarizing. If you can't verify everything you're doing, then what are you doing? Because if we can't stand by our publications or findings with intellectual fortitude, if we can't make sure that everything we're producing is anything that we could have produced ourselves, or is like, say, if a dissertation committee would rip you apart for using it, then it's probably questionable whether or not you want to be using it. And so it's this thing of just this really interesting thing of just like, it can be a great tool, but it shouldn't supplement any of our thinking or shouldn't supplement any of our ability to do the work that we're already doing. If you get to the point where you're fully dependent on it to do your work, I feel like that is the slippery slope. Certainly it is a slippery slope argument, but if you get to that point, I think it'd be very problematic for what kind of work you're actually producing.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I think so. For example, when I think about like in the larger space of where the Water Institute is utilizing AI and exploring is, for example, we do a lot of flood forecasting, and we make that publicly available. We have some tools that are not publicly available, but the governor's office does use it for emergency response. And in Louisiana, and we are looking and exploring in ways of using AI or surrogate models, and we're just exploring. We're not using it or making it publicly available, because if those models are wrong and people make poor decisions, lives could be lost. And so some of my greatest concerns about people forging into this, and I have this debate at home with my husband and my stepchild all the time. My husband's in real estate, they're like, I use ChatGPT and it told me everything, and my stepson's like, that's ridiculous. But in debates is that people begin to lean on it so much and believe that it is true, and then really bad things could happen. And that is where I think that I say that about 50% of our staff are using it in different types of capacities, but most of that work is not publicly available right now. We're doing research and actually publishing papers on it, but it's not something that we're saying, hey, utilize this to make decisions, because we don't think it's accurate enough to do that yet.
Right. Yeah, we run into the accuracy issue all the time.
Yeah.
It's always a fine line. I have some employees that I've kind of pushed to use AI, and then, you know, it's like when you go to check it, it's like, where did you get this? And
right.
where did you get this answer? And, you know, it's just, had a guy helping me with an RFP the other day, and that's a request for proposal, and he, you know, we're mowing grass, we're sampling water wells, and that's it. And it's like, what innovative solution do you have? And he just relied completely on AI to come up with drones and all sorts of other things. And it's like, how did this get past a scientist to kind of even make this up? And it's just, you got to be super careful. It's not, that's the hard thing. And especially and when it comes to the data, it's been the harder thing for me to let go. Like, to summarize, hey, we went to this site, we saw a bunch of transformers, none of them were leaking. Let's go ahead and just put that in this section of the report, clean it up easy and tight, and then you read it, and it's great. That's awesome. But for larger data things, we've been finding it helps us build macros that can then use the data better, or to kind of give better insight on the data. And I'm kind of curious, Alyssa, on your side, what you've been able to do with some of that. Sort of, I know y'all have a ton of data for your barges, and you have a ton of data for your bird monitoring. If you want to go into any of those,
yeah,
I think those are interesting.
So we are, we do a lot of avian monitoring across the Gulf of Mexico. It's all post-deepwater horizon oil spill. We partner with the funding across the region, which, by the way, even though it was 15 years ago, there's still a lot of funding out there that's still being spent. And so they've been collecting, data, aerial imagery, overflights for years, and then we started to partner and then be housing the data. And in the past, they've done what they call manual dotting. So humans go and look at every single photo, create mosaics, and then dot birds. Like, this is a piping plover sitting in this kind of habitat. This is a secretive marsh bird. I am not an avian ecologist. We have those on staff, but anyway, so we have started to utilize different types, some Esri, some things that are being utilized in Texas to try to do automated, develop machine learning models or training that data, so that instead of a human saying, this is the bird in this area, it can, the model tells us and predicts, and then we go back and ground truth it.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of detail if you're looking at the ability to be able to hand look at a bird on the coast.
Across
and
the
amount of time
entire
savings,
Gulf of
if you
Mexico.
get that right.
Yes, if you can get that right. And it is, because it's very expensive to do manually, right? Like, I mean, so for 3 scientists to do the entire Gulf of Mexico takes 3 people working on this full time for like 9 months to dot every single bird, right? So there's a huge opportunity there, and so they had a lot of success in Texas and Audubon doing it, but they're using drones, and the data is more reliable but a smaller area. And so we are working with some partners out of California that's been doing this forever. They do aerial overflight, so it's planes, because they've got to do the entire Gulf of Mexico. The data's not as quality or reliable, and so the predictions are not either. And so it's so we're utilizing it, but the accuracy may be around 60%, right? And so we do believe, like, in the next 5 years, it'll be really, really good, but we're not there yet.
But y'all are spending the time and resources testing.
We are spending the time and resources. One of our early PIs got a grant from the Brown Foundation to do some exploratory work in this space, and it is promising and optimistic, but we can't rely on it quite yet. And the whole idea is that we can then associate it with different habitat types. We can not only monitor injury from the oil spill, but also past restorations, but make predictions for future restorations. And then we're also integrating satellite data and remote sensing data as part of that process, and using deep learning models in that as well. And it shows very promising, and the deep learning on a recent publication that was just submitted in that space related to SADs, and other partners with ULL and some others. And so there's a lot of potential, but I would say that like we ground truth it into accuracy is like 60 to 95%. Now, that doesn't bother me as much because we're not making life decisions based on birds like you are with flooding.
Yeah.
So it's, so there may be there's a sense of uncertainty that's okay. So it really depends upon the
But it's got
problem.
to get a lot closer to the 90, 95.
It needs to get closer to the 90, 95, but we're getting there.
Yeah, great.
If I could,
Yeah,
in that vein, one of the ways that we've talked about how, so as I mentioned, I go out in the swamps, I stomp around it. As you can imagine, it's quite physically difficult. I mean, there's points I'm up over my knees and stuff. I enjoy it. A lot of people don't, but that's not the point. And so we plant about 5,000 trees a year, and we monitor about something like 10% of them per year, and then also we go back annually and check all those trees. So as you can imagine, a lot of our winter is just spent going back to these sites, checking these trees for survival, height, UVH, and then we use all of that to build our assessment of these wetlands. So there's been talks, I've been to talks before where people talk about like doing like LiDAR or using like drone passovers of swamps or marshes or what have you, and taking a look at like infrared reads, and then you can get like species composition from those kind of scans. And so the idea being similar to what you're talking about, where people says like, well, if we combine that present technology with an AI kind of thing, where if you start taking huge passovers of lots of these swamp areas or these marshy areas and just saying like, oh, can we do habitat assessments without actually setting foot on the ground there? And I know one of my colleagues, Dr. Hillman at Southeastern, one of her recent students, I think just did a project where he had just drones doing those kind of passovers and doing assessments. Problem is that it couldn't tell the difference between a float marsh and another, and then I forget what the other type was, but like there's a float marsh and another kind of thing, like just general like hard bottom wood, because they look the same from this top because you couldn't see through the canopy. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, you could see how it could get there, but there's just so much ground truthing you'd have to do to clean that up to a certain point. And so I think it is possible to get to that point, but I feel like it's going to be hard to, and personally, I think it's going to be hard for me to ever get away from the fact that, well, what did the person see when they're on the ground standing there? Like, what did you get, where were you able to assess and get a feel of that area? Because it's, even if you can tell, even if you read reports like, okay, this land, this chunk of these X number of acres are this type of wetland, you really don't have a good feel for it. You're really out there in it, kind of thing, in my personal opinion. And yes, indeed, it's not a kind of assessment that's going to like make a difference for lives. But if we're committing, say, if there's a company trying to say, if we want to plant 100,000 bald cypress trees, let's choose areas to do so. And if you screw that up and you drop them all in the wrong kind of area, then you just killed so many trees and you've wasted time, effort, and the lives of trees, which is a waste. So it's like it's again, it's a thing where like you could see it get there, but I just have a hard time seeing how it's going to be so applicable. It's going to override, say, my job. But
do you see it getting kind of more to a level where it could screen the environment for you a little bit better and help you maybe select the areas you want to go and then go ground truth that?
Yes.
Or do you see it getting to where it can kind of give you the broad sense of what you need and less ground truthing, or so that y'all can ground truth more things?
Yes, I think that's what we'll get, kind of thing, more of that like, cool, here's, some landowners got like, I've got 30 acres that I want to, assess for whatever reason, go do huge passovers and like, okay, cool, this looks good, this looks good, rather than trying to figure that out through a Google map image. So yes, I think we could get to that point, and it would be that, but again, it'd be a tool. It wouldn't supplant the boots in the ground, but I think it would be a tool in the toolbox kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe help you do a little more. So, y'all have any examples where you've used the AI and it's been more of a disaster for you so far, or things that just didn't work?
I can go briefly, not too much because I haven't used it too much, but when I was finishing my dissertation, that was when ChatGPT first really became publicly available. So I was just testing out. It's like, cool, find me papers on these kind of things, and they gave me well-sounding papers. But then the URL codes were nonsense because it was just kind of filling the next random letter as it thought it should, kind of thing. So it was the kind of thing where it's just like it was a very quick lesson. I didn't try to use any of them or anything like that. But it's one of the things like, oh, earlier
So if you're on a call and you mute your phone and you're talking to someone, it's recording you.
Oh, wow.
And it published it in the transcript script. So everybody got an email with the transcript. And I was like, better be careful. I know, it's hilarious. It's so, it's funny, not funny, but also we work, our Community Resilience Center works with a lot of communities on the ground. There's, you know, PII information and things like that. And so we were having an entire conversation about getting with IT. Apparently Otter does the same thing. And so this is all new for us, right? Like,
Yeah.
we were like, and I mean, they were like, no, it recorded everybody's conversations on mute and then emailed those conversations to everybody in the meeting. I was like, okay, we have a big problem here to some degree. And so these are the kinds of things, that is AI so gone wrong. I'm not even quite sure where to start to some degree or another, that if you've been
there's
muted.
a whole lot more
Right.
caution when you get into the sciences, and I get some of what
Yeah.
you're doing. You know, on a bird count, you can get the general direction of the bird population.
Yeah.
On tree counts, you get general, but then when you get down to like, we do a lot of toxicology of things, contaminated soil or water, and so if like you start you know, adjusting those things, it's like you can't get 10 to 20% off. It just gets a little bit different. So it's interesting, and I've run into that too on an otter, where I've seen it where, you know, at the beginning, people waiting in the waiting room started having a conversation about somebody who wasn't in the waiting room, and you know, that got brought out in the transcript. So it's always scary and a little bit difficult, and as you embrace technology, it's
harder.
You got to understand it.
One thing to get back to more of the technology. So after those horrible floods in Texas, you know, over the July 4th, and people died. You could go, and I'm not going to name the website because I don't want to, but you could go to a website. I have the screen captures because I don't think it's there any longer. That was predictions. They were like real-time predictions of flooding in the area with marks and like. This was not generated by us, by the way. This is and they had like low, moderate, extreme, and during that time, if anybody were to look and think it was flooding, it was below low, right? And those were AI generated predictions for flooding. And so and that's the kind of thing that you know, if you go to a website, it's a website probably everyone in this room utilizes. There's just a lot of caution. Like, to me, I looked at that and I said, this is also an example of AI gone quite wrong. And so that is my hesitancy in how we utilize it. And we are using it for a lot of things, but we're just being very, very, very careful in what we do and how we implement.
And then, George, I guess on your side, what are some promising ways that you think you might be able to apply AI to your data sets that you guys collect as an organization?
So, I think it was one idea that I heard that our water quality people were talking about using it for. I'm not a water quality expert or anything, so But yeah, it's just a general. It's we're slow to move towards it, but I imagine we'll use it in a very slow and cautious way, kind of thing. I think is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and what's one area you don't think at this point that y'all would ever trust AI to help you with?
I, I knew you were gonna ask this question, and I said human resources. Dealing with honestly, like, honest assessments of working with staff and employees and addressing issues. I don't trust it. I don't know if I ever will. I would trust not removing the people component from that.
You have one to add on that, George? Or?
Yeah, I don't know. The last speaker was talking about big data work and that kind of thing, statistical data science work, where I remember seeing a talk like 15 years ago where a guy was talking about, like, yeah, when big data science, statistical work first came out, it was like, this is going to change how we do genomics, we do all these kind of things, the next big thing. He's like, it's just another tool, guys. It's like another thing. If you don't understand it, it's going to give you crap. If you do understand it, you can use it, but you still have to do the work. You still have to do the thinking. You still have to do the stuff. And it's just like, when I look at AI right now, I'm just like, on the one hand, yeah, you can see how it can be implemented in certain ways and be useful. But if you can't do the baseline work that you should be doing, then it's not going to change any of that in the first place. And then beyond that, just the very real environmental costs and the environmental justice costs of some of these implications of some of these data centers and some of the supercomputers that they're building in at-risk communities and the pollution that's subsequently happened from there. Those kind of things are just like, those are very real world costs that are they worth the implementation of these tools that are being shoved at us from a very capitalistic sensitive the aspect of this, our society kind of thing. And it's just, and so yeah, so with that in mind, it's just like, I'm just cautious of implementing it, any aspect of it, just because it's like, are the real costs of implementing these tools worth like what we're getting from it? And currently with my work, I don't see that being the case. Maybe in 3 to 5 years, I'll have a different conversation about it. But for right now, I'm just very cautious about it, and I just think we're in a very big tech bubble around it. So
I'll say when I reached out to, I think I kind of shot an email out to leaders of maybe 3 or 4 nonprofits.
Oh, sure.
Also a community college, just kind of get ideas on where to go with this. And the environmental concern kept coming up, in a lot of the conversations. And there's definitely more of a hesitancy there. I'm more of a believer, like one person, shot back and it's going to use 500,000 gallons of water a day or something like that. But then if you just look at just the city of New Orleans, and we generate about 160 million gallons of water a day, and we lose 70% or 80% of it. So it's like, if you can help solve those problems, it can be a net positive. And generally how I feel, and it's just a resource reduction overall.
Yeah.
So if you can get to that, I know, things, you look at the Chinese model and other models, and the electricity usage is getting better and better, and the efficiency is, we just, as Americans, always overuse, in general. So.
And these models get better, and the technologies get more efficient, and we are going to move forward with these things, but they're going to be implemented in better ways, hopefully. As to quote my friend who's working his PhD, I was like, I don't think Skynet's not going to happen, but I think people are dumb enough to use an AI like a Skynet. Like, it's just like, people are dumb. Like, the tools necessarily are, but people are dumb. So it's just like, it's just a matter of who's doing what where, and yeah.
One thing I thought, kind of on the opposite of that, one area that we are using it, and I think it's very, very promising, is we do work along the Mississippi River. It's called crowdsourced bathymetry. And so for anybody who's familiar with navigation, right, the Army Corps of Engineers will go out and do bathymetric surveys once every 6 months, once a year, and then huge decisions. As you know, the river's an enormous economic engine for the country, not just for the state of Louisiana. And so we have outfitted well over 100 tugboats. They do small depth finding with an app, and it sends all their data into an area where we crowdsource it. It's not super accurate data, but sourced together, it's well, and then developed a machine learning model to predict shoaling on the floor of the Mississippi River in different
we call it like real-time predictions, right? So, doing predictions in the next 24, 48, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whereas before people only had access to this data once every 6 months, right? And for those who are familiar with shipping, a foot or two of draft make a huge difference. So we've had a lot of success. The predictive models are working really, really well. It's not all completely automated, but we're doing work with the Army Corps of Engineers now in this. We're doing work with Associated Terminals, or it's not fully operational yet, but we're getting really, really close. And I do think that that's an area where we're doing good ground truthing. We're able to look and can make a difference for the shipping industry, for people to get up. But also, one of the things that we are going to do as we move through this process is make the data publicly available to the research community, because a lot of people doing research on the river, we don't want that data to not be available. And then if we have certain companies or organizations, private companies that say, I want to know what's happening in my area, in my port, XYZ, well then we would do extra work and they would pay for that, but then trying to make the research data available to the public. So it's been very promising. And that's an area where I would say, I would trust it. We're not replacing people, because right now they're only doing the surveys once every 6 months. So having some information and data that is fairly good is better than nothing at all.
And before we move on to Q&A, I just want one from both of y'all, if y'all don't mind, just kind of telling us one area that you really see, maybe it's not here yet, but maybe 3 to 5 years, if AI could take care of this problem, or if you could, have this solved by somebody that would help you with the use of AI, what would that be for either of your organizations?
So, well, actually, I think I had a different answer for you originally, but then I'm working on a grant right now where I'm putting together a working group where we're trying to basically solve an issue where returning restoration in the Gulf with specific native species, native plant species, it can be difficult to source them because growers are all over the place, and a lot of growers they only know their small networks of people and this kind of thing. So we're trying to build a database, so to speak, where like you could have all these growers in situations, you have all these people talking to each other, where it's like, hey, I want to plant 100,000, water tupelo, which you can't find right now. It's difficult to find them because there's only a few farms that are creating them, as opposed to bulk service, they're everywhere. Point being, if I want to use this one specific species of tree in this specific area, then who can I talk to? And then beyond that too, it's like, okay, I'm going to do a restoration effort in this area. How could I, what species is most appropriate, this kind of stuff, and who would I talk to? So I could see somehow, maybe if you had inputs from so many different growers and so many different restoration people across the entire Gulf, presumably this is going to be a massive thing then, but it'd be really cool. And then somehow have an AI kind of clean that and make it to where it's like, okay, you're doing this with these species, who do you want to talk to? And I can see that being a useful thing if everything was kept very clean. But yeah, something like that. That'd be cool.
What about you?
I think that tapping into satellites and remote sensing, and the amount of data that is collected, as well as the accuracy is improving, it can tell us a lot about what is going on the ground. Everything from infrastructure to people to harmful algal blooms and water quality and wetlands and habitat type. And there's been some success with some really deep learning models in that space. We're not there yet, to your point, right? And so we actually, speaking of, we have a proposal related to satellites and using eDNA. And if you want to talk about eDNA, that's a whole other thing where you take water samples and then you look at the DNA and the water samples, and it tells you what animals are around. And so it's more expensive than going to count animals. So there's the invasive species or endangered species and things like that. But to utilize satellites, remote sensing, flyover imagery, for example, eDNA, going out, taking samples on the ground, and then looking at ways to do machine learning, develop models to try to make predictions, and then I think that in 5 years, satellites will, if you use large agents and deep learning, could change so much of what we do on the landscape, but it could also tell the story from the past and stories into the future. And it could be everything from, do these people need to go out? Should they go fishing today or tomorrow? Depending upon, is there going to be harmful algal blooms or not, or what is the water quality like, or not, and it could also potentially help with shipping and shoaling. I mean, there's a lot that's gone on because a lot of the satellite techniques like can't see through the water if there's turbidity, but there's also been problems and ways to solve that, and so that are showing promising. And I think it could tell us a lot about society, but not just in the United States, but in the world, right? So you've got people all over the world that have a lot of challenges. I mean, we've got big time luxury problems in the U.S., right? Really big challenges around the world, and imagine the ability to help communities solve challenging problems who don't have access to it, but satellites are still taking photos of their communities. And so I think that there's some worldwide problems that could be solved with big data and satellites if we wanted to tackle
So
them.
remote sensing, telemetry, and the processing all.
Very good.
I think we have about 8 to 10 minutes for questions. If anybody has it? Yes?
I really enjoyed what you just said about satellites. Toward the end of the litigation with BP, NOAA was using satellite data to determine which pieces of property were oiled because stat, someone would show up one day, walk the property, there's no oil, and it shows later that there was so much oil on that piece of property. And I could see AI and the satellite data really, really helping with oil spills and the direction of oil going because they can see all of it.
It's a really good point.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to ask is with DOBER, which is the standard the courts use for scientific experts, and that, I wanted to get y'all's opinion on that because when I came to sit here today, I thought, I know nothing about AI, and then y'all started talking, I'm like, wow, how are the courts going to interpret if people are using AI? How are they going to qualify them through the DOBER requirements as to whether they are an expert or not? Any comments on that?
Well, if you want, short flippant response would be they already gutted the Chevron doctrine, so we don't believe in experts, so what does it matter? But I don't know. I'm not a policy person at all. I took one environmental law class and realized it was just property law and didn't enjoy that. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how that kind of thing plays out. Where it's just like if you have one witness who's I'm a PhD in this thing. I've been doing this for 30 years. You got someone who's like, well, I'm not that, but I can give you all these sources because I did this. And it's just like, well, then what is the veracity of an expert in the first place? And like, because if you know so much, you're not going to know more than an AI system in the first place because that's not what we can do. So I don't know.
Maybe statistically they could use it though.
Sure.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Something just like, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, I worked with a lot of lawyers. So I was working for the federal government during the oil spill. So I worked on early restoration, litigation, settlement, all kinds of interesting things. And it's a hard question. What does and does not make an expert? There are different ways that the courts could approach it, and I'm not saying one is better than the other, but you can set up a series of criteria. You can so there's about 90 people at the Water Institute, maybe 70, 75 of those are scientists. And like I said, about half of my staff use AI in one form or another. I do not consider myself an expert, but of all the people, if this one guy, he just blows me away. And when I have conversations with him, it's so funny. He talks to me as if I understand everything he's saying, and almost no one understands what he's saying. And but he's so smart, but he's also like very, very humble about it, extremely humble about it. But I will say this: he's published in the literature. He's publishing these things in the literature, and I don't want to say I am not a believer. Like somebody, we were in the prior talk talking about what and one of the things I believe about PhDs is what I learned
there are people who know a whole lot about this, and if they are passionate about it and they're deep about it, they will have published in the literature, and those are the people I would ask. And it doesn't mean that people who haven't published in the literature don't have a lot to offer. I'm not saying that. However, if you want to start setting up a series of criteria, like at our organization, he's the one who's published the most, but I can also tell you he's also the only person I would trust today to actually be an expert in a case around that, and I have another colleague in the same way. And I think that there are ways that that could be done to try as best you can. I'm not saying it's going to solve everything, but that would be where I would go.
Yeah, and I'm personally not a believer that it's going to replace the experts anytime soon. I mean, at some point maybe, but it's got a ways to go because it just doesn't have the whole context.
But the experts can start using the tools, and actually, they actually had a case. I had a case where it dragged on, and the courts accepted the satellite data instead of the SCAT for land fraud. But it was very, very late in the process.
Yeah.
Probably got time for one or two more questions.
Just ignorantly, what is the appetite of Louisiana's environmental nonprofits for a critique of AI for climate change, sea level rise? You talked about water use, but there's so many other things involved with thinking about expanded AI use for everything. We just saw like crossword puzzles being made and stuff. So I just, where, given the state, given our workforce, given everything else, what's the role of environmental nonprofits?
Well,
it's an ignorant question.
No,
Maybe you're
good,
already like involved in all this stuff. But
No.
I don't know
I mean,
anything about it.
generally my company's perspective is that we're all extremely hesitant on the implication of AI, and we're all of a pretty firm opinion that like our work won't be replaced by that kind of thing. It's just like I agree, like it's really pervasive everywhere, and like in so many different companies and so many different kind of things. And I personally think that's partly just because of the sheer amount of money in it right now. It's just like it's this very, very large thing, which I'm calling a bubble, that I feel like is going to be a problem at some point. And so I feel like it's being shelved very quickly. But environmental sciences, I feel like is a slower moving apparatus kind of thing, just given the fact of how long it takes a lot of our studies to come out. And so I feel like right now everyone's looking at it where they can implement it quickly, but it's really not a thing where people are trying really hard to shove it everywhere on our end. And so I think there's a hesitancy towards it kind of thing. And so it's a slower move towards it. And then in terms of the environmental cost of actually using it everywhere, we are generally concerned about it being too much for the infrastructure we barely have in place in the first place. So yeah, I think it is a problem, kind of thing that we're not heavily addressing. Not without firm regulation saying that like, okay, you want to build these things, great, make them carbon neutral, make them cleaner for everybody. Don't put them in areas where you're just going to be able to just shove it down other people's throats and not clean your backyard. I mean, that'd be what I'd hope from it, but that would require regulation to actually do something.
I think it's about being good stewards and responsible in how we utilize the resources. And so we do utilize it, as I've talked about in several instances, but we're not, running things on massive, I would say that we're not being irresponsible in our use, if that makes sense. And so, but I don't think that we should not use it. Like, I don't know if that is because I do think that it could save time, money, and lives if used appropriately, right? And so I think that that all of those things have to be weighed and critiqued. But I think that people should ask themselves, I have a lot of conversations with my staff about integrity and ethics. And what does it mean to utilize these tools and resources with integrity and ethically? But some of that is just, based on our policies, and then also just based on wise decision making. And so, I would say though that whether people realize have some, and we do have some of the best science, technology, and problem solving in the country, and I would even argue in the world. And so the Water Institute, when I started 8 years ago, was 95% in Louisiana, and now we're working all over the Gulf, all up and down. But most of it is taking all the things that we've learned and developed here and then expanding out because other entities, and so like we've done tons of work in resilience planning in other states and things like that. So I am optimistic about the capability of the scientists in the state of Louisiana and the ability to use these tools and use them responsibly.
And I'm pessimistic, so.
So we balance each other out.
And with that, I'd like to respect the 5 o'clock just because I know we have another speaker coming with energy, and please stick around. I appreciate the panel very much. Thank you, George and Alyssa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. What we're going to do now is we're going to take about a 10-minute, and they're gonna bring everyone up from the downstairs section.
Oh, cool.
And we're going to start at 10 minutes after 5. That's okay.
Sounds good.
There's still some snacks outside. The green room is closed. The French Market Corporation is having a meeting in there, so no more access to the green room.
Well, I was gonna, because I'm working on an AI innovation institute with legislator Josh Lee, and the Water Institute is coming up as the model for how we can legislatively get it done.
Oh, with LED? Oh, yeah. Jeff Hicks and Josh. Yes. Well, I'm very aware of that. We talk about that.
I feel like there should be a lemon law on cell phones.
Yeah, so I'm coming up front.
everybody, as you sit down, if you don't mind sitting down closer to the front, this is the last talk, and I'm going to do the one thing I've wanted to do all of this conference is bring everybody closer to this stage so it can be more of a conversation. So if you could just get into this zone of influence over here, this kind of tidal wave, it's the splash zone, please don't be afraid. Get into the splash zone as close as possible, just pull up.
Only if you promise splash.
Yeah. Well, we got Entergy here, so I don't know, maybe former Entergy. Yeah, former. Yeah. Now you can say things. You can say things. Former Entergy. Former. Save that pension. I'll invite you up. Yeah. All right. If you don't mind, when you're coming in, just sit as close to the front as possible. It will make this space feel better for the speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you don't mind, when you come in, just sit as close as possible to the front. This will help make it feel better for us. Cool, yeah. Every year, we've now been here 3 years, I've asked for less chairs, and we seem to have more chairs, so it's interesting. Originally, this was like going to be a philosopher's circle, that we just have a circle, but then the stage has to be here, so that's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am very eager and happy to bring on stage our next guest. This is our final presentation of this great 3-day festival. Give them a round of hands for everybody. It's a volunteer-run festival, passion-led festival. Andy Quick is someone who has been on my mind for a very long time, and I only fairly recently got to meet. We'll get into his work in a little bit, but he just retired, so he is the former chief AI officer from Entergy, and today is his retirement party. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Andy Quick. Please come to the stage. Woo-hoo. Start with just kind of question and answers. We'll get into conversation and then we'll turn it to the crowd, because my intention is to get you asking questions, and that's the whole reason I'm up here. Drilling Andy, this is a guy on stage who's going to be here and talking to you, and has to be held. They actually don't have to be held to anything anymore, so you're good.
Not anymore.
So my first question to you is, can you sum up what your goal was when you started working for Entergy, and how that goal has shifted to when you exited? Like, can you think back to your young self going into Entergy and where you were at, why you were there? Maybe it was just money, and then where, as you exited, saying, "I've done it. I'm here, and I can walk away."
Yeah, what a great question. We didn't prep at all, so it was cool hitting that quote. Gosh, going back, so I was with Entergy for almost 30 years. So just to get perspective, I started in '96. Back then, let's see, it was 25. I think I was 25. I just had my first kid, and I was in consulting prior to that, and was flying back and forth, and I really missed my kiddo, my oldest daughter, and so I wanted to get back home to New Orleans and be with my family. And I happened to, this is not your question, but I was in a flyback. I was in Arthur Andersen Running Assistant, for those of you who know that firm. I was in a flyback coming back home, and I happened to sat next to a guy who was interviewing at Entergy for their IT department. And as we were landing, I opened my briefcase and I pulled out my last little crummy business card and I said, "Hey, I just have a kid. I'm trying to get back home. If you need a tech person in your group and you get the job, give me a call." And 30 days later, he called. He's like, "Yeah, I got the job. Can you come talk?" 30 days later, that I was working for Entergy. So that's how I got to Entergy. The other part of the question was, the family is going to be the common theme. I now have 4 kiddos, and they're from 22 to 30, and they've all finished school. 2 are married. They've all got big girl jobs, and so I'm in a place with my kiddos where I don't need to be. I have more flexibility. So I think it's very family centric is kind of the why on both sides of it. So I just have more flexibility, and I'm tired of working in the corporate. Not a negative thing. I'm just saying it just wears you down. Just kind of burned out working at a Fortune 500 company. So I'm ready to do something less of leadership and less of managing people and politics and everything that goes with working at a big corporation, with doing something creative and fun and giving back to is another piece of it. So, but there wasn't like a particular moment of, oh, I've checked these things off and now I can call it. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about like the team that you had and grew at Entergy and what you were responsible for?
Yeah, so we formed an internal AI department in March of 2024, and the way just a little bit of the story how we created an AI function. It was back around March of 2023. I was in charge of the advanced data analytics group. So we had a team of about 20-something folks, like data engineers, data scientists, sort of doing a lot of models and so forth. And the CEO contacted me. I don't remember if it was an email or a text. He's like, hey, what are we doing with ChatGPT? It was in 2023. And I asked my team, what are we doing with ChatGPT? And I'm like, nothing. So that was sort of the thing that began. So there was a lot of interest, by our leadership, and most Fortune 500 companies that's when everything was getting hyperactive around AI. And so my team kind of morphed into the AI team. And we brought together some other folks that were doing automation, robotic process automation, which was something that a lot of corporations do, automated stuff. And so we kind of merged these talent pools together, and we just reshaped it and remade it into an AI function. We were thinking about calling it digital transformation, which is kind of really what we do. But that is a word, I don't know how many, 8 or 9 syllables. I have to really explain to people like digital transformation, what is that? I say AI, they're like, oh yeah, I saw the AI on the TV or whatever, they understand what it is. So the formation was slowly, organically formed over time as AI became more of a priority for the corporation to create value. So anyway, so we were formed to bring AI to the corporation across the entire value chain. And how do we do it? Both from an employee perspective, how do we democratize AI internally to enable employees to take advantage of AI to improve their kind of marginal productivity improvement, but also create value, right? How do we make energy more affordable for our customers? How do we keep the lights on more often? What are some really, really big, important things, problems we're trying to solve as a company for our customers? How do we use AI to do that? So it's kind of how it came to be.
When you started to like get into AI and use it, was there skepticism or was it just all in? I mean, it sounds like you got a CEO directive and you were ready to go.
Luckily, thankfully, our CEO is very forward-thinking, very tech, very favorable towards tech, just based on who he is and his background and so forth. We were the first utility to form an AI function in the United States. I was the first chief AI officer ever named. So Entergy jumped in the deep end of the pool and went big, largely because of his leadership and supporting to be able to do that. So no trepidation from him, no trepidation from me. I quickly, I schooled up on this stuff as quickly as I could, clearly drinking the Kool-Aid. But trepidation exists, inside the company, in any company, depending on where you are in terms of embracing AI.
Yeah,
and the mix.
And a lot of people like look at you and your job title, and they say, "Holy moly, this is an important person who's obviously accomplished something, like rose to the ladder." And I'm asking you just like a quintessential question, but it is something that came to my mind too, which is like, what is like the secret sauce? Like, how do you do that? How do you go through Entergy and like climb a little ladder, corporate ladder, and like exit on like virtually top?
Yeah, it's a long, hard road, is the short answer. Well, I would say, so yeah, I left with chief AI officer, but that was job number 15 or 16. So to answer the question, it's about moving this way. It's not moving this way. At least I do a lot of, mentoring for young people who are trying to figure out like how do you move up and so forth. And you do it by having as many different experiences as you can, and not having one just sort of running up a particular department. But I've had roles, many different roles in IT and supply chain. I've done stuff in innovation and business transformation. Like I've moved around, and every about 18 months to 2 years, I don't really plan my career this way, but I would get bored of what I was doing. There was something else new that popped up, and I'm like, hey, I'll take that, or I'd volunteer for something. So it's really about being open to jumping into things that you may not know about, knowing that you're going to be outside your comfort zone for a while, learning it, and then kind of moving up. So I think it's because I built a range of experiences and, learning to navigate the structure and the politics of the organization takes time.
Were you like looking for a challenge, and then the challenge you would just volunteer? Is it more of like Andy the volunteer, or is it Andy the like go-getter who's putting out ideas? Like, how do you actually get into that position of climbing a ladder?
Well, yeah, and I'm not saying I can't say that I wrote the book on this, so it's just my own personal experience. I think a couple things happened. One is eyeing a particular opportunity and saying, hey, I can see this as a problem space or a problem area. I would say about half of my jobs were jobs that I actually made up. Like, they didn't exist, and yeah, and like, yeah, we need a team, like this thing, either I made up or a leader made up or we made it up together, and like, we need this kind of function or this kind of role, and I'm like, hey, I'll do this. Or I had a product idea for a platform business internally in our innovation group, and I talked to the CFO, I'm like, oh man, what if we could do this? He's like, yeah, let's do that, and that like became my thing. So, or there was, in the other half of my example, not half maybe, but there would be a department that was having trouble, right? As something was not running well. I don't know, not necessarily a dumpster fire, but there was something that, hey, this thing needed to improve. So an ailing function, an ailing department that needed, a redo, a reboot, a rethink. That tends to be like I said, I didn't plan it this way, but I get a call, hey, can you either start this new thing, or hey, can you give this thing some love because it's really not working and I need to work. It tends to be the script. Or, hey, we're starting a new retail business. We need somebody to start their IT department from ground zero. That sounds fun, and so all of those, I think, those are sort of the three flavors.
Is that also because like the other so I'm just like going off your title. Okay, that's impressive about Andy Quick. The next thing that's impressive about Andy Quick is the amount of people he managed. So you managed 70 something.
When I left, the team was around 75.
75 people, and so another question that pops in my mind, because I know I've had this, and I know people in the room to talk to the same problem, is like scaling and growing and building a team. Like, what are some of the hacks that you've tried? And let's just focus it on AI and the problem set around AI. Like, how do you, and I'm sure corporations are the same thing that anybody in the regular world has, of getting a budget, of finding talent, and of delivering on the end. Like, where you definitely have a superpower in these three things, or you wouldn't be in the role you're in. How do you deliver, find talent, and find a budget?
Okay, I'll work backwards. I'll work backwards from the budget kind of question. And just to be fully transparent, our group kind of grew from this amalgamation of other pools of talent that existed at the company. It wasn't like we went from 0 to 75 as an AI function, to be really clear. Budget, you've got to have a value proposition big time, right? Because it's all about value. At the end of the day, you've got to create value. So what I like to tell my team, my engineers, data scientists, et cetera, is like, think about, we need to run our group kind of like we have a family business or a checkbook, right? And right now, there's certain withdrawals that we're making. It's the company's checkbook, but we got to make deposits. And what is that going to look like? We have to make sure that we're creating value. So there has to be a case for value to say, you give us X, we give you X times. And that value can be measured in a lot of different ways, but we've got to be able to justify the investment, in the talent and the folks. In terms of the other question was talent. On the talent's challenge, that's a real challenge. I know talent's been kind of a topic. I've heard questions come up around talent. It's very, very difficult. We have partners, so we don't just all that talent, although we may have 75 people. There are other groups that are contractors and consultants that they actually work with. So it's actually more than 75 if you consider some of our partners, like AWS is a big partner. AWS Professional Services, we use them because we do everything on AWS. And so having that kind of talent is really, really important. But finding talent is really, really tough. Locally is really tough. I'm fairly plugged in with the tech community here, which is great, you know, and I have a bias towards folks that are local because they stay. I find that they're a lot less transient, you know, to the extent possible. My bias is towards local talent all day long, but sometimes that's hard to find. So it's a constant, you know. And when I'm asked to do speaking or do things at events or things like this, or I did a lot of these kind of things, my team like, why are you doing all this? Well, it's for recruiting.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's it. I come to these things, I meet a lot of people and say, hey, you want to come work for the only Fortune 500 company in New Orleans? And that was sort of, but I felt like that was my primary job, was recruiting. But really, really tough. I don't have that licked. I don't have that figured out. I just have a lot of different channels, a lot of different contacts.
And delivering on outcomes, like how do you then take that talent and deliver it?
Yeah, we follow, so we sort of follow a design thinking process. So we're sort of like an internal tech company inside of the company, if that makes sense. So we begin by understanding frictions across the entire value chain, at least in the big value delivery. Delivery in terms of rolling out AI tools to employees, that's sort of its own work stream, democratizing use of AI tools and letting them use things and getting to learn it, dealing with the trepidation curve around people. There's a lot of people that don't want to use AI tools. So we have a whole democratization sort of work stream that's around forming an AI community, rolling AI tools, et cetera. From value delivery, like really creating significant value, one, understanding those really, really big gnarly problems across the value chain. What are some really big frictions? That's the starting point. One, two, finding leaders, right, who really want to solve those problems. Like, this is a problem worth solving. It's a thing that's worth buying and investing in. And then we follow kind of digital product development, agile scrum is kind of what we do. And we're like, let's make sure we understand, the problem as deeply as possible, and let's think about a solution, and let's create that thing as soon as humanly possible. Get it back to the product owner, to the people using. Like, okay, would you buy this? Is this solving your friction? This is what it's going to be. And sprint, until we have something. Either we pivot, right, or persevere and scale.
So that gave me the rest of the conversation. The first thing, ripping off of that, is what is the value of AI to Entergy? Like, I'm thinking about, like, how do you sell this giant budget of 75 team members? Like, where is the value? And can you talk there? So I like, because your brain does like mine, where you can hold a thing and connect it. Can you connect that to then what is the value for one of the smallest teams in that large conglomerate of, like, what value proposition are they solving? And the reason I ask you this is because I think in this room there are people who want to make a value proposition that's very big. They want to figure out something that they can sell to a CEO.
Right.
At the same sense, they probably don't have the capacity and ability to execute on something, so they might have to start at a much smaller value proposition place.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if you can kind of connect those dots of what do you sell to a CEO to what do you sell to a manager to get a little team together.
Yeah, and I would say that literally what you just asked is the hardest part of the role, is really connecting the dots, because you have to find sizable enough frictions that deliver enough value to justify the investments being made, and so it's really, really tough. I'm sorry, your question around,
the big value
and the
little
little
value.
The big value is you need to find frictions in the value chain that if you solve them, you could monetize those internally, right? And I can throw out different examples of things. And it typically starts with a problem, so you evaluate the problem, you evaluate the frictions, and then you connect the value, and you say, wait a second, we have all these contracts with suppliers that have these, like, rebate clauses in them that says if we buy a certain volume, we get a rebate of whatever depending on our spending volumes. A bunch of unstructured data of contracts. We're spending billions of dollars. How might we use AI to interrogate, find, identify, ultimately monetize, and go get those rebates and say, that company owes you $100,000 because I've done that. Not a very complex Gen AI use case. Big value. And then it becomes, how'd you like to save, whatever percent off this spend, and that gets people really, really excited. So you find really, problems really bureaucratic, inefficient workflows, and that tends to be the source of value. And that gets, people get interested around 8 figures, is kind of what we try to, but there's singles and doubles. It's not about all home runs. And sometimes you hit a single that then generates a double that turns into triple and kind of more and more and more. So prioritizing where those opportunities are is the hardest part of the job. Because if you commit to something and it's a dry well, you're like, hey, we just spent a bunch of money on something that we were just going to pivot.
And so, okay, now we can pivot. Good, pivot's the word, because you're not with Entergy anymore. Let's leave that behind. You say you would come to things like this to get talent in the past.
Yep.
Why are you here now?
Well, because no, it's a recruit, that's for sure. I haven't decided kind of what my next chapter in life is. I have a lot more gas in the tank. I have a lot more flexibility because my kids are now grown, and I just still love tech. I love tech. I love AI. I love I love New Orleans, and so I sort of feel like I'm with kind of a birds of a feather feeling, I guess, to be part of the community. And so now that I have more flexibility, more capacity, I really want to be more a part of this kind of tech community, whether it's this event or other circles that exist. I just want to be a part of it. And what that means, I'm not really sure, but I just enjoy the
What's
interaction.
brewing? What are you like starting to get inklings of? I won't hold you to it.
Yeah.
But like, what is starting to say? Oh wait, there's something here. Maybe I'll even just like explore it.
I'm gonna dabble for a while. I tell people, because my wife's not retiring. She's like, you can retire, but I'm not retiring. So I'm gonna try different things. I've taught before at a couple of universities at UNO. I've taught at Tulane before, and so I love teaching. So I'll probably try that on for size. Some consulting. There's folks that are trying to do things that we've done before. Like, hey, help me figure out our AI strategy. What we're gonna do, what works, what doesn't work. The kind of questions you're asking me, and everybody's trying to figure out. So this consulting. Working with startups. Kind of getting synced up with. Like Idea Village and Louisiana Economic Development, and sort of meeting people that are in the innovation space to support tech startups. I think is really, really cool. Those are some of the board work. I've been asked to be on some boards, So I'm not going to, though, put all my chips, on one bet. I'm just going to decide what I enjoy the most and go for it.
And so I can start asking you hairy questions because we're not in the Entergy world anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you are Entergy, and the AI, like I would say 80% of the talks I walked in have a criticism around AI related to energy. And so I'm just going to put that there and ask you to respond to this.
So what is the,
in this instance, I'll frame it as a question. How do you face a very vocal and very real criticism that the work that you are shepherding in multiple ways, whether it's working with AI models or working with a large company that's serving large AI companies, has negative impacts on the environment, and that there's just a lot of feeling around that. Like, how do you face that? Give me your thinking behind it.
Well, having worked for Entergy for a very, very long time, regardless of my role, as soon as I tell people I work for Entergy, I'm frequently challenged about like, well, my bill, what's going on with my bill, or my power's not on. No, I mean, it's like, even one time I wore an Entergy shirt. If I wear an Entergy shirt around, even just going to the grocery store, like, hey, what's going on? And I'm a customer too. There's no special, I don't have any special perks or benefit. I'm a customer too. When your bills are high, my bills are high, then your power's out, my power goes out too. I gotta call Entergy and report my out. It isn't like I get some special handling just because I'm an Entergy customer. I just like to bring back with facts, to the extent possible. Feelings are feelings, and I honor that, and that's fine. But if you really look at what's happening from an economic growth perspective due to AI and the AI data centers, I'm not involved with the AI data center projects at Entergy. Those are kind of, I'm very familiar, kind of connected with them, but I'm not part of like bringing the Meta data center to Louisiana. Like, I'm not part of that piece of it. But if you look what those kind of things mean for economic development and economic growth, and not just for Entergy, yeah, it's more electrons on the grid, but jobs and it brings so much money into our market, which, this is Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Texas for us. And it's in places that maybe get very rural, and some of the AI coming to town can make a really positive long-term difference. Not to say that there won't be frictions or problems, or there might be some issues. I'm not trying to just paint it all rosy, but boy, it's a lot of good that comes from leveling up some of these areas.
Can you talk a little bit about economic development and it sounds like most of what you're going to be focusing your time on, even though you're not picking anything, is building the economic development of this area.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you believe in New Orleans, Louisiana? Why are you investing this time that if you didn't believe it, probably you wouldn't do it. You would do other things with your retirement.
Yeah, I grew up here. I just love the city, and consider myself a New Orleanian, and it's an opportunity to kind of give back, I guess. And so I just believe that if I can just use anything that I've learned or my experience or whatever talents and gifts I have to be able to give back and support the city, I'm glass half full. And how might we solve some gnarly city problems, by innovating and even AI and so forth. So to the extent, we can do something for the greater good, I'm all in.
So that's a very idealistic perspective, which is I'm an idealist. I think idealism is good, but you were also in charge of an organization. I'm sure that you had to be very practical at certain moments, and I'm curious of how you balance both in your past and facing problems that you see today, whether it was we were at the Board of Education together, problems in there. How do you face your idealism with practicality, and where does the balance come in?
Yeah, interesting. And it'll take me a while to probably unwire my corporate brain for a little bit, just because I've been in that world for so long. So I'll have to go through my little bit of my own reprogramming. I still think the principle of being able to find the value, and that value can be articulated in different ways. Yes, it could be dollars and cents, but what are other, if you can tie to whatever you're idealistic about, what problems you're trying to solve, if you tie it to some sort of societal value, that can also have economic value. So looking at the value, the coin on both sides that is maybe more altruistic, good for society. By the way, there's all this other kind of value that could get people excited that let's say, invest in something, and telling that value story and finding both sides of the coin and saying I'm not just corporate guy, dollars and cents, not just altruistic kind of idealist, but hey, it's both, and finding those opportunities and kind of combining, I think is the way to navigate, or at least that is my freestyle answer to your question. I never really thought about it.
Yeah, because I'll kind of, before I turn it over to you, I think that I sense a creative impulse behind pretty much every interaction that we've had. And do you consider yourself creative? How do you nurture that and keep that alive within the corporate system and now beyond? Where are you going to feed it?
Well, as cool as it sounds being a chief AI officer or chief anything or some of my other senior roles is, I don't get to spend my time doing creative things as much as I would like to. I mean, it's really running a department, managing expectations, dealing with the board, the executive team, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's where I spend most of my time. So I sort of feel now that I've retired from Entergy, I have this sense of freedom, right? I can kind of unleash and not be in that kind of role and really focus on doing creative things. Yeah, my mom was an artist. My dad and my mom met in an animation class. They did poetry, wrote poetry together. And so despite my techie kind of thing, my parents were super highly creative people. So yes, on the creative side. And now, the vibe coding, where's Paul still? What do we vibe code? A pothole detection app, in 60 minutes? Let's go fix potholes. So I sort of feel unbridled now, So the idea of working with startups and help foster creativity with somebody who's trying to solve friction, just be a thought partner, that's, I think, mostly kind of where I want to show up. So I think now I will be able to be as creative as ever, or more so, because I'm not managing up, managing down, managing across. I'm just, doing work.
Great.
So
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to the audience for a little bit if you have any questions. Yep.
So for me, looking at you, going to work with Josh Fleming, but losing on a economic development group, I mean, it would be a match made in heaven for you.
yeah, Josh and I actually are meeting this Friday, and I have having coffee with Madeline still here.
No.
She's the program director.
Yeah, I've known Madeline for years.
So yeah, you went to Tulane show. She and I talked, and so that is on its way. I'm very excited. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey.
That's it.
One thing I'm seeing right now is that you heard the news. Maybe OpenAI said they want that we might need loan guarantees from the federal government, and then also I'm seeing like people getting frustrated that that it's not rolling out as fast as it wants, and they haven't really figured out policy because they give out so much information. Are we kind of losing the honeymoon with AI, or is it going to keep going? Is it going to die for a little bit, or is it going to keep accelerating, or?
I'm a glass half full kind of guy on this one, so I'm more of this than up than down, for sure. I mean, there's still obviously a lot of variation in what's happening from a policy perspective, but I'm bullish, and I think it's on a good run. So.
I'm curious if the manage a team of 75 people in the AI space. People might think that's 75 AI engineers. What is the distribution of personnel that makes that successful?
Yeah, so the way we organize to align with our AI strategy, which has really there's three legs of the stool. One is governance, data governance, model governance, because there's a whole layer of governance. Because when we formed AI, there's hyperactivity around two things. One, create a ton of value. Two, will it kill us, right? Or will somebody, the otter listening to us or doing something, or somebody's going to do something really dumb, or somebody's going to, flip off a nuclear plant, or AI is going to do something something like that. So governance was key. So governance is setting up framework, process, risk frameworks to interrogate when we use AI, either off-the-shelf tools, features, or products, or stuff that we build, that we've thought through what are all the potential risks. So governance is one. So I have a group that does that. Small team. On the democratization side, about how to vet employees, tools, community outreach. We have a thing called AI University for AI literacy, both for my team and then also just for everybody in the company. So there's kind of a group around democratization, which is helping, right? And the last is enterprise value. And this is sort of the big piece of it, which is where that's the fat part of the bell curve in terms of where people are within my team. So within that, I have a team that's they do really business engagement. So back, we were talking about, exploring frictions, finding those frictions along the value chain. Jane, I have this group of, I call them AI business managers. They're functionally aligned. They're out there interfacing with leaders, trying to figure out what's keeping you living. What are the things you care about? What are the problems that are big that you actually want to solve? On a small design team, product designers, both doing upfront design, both I'll call, more strategic design, doing ethnographic research, actually working with people to understand what current experiences are, also traditional UX kind of design. And then the engineering team, right? So they are the biggest team. We have data engineers, software engineers, automation engineers. Those are sort of the three types of engineers that we have. And it's about 8 to 10 each in that group. So I'd say to answer the question, 25 to 30 to 35. 25, 35 is hardcore people that are hands on keyboard. Building data pipelines. Oh, data scientists. We also have about 4 data scientists, yeah.
Less than or close to half, but then there's all this other space for people who work in AI that aren't AI engineers.
Yeah.
Like software.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go to the back first, because I saw them first. Yeah.
Question for you. What's the coolest thing that you were actually able to accomplish within Entergy with AI that you would not have been able to accomplish otherwise?
He had the same question I had. I was just going to ask give me 2 or 3 examples.
Yeah, I'll give you some example use cases. Yeah, and talk about some. I'll also mention one that we thought was going to be really cool and didn't turn out to be, and some ones that are still, in the pipeline that I think are going to emerge as really good ones. First of all, I think it's
we have one that actually works. I want one that works.
okay. That's fine. First of all, to be really clear, I mentioned before when we form this function, it's really digital transformation, at least if you're familiar with that phrase. And we define AI very broadly. Okay, so stuff, I've talked to people that are in the tent on AI, and I'm saying, well, that's not AI. That's just like a logistic model or something, or a classification model or something like that. No, that's AI. So things that typically you put in the data science space, we still count that stuff. So anytime we're looking at using combination of digital tools, including LLMs, to be able to do something, do it. I think the thing around the procurement space is a really, really big one. I mentioned about the rebates, interrogation of finding rebates. There's a lot of gold to mine in your procurement and supply chain processes and how you manage. It is a ton of unstructured information. It is very difficult, if not possible, for humans to manage and monitor and to track it. And if you've been around for a long time, you've got a legacy of stuff it's old, it's really, really old. And so you layer on AI in the procurement space, interrogating contracts, finding discrepancies, and operationalizing that in a document pipeline that's interrogating this stuff, huge value to be mined. The other one I'll mention is we own, it's proved to be work over scaling, so I think it's still provable, we have an AI solution that is streamlining the process to relicense a nuclear plant. So when you have a nuclear plant, we have 4 nuclear plants with 5 units, 4 nuclear plants. The process to extend the life of those things, like you first get the license as 20 years, then you go from 20 to 40, and now we're going 40 to 60. You have to work with the federal government, and it takes multiple years. It takes tons of people, including engineers, incredible amount of documentation. It is one of the most, it's cringeworthy, inefficient process. Not saying it's an energy problem, it's just the way. And we were able to use AI to just take the entire end-to-end process and just crash it incredible amount of degrees. And it's saving a lot of money. Again, it's a lot of unstructured information, highly bureaucratic process, and when you unpack the process, you're seeing a ton of document comparisons. Like, is this thing compliant with that thing, and is in bounds of this and that? It's a bunch of doc comparing, right? But at scale, on a huge basis. So you take one of those inefficient processes, multiply it times 5, you're taking years out of the relicensing process. You could be, and saving a lot of money. So those are really two ones that I would just mention. And you had a follow-on or no?
It was more give me 2 or 3 examples. We were on the same page. So
Okay.
It works.
Yes.
So I worked at Pool Corp.
Right. Yeah.
And so getting the executive team to adopt AI governance probably was an incredibly hard job for you.
So the question was getting the executive
how
team
did you get them to do it?
adopt AI governance. Kind of a mixed bag. When we sort of put a stake in the ground and said we need AI governance, at the top of the organization, there were a lot of legitimate concerns because we got in kind of early, and people were very, very concerned about making sure that we're not going to run with scissors, with AI. Right. And actually, I didn't have that much pushback.
Really?
I didn't. I do. I have pushback from people that want to buy AI tools, and I say, look, we got to go vet this through the AI governance committee. If that's what we have. So, and it's cross-functional. It's got supply chain, legal, ethics, cyber, IT. It's a cross-functional group. The people that get frustrated, the people that see some AI tool on the internet and say, hey, we want to come use this for this. Like, okay, that's cool, but we need to vet it. That's where we have sort of the pushback. But you get to the board, I want to make sure that we're not letting stuff in that could, whereas we've had, I forget, 33 cases kind of go through, assessed, and only 2 of them got rejected. So we're not finding any like, you know, landmines, right? And we're not finding anything where we've, oh no, we could have really like screwed ourselves up if we had let this tool go through.
We already had a data governance policy within the organization first, right?
No, no. Data governance is like a whole different kettle of fish. Data governance is its own thing. That's really, really tough. Yeah, people want it, but data governance is something that's wanted, but it's super complex.
Next, Martin, I think in the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And two more after this.
In the early days of deployment, and how did you go about selecting different people from departments? How would you create groups? And during that sort of initial catalyzation of possibilities, right? Like, did you go out and within departments produce kind of think tanks within those groups? Did you include people who weren't necessarily leaders in those spaces in those conversations?
Yes, because leaders rarely have the best ideas. To say that's just true. People that are closest to work are the ones that are going to have the best frictions. So the more on the ground in the field. So to answer your question, the first thing we did, I formed an AI task force. And what I did was, because it's funny because in the early days, you had a group of folks that are just like, oh, AI, I'm excited, I want to do it. And then you have on the other end like, oh no, keep it the hell away. And then a lot of people are like, what is this thing? I see it on TV. So I created this AI task force, gave it some press. So like, hey, do you want to be part of the AI revolution at Entergy? And I found those people that were really excited about AI, and I got them in. And the first thing that we did is, let's do the first use case. Let's find the first thing. And I got them to help identify the opportunities. And then we went through kind of a democratic screening voting process. And let's go do that. So I really recruited at every level. I had a couple of VPs in there. I had people that were analysts and everything in between. It was more about your passion to find that, and that was it. And we weren't looking for a home run. And that was sort of like the flint and steel, kind of the spark. And then we sustained that, then became the AI community. And that group grew from, started around 20. When I left, it was over 1,000 people. Volunteered who just want to be part of it. And we exposed them to, this is what we're using for AI. A few weeks ago, we had like this, I call it the science fair, where we had these booths all set up in the bottom of the Entergy building, and people could go around, and everybody was like showing and demonstrating what we were doing with AI. And then that was, that catalyzed, oh, we could do this, oh, and I could do that, and kind of have that network effect. Finding the big value ideas that justify the existence of the AI function and to sustain the investment, because some of those ideas come from, boy, they're great, but they're small. It doesn't, is a lot of work for me talking to individual leaders, but we would have to do our own analysis of the frictions, the value chains, the processes, to almost say, hey, you didn't say you have this problem, but you have a problem, but an opportunity to create value here, did you know? Because you go to a leader and say, I'm from AI, how can I help you? Either they're, I'm good, I'm fine, I don't need the AI, or, oh yeah, give me AI to do blah. And what they want is really not what they need. And so you have to, this is where design thinking is really, really important, get under the hood of that and do some very, very structured, deep interviews with leaders, and then come back and go, hey, what if we could save you $50 million a year? It's like, okay, well, tell me more, right? And then you're having to sort of ideate around that.
Sorry, one more, because we got to unfortunately clear up. I'm going to go with, and you can talk afterward.
I'm not going anywhere if everyone does it. So.
My question is about kind of generally introducing new tech tools, and specifically any hesitancy you had in creating new reliance on new models, for example, that were in development then but have
would say the short answer is no. Because the real focus, leading with value creation, was really, really what the focus was. And, the reliance question, we had standards, we had architecture, AWS was our sort of our platform partner. So we did make some conscious decisions around, and then we tried to avoid, AI. I mean, everybody's starting an AI company, and with my title, just because of the title, I get clobbered with, hey, it's like two men and a goat start a company and they're an AI company, right? Sorry for the expression, we say that internally. And so I sometimes face others that want to go and kind of commit to something like that, and I have to raise red flags and go, that's not, you don't want to hitch your trailer, to that group. So that comes up. Otherwise, I don't really worry about that reliance.
Thank you so much, Andy. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you all. If you don't know about the secret party, find me. And if you find me, you can also help me move 50 computers down to my car. But thank you, Andy. Feel free to stick around, I think, for another 5 or 10 minutes before we really have to leave. Joseph is going to announce the last little bit. Joseph.
What's the last little bit?
Are we done? Is that it?
I mean, there's a few snacks left.
That's the last little bit, everybody. So thank you. And I need like 3 people to help me if you don't mind. Cool.
Yeah, if you could just maybe pick up any trash that you see in here, that'd be great. There's some snacks left. Please take some snacks on the road. Road snacks.
Oh, nice, man. Feels nice. Waterproof, waxy.
I'm done. I'm spent.
Well, if you end up needing help with anything, we're heading out tomorrow. Like, our flight leaves at 4. We're going to try to go to the Storyville Museum in the morning.
Design.
I think they open at 9 a.m. So we're going to try to get there early.
Yeah, we need to get it.
The weather was great. Yeah. A little cold, but not really cold for Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, better than there.
because it was actually